All right. Good morning, California. Welcome. Today is Tuesday, August 10th to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission public meeting or business meeting. And we are happy to be back in a different mode than we've been for the last few days. We have a lot of items on our agenda, so we are looking forward to having robust conversation. And I do want to go ahead and just start with the roll call, and then at which point I'll just outline what we'll be doing for the agenda. So, Robbie?
Yes, Chair. Commissioner Anderson? Commissioner Fernandez?
Presente.
Commissioner Foranshari?
Here.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Here.
Commissioner Lamons?
Here.
Commissioner Sadwani?
Here.
Commissioner Sanai?
Here.
Commissioner Taylor?
Presente.
Commissioner Toledo?
Here.
Commissioner Turner?
Here.
Commissioner Vasquez? Commissioner Yee?
Here.
Commissioner Ahmad?
Here.
And Commissioner Akutagawa.
Here.
You have a quorum, Chair.
Awesome. Thank you very much. And thank you to everybody who is here. I do want to just say some brief welcome before we go to public comments. So first off, I just want to say that we have a very, very full agenda today. I do want to just say that, as you'll see from the agenda, it is jam-packed. We have a lot of also some meaty discussions that we'll be engaging in. And so as a result, as much as we want to make sure we have everybody's voices heard, we also, or I would also want to encourage all of the commissioners to be thoughtful, to be participative, but please be succinct as much as possible, just so that we could keep our agenda moving. And particularly around the reports, I'm just going to request that as much as possible, keeping those reports succinct, or if you want to make a game time call and decide, this could wait for the next meeting. It's not urgent that we need to speak about it right this second. I'm sure that everyone will appreciate it so that we can really ensure that there's adequate time for the discussion items that we have planned. So with that, Katie, let's go to public comment.
Good morning. I apologize, Chair.
It's okay.
Just taking a bite of a granola bar. I was settling in for you to tell us the schedule. All right. Good morning. In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. It is 877-853-5247. When prompted, enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed. It is 874-8744-0379 for this meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press the pound key. Once you have dialed in, you will be placed in a queue. To indicate you wish to comment, please press *9. This will raise your hand for the moderator. When it is your turn to speak, you will hear a message that says the host would like you to talk and to press *6 to speak. If you would like to give your name, please state and spell it for the record. You are not required to provide your name to give public comment. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak, and again, please turn down the live stream volume. And for those just calling in, if you will please press *9 on your telephone keypad to raise your hand, indicating you wish to comment at this time. Please press *9 to raise your hand, indicating you wish to give comment. And I see that hand. This is for a caller with the last four 2829. If you would now please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Caller 2829, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Commissioners. This is Renee West-Lusk. I'm calling on two things. One, I've been watching a lot of the public input live virtual meetings, and one question that keeps popping into my head is there's a lot of community visit interest where they're from another county and they want to take chunks of another county out to put in their community of interest, but yet there may not be as much testimony or input from the areas that they're trying to take from another county to put in their community of interest. And my main worry is that there's counties out there that are trying to draw the lines for other counties. And are you aware of where the testimony is coming from? Because you need to hear from the people that actually live in those areas to find out if they want to be districted with another county, etc. That's my first question. And then I wanted to know what the deadline for letters, emails, public input hearings is, because the
30 seconds.
The data from the census is arriving like in 2 days, and I want to know what the deadline is for getting the letters in. Thank you.
Sorry, I always put myself on mute. Thank you, Ms. West-Lusk. I believe in terms of your first question, we don't necessarily know where all of the individuals are calling from. We are not required to request name or location, and so that is something that would be difficult for us to ascertain. And so in terms of the other part of your question, it's hard to say right now. We're still waiting for the full set of data. We'll hopefully be seeing the COI data that has also been submitted in writing as well too. And so at this time, it's hard to really give a definitive answer to what you're asking. We're just taking as much input as we can, and everyone is being encouraged to call in and give us their perspectives on what could be part of their communities of interest. On your other question, I believe the deadline for sending us public input, whether via email or snail mail, is essentially right before we are required to submit our final maps. We'll be continuing to take input as we draw maps and as we are finalizing maps. And I will ask anybody, perhaps the line drawer committee, if you want to add any comment on that, or Alvaro, if you want to give clarification.
Chair, you are correct. We'll continue to take that input up until the time we complete the maps.
Thank you. Okay, Katie.
Thank you so much. Right now we have caller with the last four 60514. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. Caller 60514, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Chair Akutagawa and Commissioners. This is Lori Schellenberger, Redistricting Consultant for Common Cause. And I'm calling with a question about your schedule for today. It appears there are a couple of items that involve third parties and potentially have a time certain. And so if you could share regarding the line drawer training and also the VRA compliance discussion, if those are set for a time certain. I know There are lots of folks interested and who learn a lot from those presentations, and the public would appreciate it, both for today and then in terms of future meetings. If there are times certain for agenda items, if those could be included in the agenda once those are set, that would be awesome. Thank you so much to all of you for your service.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Schellenberger. And to be honest, to Katie's point, I was so anxious to make sure I did not forget public comment that I neglected to go through the schedule. And I figured I would do that after the public comment at this point. Most often I feel like I forget to do that part. So thank you for teeing me up for that part. So let me just go through the schedule so that everybody is aware what we'll be doing. First off, in terms of the line drawer and the VRA compliance agenda items, we will be holding those in the later part of the afternoon due to one of our presenters not being available until after 2 o'clock. So let me just give the agenda in terms of roughly what we hope we'll be able to meet in terms of timeline. We'll be continuing after this with the director reports, then we'll move to the subcommittee reports. Then after the subcommittee reports, we will be taking a break depending on where we will be in the committee subcommittee reports. And then at that point, after the subcommittee reports are concluded, we will be going into a brief closed session. And this will be so that we can have reporting on our request to the Supreme Court, I believe, but don't quote me, I may be wrong on that. We will be doing a closed session, and then at which point we'll be coming back, hopefully after a very brief closed session, we'll be coming back and we'll be starting a conversation on lessons learned that will be led by Commissioners Ahmad and Kennedy. We'll then break for lunch, and then we'll come back after lunch and we will start with a conversation or with the discussion presentation by the VRA Compliance Committee. And then we'll be moving to the line drawer, and then we'll be concluding the meeting with a conversation discussion on incarcerated populations in federal facilities, and then we'll conclude with public comment and any other closing comments from the public. And if there are, and then also, Ms. Schellenberger, as much as possible, we will try to put the times on the agenda. We just did not know for sure on this particular one what time exactly we would be putting it on, and then we were requested by our counsel, legal counsel, that they needed to. They were only available after 2 o'clock, so that has that's what's driving our agenda today. Okay, so with that, let's go ahead and let's move on to our director reports. Director Hernandez, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Commissioners. I wanted to start by introducing my data management team. I would like to take the opportunity to introduce to you our data manager, Tony Antonova. Tony, are you there? I think I saw you there. If you could take a little bit to introduce yourself. I see you're there. If not, I can also introduce our other member of the data management team, and that is Paul Mitchell. And there is Paul. Paul, if you can briefly introduce yourself.
Hello, everybody. Paul Mitchell here. I come from a background in geographic information systems. Worked with the Census Bureau during the 2010 census, working on the tribal team where we helped to delineate all the tribal statistical areas. So my background is really in geospatial data and working with the delineation. So I'll be helping with the mapping side of things, where Tony is going to be picking up more of the data management, kind of the workflow for the data.
Thank you, Paul. And there we have Tony. Tony, welcome aboard. So Tony, if you could do a brief, there you go.
Hi, I'm Tony, and my background is in data science. I've worked for a number of companies in Silicon Valley, and I kind of pivoted to do some more work in government and the intersection of technology there with the election last year. And I'm really excited to jump on board. I'll be helping streamline the data entry and access process and help make everything as transparent as possible.
Thank you both. Appreciate that. And to round out our team, you guys have all met Phil Segoras. He's not with us right now, but he's our data consultant who you've met previously when he shared the functionality about Airtable. And so our team is going to be working on a plan of bringing the information, as Tony mentioned, and all the information from the COI tool, as well as working on bringing the information we received from the COI input meetings into our database as well. So they have a tall task, or we have a tall task in getting that information in there as soon as possible. But we're going to be working with the line drawers, working with the data management subcommittee, line drawer subcommittee to work out any of the potential issues that there may be there. Moving on, both our outreach and communication staff have welcomed some additional staff to the teams, and I'm going to defer to their respective reports to provide additional information and introduce the staff that is available. Moving on, in regards to the COI data, last week we received a data sharing agreement document from the statewide database. We are reviewing it. Legal is reviewing the document, and we'll reach out to the cybersecurity subcommittee for their review as well. And once we have that, everything should be in place to start the transmission of the data to our database. So we're looking forward to getting that done. I also wanted to touch base on the commission budget. There are 2 budget documents posted under our handouts for today's meeting. I'm going to defer to the Finance and Administration Subcommittee to go over the documents during their report out. That concludes my report, Chair.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Director Hernandez. Let's go on to our next report, Communications Director, Director Ceja.
Thank you so much, Chair. Fellow Commissioners. I too want to introduce you to our new member of our team, Martin Pineda. He is a 30-year-old son of Honduran immigrants. He graduated in 2017 with a bachelor's degree in communication studies from Cal State Northridge. Since graduating, he has dedicated himself to the fight for immigrant rights and social justice as a communication strategist for the largest Central American organization in the country, Carecen. He recently worked with Zunu Strategies as an account coordinator, where he led digital efforts for a variety of clients. Alongside the Latino Media Collaborative, he worked on a digital media campaign called Step Forward California to create a digital and print resource guide for formerly incarcerated individuals and their families impacted by the war on drugs. As a communications coordinator for the Commission, Martin will focus on updating our website, ensuring all agenda and documents are uploaded in a timely manner, and helping to update our public input and public comment from the public. Today is Martin's first day on the job, so just wanted to give him a few seconds since we have such a tight agenda to say hello. So feel free, Martin.
Hi, everyone, a pleasure to be here and an honor. Thank you for having me, and I'm happy to be part of the team and be working with each and every one of you in the upcoming months.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Martin. Also wanted to update you on what's going on with the advertising bids. So the radio and billboard advertising bids are in with the Office of OLS for review for process. That takes anywhere from 5 to 10 days, as is the social media advertising bid for a statewide social media campaign. That's also with OLS. We're waiting for one more bid to come in today for the newspaper advertising bid. And we also came up with an idea. We pulled some funds to focus on ethnic media. We've been reaching out to ethnic media, but sadly have not gotten a great response. So we're looking for a contractor to precisely reach out to ethnic media and make sure that all the languages that we've identified as important for ethnic communities are reached out to, and to secure that we get stories placed and also just the word out about the work that we're doing in those communities. So we will be putting those bids out soon, and hopefully we'll have responses. I will bring all this to you as commissioners for approval once OLS has approved the process that we went through, which should take anywhere from 5 to 10 days. So I would envision that by the next meeting, we should have something to present to you for the contractors. And the social media analytics report is up on the website for your review. And that is the end of my report.
All right, thank you, Director Ceja. It looks like we have a question from Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Director Ceja, I just wanted to get an update from you on the status of having the 2010 website restored to its structure and content as of June 30th, 2020.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. We have been working, I believe one of our contractors has been working on that. We were first dealing with the issue of making sure that both of our websites were ADA approved per the State Department of Technology. They were doing a round, and if we were not up to date by the end of July, then they were going to shut down the site. So we were focusing on that, but I believe that somebody is working on that precisely or particularly. So I'll check in with them to see where we are in the process. But I know that a few documents were missing, and we were also looking to restore those.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Freddie, you made a comment in terms of once the documents come back from OLS, you'll bring it forward for approval. My only concern is that our business meetings are kind of, I don't want to say few and far between now, but we're meeting either weekly or every 2 weeks. And my concern would be that if you were ready to go and you're waiting for us for approval, I'm a little anxious to just get going with all of this outreach, right? So I'm not sure how my fellow commissioners feel about maybe some other process for this contract, so you don't have to wait for the full commission meeting to approve. We have, as a commission, approved the funds to be used for that. So I'm just wondering if there's an alternative to, as soon as you receive approval, let's go ahead and execute. So I'm just kind of bringing that up for discussion. I know we have a full agenda, but I'm also really anxious about the outreach efforts that we have. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that point. That's super important. So when we were talking about process, how to get this through the hurdle, it was my inclination that we needed to bring this up for full commission approval. But and we'll take legal response here. But if you feel that you've given us enough jurisdiction to continue with the contracting, then we'll go full steam ahead. Still give you an idea of how we scored and how these individuals became contractors or the winning bids. But if legal is okay with us moving forward, then we won't bring it back to the full commission.
So Commissioner Fernandez, we can certainly look at that issue. And if that's not needed, then we won't do that then, because that won't be necessary. If it is required and we'll have to, then we will have to bring it back.
I will tell you that the vendors are super anxious to get started as well. I get emailed and pinged every day.
I think we're all very anxious about that. Yeah. Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez, for asking that question. Thank you, Director Ceja. Is there any other questions? If not, let's move on to Outreach Director's report. Director Kaplan.
Hi, Commissioners. Thank you and good morning. I did post a report on the COI input meeting recap, upcoming COI meetings, as well as COI tool updates, and some of and posted non-English COI input that was provided with English subtitles when we didn't have an interpreter. So let me know if you have questions on that. And I also just wanted to provide an overall update. I know we're crunched on time. We did bring on our 4 additional field staff, and given the tight schedule today, I'll have them join a future meeting so they can get briefly introduced. Staff is continuing to outreach for upcoming COI input meetings, the logistics behind the meetings, as well as really promoting and pushing our digital toolkit, as well as the language lines that we have implemented for August and September, and really targeting communities that serve limited English proficient communities to let them know about interpretation availability as well. I did just want to circle back on a few items that were requested at the previous commission meeting. We did go ahead and add additional slots to the session 1 and session 2 appointments to accommodate for timing, as well as the average of no-shows. So we added 5 slots for each appointment time slot. We also added a question to the registration form about how the public heard about the COI input meeting, and we'll include that in reporting going forward. And we did send a follow-up email to the public who had registered for previous COI meetings to share ways they can participate and help spread the word, including sharing our digital toolkit. And we've implemented a process to continue to send follow-up emails after the COI meetings for those who we have emails for. I also just wanted to highlight that we are translating the digital action toolkit into our 12 non-English languages to also promote more engagement with limited English proficient communities across the state. And I also just wanted to highlight on Friday's COI meeting, which is in the written report, we did get some additional requests for interpretation. So we will have a full meeting with multiple languages. And so we're excited to be able to support communities to provide their input at the COI meetings as well.
All right. First off, I do want to say thank you for your report, Director Kaplan. That was really fabulous, and happy to have that. It was much easier to digest all those numbers. So great. Thank you. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Director Kaplan, I'm just wondering, with local redistricting ramping up, I'm seeing a lot of information out there from counties and so forth talking about local redistricting, but they're not talking about statewide redistricting. And I'm wondering if you and your staff have compiled a list and or reached out to all of the local redistricting bodies that you're able to identify, and if so, what the response has been. Thank you.
Yes, there have been a few local redistricting commissions that me and staff have been in touch with. I've also been invited to a monthly call with the LA County Redistricting Commission, who's bringing together other local independent redistricting commissions. And so we met last month, and also are looking at how Common Cause has pulled together a lot of the independent redistricting pages. And so I'm sharing with Freddie on how we might be able to promote that on our website, and also coordinate more around cross, what's the word? to do cross sharing in terms of our statewide effort and local efforts as field staff are engaging. So we will continue that going forward.
Perfect. I think that is going to be very important for all of us going forward. So thank you for that.
Thank you for asking that question, Commissioner Kennedy. I do agree. I think it's important that we do have that collaboration going on. Director Kaplan, you mentioned that you do have some new field staff. Are they on now? Because since this is their first time meeting, let's introduce them if they are on with us.
They are not on the meeting today because I was informed that we were crunched for time, so I was going to have them join an upcoming meeting.
No problem. Thank you for doing that then. All right, let's go ahead and move on. We are making good time. So Chief Counsel.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick update. First of all, thank you to Marion for sending out the ledge updates to all of you. And second, just a quick note about the status of the litigation contracts. They are with both law firms, and I'm awaiting a signature or edits from their side. Have not received anything yet, but I'm hoping to expect some form of a response. I've reached out, hopefully in the next week or so. Unless anybody has any questions, that was going to conclude my report.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any? All right, seeing no questions. All right, thank you very much. Let's go ahead and let's move on to the committee and subcommittee updates. We'll start first with 4A. Oh, I'm sorry, we need to take public comment after the director's report. So Katie, can you read off the instructions so that we could take public comment on the director's reports?
Yes, Chair. The Commission will now take public comment on Agenda Item 3, Director Reports. To give comment, please call 877-853-5247 and enter the meeting ID number 874-8744-0379. Once you have dialed in, please press star 9 to enter the comment queue. The full call-in instructions have been read previously in the meeting and are provided in full on the live stream landing page. And at this time, Chair, we do not have anyone in the queue.
Will you just let us know when they've finished streaming on the live stream?
The instructions are complete at this time, Chair.
All right. Thank you, Katie. All right, let's go ahead. Let's move on to the next item on our agenda, which is number 4A. It is the committee and subcommittee updates, and we'll start with Government Affairs and Census Committee.
I don't believe we have a substantive update for today, so
all right.
Go on to the next committee.
Thank you. All right. Let's go on. Let's move on to then 4B, Finance and Administration Committee, and I do believe they have a report. No? Commissioner Fernandez, you're on mute.
Actually, I was just going to ask the Government Affairs a quick question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay,
no,
yes.
No, that's okay. Because we sent the initial letter regarding hoping to continue the virtual meetings, and you know we saw what the latest was in September, end of September. So I'm just wondering if we feel like maybe we need to send another one, only because now with this variant, and you know I'm sure they're working on something past September, but I'm just wondering if we do a follow-up or something. And I know that we did receive response from the office. So that was my only comment. Sorry about that. I wasn't fast enough with my hand.
I thought you were so eager to do your report that you were raising your hand already.
I can just jump in and you know, I've actually been out of town, but I don't know if Marcy, if you have any additional follow-up from the governor's office. We had asked if Marcy could reach out. I know she's been in contact with some of the folks from the governor's office, given her work in, you know, with the census outreach. Marcy, do you have any additional update for us?
I did ping my contact there several times last week, and she put me in touch with a colleague. And so I reached out to that colleague a few times. And so I will send another follow-up today to my initial contact to see if she can nudge some more. But I did not get an answer or response.
But that's really helpful to hear, Marcy, and helpful to hear the update, not so helpful to hear that the governor continues to not respond to us. And, you know, I think one of the things we had discussed in just briefly had mentioned is is it beneficial to potentially do an op-ed of some sort saying that the lack of leadership on this issue is causing issues for us in our planning for the fall, and to continue our efforts in redistricting? I don't know that we want to go down that road, but perhaps we do. Certainly we have a governor who is facing a recall, and maybe he wants to be responsive to the needs of the commission and the needs of the people of California. So, that I think is open for discussion, whether or not we want to do that now, either way, if people have strong thoughts for or against, that's great. If not, we can move forward, and Commissioner Toledo and I can continue to discuss that this week and apply some additional pressure to the governor's office.
Thank you. That would be fabulous. And that would be, I'm sure, helpful to know from the staff perspectives. All right. Commissioner Fernandez.
No, I'm not anxious to get on to the next one, but just a quick, Marion, thank you so much for sending us information regarding legislation. And as you have pointed out, there is language in some of the trailer builds regarding local boards, but nothing in terms of for commissions and those that are associated with the Bagley King. So I don't know if there's something, and maybe this is going to be a lessons learned, but I'm thinking for the future, for the next commission, is maybe think about either submitting or being part of some legislation for that piece of it, in terms of commissions or Bagley King being able to meet virtually or in hybrid and not having to disclose residence information. So I just want to make sure we put that on the lessons learned before I forget. But thank you all for your efforts and for wanting to be inclusive of everyone participating in this process.
Arian?
Just to let you know, the local bill allowing local agencies to do that has moved forward, but so far, no legislation has been introduced about state agencies.
All right. Oh, Commissioner Anderson?
Sorry, on that same note, should we be pushing someone other than the governor's office to say, hey, why don't you put, the Little Hoover Commission put out the report that this should indeed be going for the state commissions as well, or state agencies. Do they need to put a bit of, get someone to add on to this bill, or do we want to do that?
Commissioner Sadwani, are you responding? Because I also see Commissioner Bosquet. Oh, okay.
My thought on this, and certainly this needs to be a commission decision, but we have a lot going on, and we have our focus on drawing maps. The governor has the authority through executive order to extend the executive order to the end of the year, or make a carve out just for our commission if need be, at the stroke of a pen. Working the legislative process, I think, is absolutely something that we can do over the next 10 years after the maps are done. And certainly, I think that's something that could continue to keep us busy to provide that additional input. I don't know that it's the best use of our time to do that now when we have the maps in front of us. I agree and support those efforts, but I think it's also a question of limited time and resources, and how do we get what we need in order to draw the maps by expending the least amount of resources.
Commissioner Bosquet?
I definitely agree with Commissioner Sadwani's assessment of sort of what we can do now and what is the best use of our time now, and looking ahead to longer term solutions. I do think, though, building off of Commissioner Anderson's idea, it may be helpful for us to, I do like the idea of writing an op-ed, and I think we can push that op-ed if and when we decide to do that, to partners like the Little Hoover Commission, like disability advocates to say, look, join us, distribute this to our networks, because it's not just about the op-ed, it's about who sees and reads and reacts and joins us in our call to the governor to make this fix and make it soon.
Commissioner Sadwani,
Yeah,
and
so
then
if
Commissioner
there's-
Toledo.
Oh, sure. And Commissioner Toledo.
No, go ahead, Commissioner Sadwani.
Okay. I was just saying, if there's general agreement on the idea of drafting an op-ed, we could certainly work on that this week and through staff share a draft of that with everyone as soon as possible.
Commissioner Toledo.
I was just going to say that I do agree with Commissioner Sadwani about ensuring that modernizing the open meetings laws is going to take some time, and that certainly I think our op-ed really is about that. And but at the same time, we have our urgency. Our urgency is getting the maps done and getting the executive order extended beyond through the pandemic, right, through the emergency declaration. And so so really highlighting those two aspects. And so I'd be supportive of an op-ed piece or some other kind of a media piece that we could do with Commissioner Sadwani and through the committee and bring it back to the full commission.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Commissioner Sadwani and Commissioner Toledo, for volunteering to take action on that through your committee. And we look forward to seeing the draft of the op-ed. Okay, any other? Okay, Commissioner Anderson.
Sorry, could we also possibly do just a quick letter in support of the Hoover Commission and push them to do some of this, because they have a lot more time than we do. So, like a letter from us to say, wow, you are so on it. This is what's going on. If you could lead on this, we would join right in with you. I think that would help us in addition to the op-ed piece.
So Commissioner Sadwani and Commissioner Toledo, are you okay with adding that as well too? So
I believe we have been in contact with the Little Hoover Commission, and so we'll continue to be and encourage them to continue to move on this issue. And as we work through the committee process, we'll bring back our recommendation with drafts and who we've contacted as well.
So just for clarification then, Commissioner Toledo, are you then not going to write a letter, or are you going to write a letter even though you're in contact with them in addition to the
we did write a letter, and we did CC the Little Hoover Commission, if I remember correctly. And so the letter we sent to the legislature also had a CC to them, just so that they knew our stance on the issue. And so we can certainly follow up on that and see if they've received it and if they have any additional suggestions for the commission.
Okay, Commissioner Sadwani, did you have a comment? And I just want to check in with Commissioner Anderson. Are you satisfied with what Commissioner Toledo said?
Sorry,
go ahead.
Okay, I was going to say, rather than just check in and say, hey, did you get our comment? I'd say, like, can you lead this? We can't. Just a little slightly different angle of it. This is a great idea. It needs pushing. And that's something that as you're talking to them, obviously you can get a better read on how that would work in terms of a letter or not. And I trust.
And I think they are leading this effort, but we can confirm that they are leading this effort. My understanding is that they are leading this effort. And so us in our work is really just complementing their work and really and really pushing that work forward as more of an advocate and as opposed to the leader, which we don't have the time to be.
Right. That's exactly. I don't want us to become the, oh, sure, they have ideas for us to do. We don't have time to do that. So I thank you for that angle. And I leave it to the subcommittee.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sadwani, I saw your hand up.
Yeah, I was just going to offer, I have a close colleague who actually sits on the Little Hoover Commission, so I can reach out to her and just kind of see where they're at in this process and offer our support and see if a formal letter would actually be helpful.
Okay, fabulous. Thank you. Oh, Commissioner Vasquez.
Yeah, I was just going to say my sense is that the Little Hoover Commission sees this as the longer term policy process legislatively, and that's I think where their head is at now. So I think probably us leading an initial call to the governor through an op-ed, et cetera, makes the most sense, and then making the case to the Little Hoover Commission to say, hey, we actually have like an urgent need for this thing that you have been asking for to happen right now. Here are the reasons why. But I think just for context, we probably have, if we haven't already informally, probably have to make it clear to the Little Hoover Commission why we have a sense of urgency and why we are targeting the governor, because I think their head is more towards this long-term policy change legislatively.
Okay. Seeing no other hands. Thank you very much, Commissioner Sagwani and Toledo. We look forward to seeing the draft of the op-ed, and I believe you'll be reporting to us on what your conversations with the Little Hoover Commission will be. All right, thank you. Let's move on to number 4B, which is the Finance and Administration Committee.
Yeah, thanks. Alicia had so much fun last time. I'll take the fun this time. So let's see. I want to start off by thanking Alvaro for the burritos yesterday. They were delicious. It was really nice to get to meet Alvaro, Ravi, and John in person and see Raul again. And I want to thank John and Alvaro for spending 2.5 hours with us yesterday, plowing through the budget. And then John, I want to thank John for all his hard work. You know, he's a one-person shop, managing all of our budget and finance and all that work. So for our report out, I would refer everyone to the expenditures page. Oh, I want to thank Alicia for the delicious treats she made too. Kind of thank her, but not really. I didn't need them. Okay, expenditures page. So we went through in detail the expenditures to date, trying to understand where we were last fiscal year and looking at trying to figure out how to close out last fiscal year and understand where we're at this point. Expenditures, are still rolling in, so we don't have the closeout details on last fiscal year. And I just want to have a little footnote here to encourage everyone who hasn't had an opportunity to submit all their per diem or other expenses to please get that in as soon as you can, so we can wrap up last fiscal year. What we were able to do, though, John did most of this work, and we went through it. We were able to identify 4 areas where we believe we have some budget flexibility, and that's the new column in the expenditures sheet. So I'll go through that and explain where those flexibilities came from. The first row is from delayed hiring. For whatever reason, hiring was delayed, and we expected to expend those funds on staffing, but weren't able to. The second row is for commissioner travel that we didn't do in June, July, and August that we had budgeted for. The all other operational costs row. There's 2 pieces to that. First of all, we had initially budgeted $1 million for an IT contract, but we went down a different road, right, with our IT. So we don't need that whole $1 million contract. So, but we carved out and again, our numbers aren't really super hard at this point, but we carved out about $250,000 to pay for our IT expenses, and we'll refine that as we go along. But that gives us about $750K in flexibility there. And then the other piece of that is like $88,344 approximately for that we aren't going to spend in our outreach efforts for live meetings, right? We decided not to have these live meetings, so we allocated per diem, venue costs and security costs that we're not going to spend. That's just some flexibility we identified at this point. The thought that we had is that we would look at recommend the communications and outreach groups to think about opportunities to use some of this flexibility. We had talked about text banking, but we didn't have the funds to do text banking, which apparently was pretty impactful last time. For instance, some of the media buys are going to be more expensive than we had thought. So we were thinking that the outreach and communications team could think about opportunities for improved outreach with some of those funds. So then, if we look at, so I'm going to go into the next part of which is the budget ask. So our budget is really weird, right? It's not in fiscal years. It's a big pot, and they've allocated a big pot, and it's not even fiscal year related. It's related to line drawing and then after line drawing and that kind of thing. And so if you look at the other page, if you look at the with the appropriations page, if you look at the provision 1 and provision 3, additional operations cost and COVID census delay operational cost, that's $6,081,000 or something like that. Maybe it's $6,091,000. That money has not been allocated. I mean, it's not been provisioned to us, right? We have to continue to go back and request that our monies be provisioned to us. And so our recommendation was to request the provision of that money, because if we go back to the previous page, all of our contracts have been placed. Invoices are rolling in.
Commissioner Fornashari.
Yeah.
Before you go on, you
Okay.
mentioned 6 million on the appropriations page.
Right.
And you're going a little fast.
I'm sorry.
I want you to tell me again where you are.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. Thanks, Commissioner Turner. If you look at in the bottom section, row 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, row 6 and row 7. Row 6 says Budget Act of 2021, additional operational costs, provision 1. And the next row says COVID/census data delay operational costs, provision 3. So those have been approved. Those monies have been approved for us, but they haven't been allocated. I'm not using the right terminology. I forget what the right terminology is, but we have to go back to the finance office in the legislature to give us authority to spend that money. I mean, they've allocated that money, but they haven't given us authority to spend it at this point. So because all of our contracts are now in place, invoices are rolling in, especially when the contracts for the media contracts are placed, that's the invoices are going to start rolling in for that. So we want to ensure that we don't run out of money. So Alvaro and John are going to go go forward and ask that money be released to us. And so I think that will be the total of our pre-map allocation. There is some more money, post-map money that's been allocated, and the $4 million plus for post-map litigation. We're not going to ask for that money yet, but we'll be ready to ask for it later, when we're getting close to post-map time. And so projections, you all asked for projections. So, at this point, we don't have the projections yet. Because part of it is uncertainty about staffing and staffing costs. And now that essentially all the staff is in place, and the July expenses are coming in. So for next time, we're really gonna focus on projecting where we're gonna be. I mean, we have projections, but they were really based on kind of a rough idea. With the July expenditures, and now that everyone's hired, we know what they're going to be paid. We have a good idea for how long they're going to be on board. We can project out, where we're going to be through the end of the fiscal year, but also through the end of our map drawing time. I think we have a better idea of what our schedule is too. So I think that covers it. Did I miss anything, Alicia? I mean, Commissioner Fernandez?
Alicia's fine. Yes, and I think you did mention, I just want to make sure, I want to reemphasize that there is a lag time in reporting of expenditures with the state system. So the expenditure report, although it shows expenditures through June 30th, those numbers will increase because there are still additional invoices that are coming in, the staff salaries and our per diem and any other costs that are incurred for last fiscal year are still coming in. So that's really what we're waiting. We're waiting for the July information so that we can update our figures for this fiscal year. No, I think everything, and in terms of salaries and wages, there was also not only delay in hiring or filling some of those positions, but also some of the positions early on where we had thought that we were going to fill certain positions and we didn't fill the positions. So that added to additional flexibility. So right now we're comfortable with the almost 1.4 million in terms of being flexible to use those funds for, and what we're thinking is for outreach. And we wanted to get that information out to the commission as soon as possible, because as we've seen, trying to use those funds can take a while in terms of going through the process. So we felt the sooner we got that information to the full commission and we're able to use the funds for our outreach, the better.
And I apologize. I spent 2.5 hours yesterday digesting this information, and I fed you all from a fire hose, and I'm sorry if if you have any questions or need some clarification, I'm more than happy to provide the clarity. And I see that Linda had a question, I think.
Yeah, I do have a question, and I want to invite anybody else who has it. So just for clarification, this additional 1.4, is this in addition to the other additional monies that we had reallocated for outreach? Oh, okay, great.
Yeah, I mean, so there were, we talked about, again, there were some ideas that they had that we just didn't have the funding to do. And I thought we could just invite them to think about other opportunities that we might have to have a bigger impact. I mean, I think it's easily justifiable based on, the challenges we've had reaching out to some of the zones, and the need for alternative ways to get a hold of or reach out to folks. So.
And
Well-
also, I mean, as we've seen, especially with Zone B and some of the other zones that are dealing with some of the fire concerns and other hazards, we're going to have to rethink and be more creative in terms of our approach.
Yeah, I agree. I was impressed that we had as many callers as we did yesterday. So it really speaks to the fact that, I mean, it's important. And so thankful for those that did call, but I'm sure there was a lot who were not able to. Commissioner Sinai, I see you have your hand up.
I'm all for investing in outreach. My concern is our bureaucracy. We were now into the second week of August, and we still can't do Facebook ads. We still don't have, so I feel like we keep allocating funding, but the real problem is our bureaucracy. And just coming up with ideas is great, but if the texting isn't, if the text banking isn't going to happen till October, that really doesn't help us, because I'm still a firm believer that communities of interest and hearing from communities of interest is the most important piece of the work that we're doing, because that will help us draw better lines. I know that a lot of folks think that once the lines are drawn, we'll get more input, and I'm still struggling back and forth with it shouldn't be the last voice in that influences the work that we do, but it should be all the voices that we've heard. And communities of interest is really the most accessible way for communities to reach out to us. And I'm really concerned about the bureaucracy and how much the bureaucracy is stopping us. And I'm not sure that putting more money, even though I wish I was sure, because I'm a firm believer in outreach and engagement. But at this point, I think tools aren't going to help us, but it's really humans. That whatever we can do to go around the bureaucracy, we can no longer wait for contracts to be approved and this and that. We need ideas that don't have to depend on our bureaucracy.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Okay, Commissioner Vasquez.
Just wanted to echo Commissioner Sinai. I completely agree to the extent we can move around our obstacles to get outreach done sooner rather than later. Feels like a priority to me.
All right. Okay, thank you. And I'm sure that Director Kaplan and Director Ceja and Executive Director Hernandez are taking careful notes of that. I'm sure that they are probably sharing some of the same frustrations. So, all right, Commissioner Fornaciari or Fernandez, anything else additional that you'd like to add to your report before we move on to the next agenda item?
No.
All right, great. Well, thank you for that and helping us. I think there's still, I'm sure if others are like me, still just kind of processing everything that you had a 2.5 hour time frame to take in. So I'm sure if there are additional questions, we'll be coming back to you all with additional questions too at the next meeting. All right, let's go to the next agenda item, which is 4C, the Gantt chart. Commissioners Kennedy and Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. We do not have an updated Gantt chart yet, but with the proposed plan and dates for the first phase of line drawing coming from the line drawing subcommittee and some of the other information that we now have, we will be able to develop a revised Gantt chart for the next meeting. Thank
Wonderful, thank you. All right. Agenda item 4D, which is VRA compliance. I'm going to skip over that because they do have a agenda item down at number 7. So for the VRA committee, if I just want to make sure that that is okay, okay, Commissioner Yee.
That's fine. Just want to alert everyone to the handout for Megan Gall. This is a racially polarized voting analyst candidate that our BRA council is going to recommend. So that's in the handouts if you want to take a quick glance at her materials before we discuss her this afternoon. That may be of some help. Thanks.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for giving us that heads up. I also noticed that there's a website for her as well too. So there is her CV as well as a website. So if
That's
anybody who has not gone back onto the handouts on the website yet, after, I guess, this morning, it has been updated to include that. Thank you, Commissioner Yee. Let's go on to agenda item number 4E, outreach and engagement, Commissioners Sinai and Pornachari.
I want to thank staff and all the commissioners who have been helping with outreach. It is, I'll say it again, but it's really relationships and people focused so we can get as many tools as we want. But it's hearing from you all that makes the difference right now. So please continue to send out emails, call people, talk to people. When you see them, carry your business cards. I'm learning now that people are seeing each other again, that handing people business cards is helpful. I want to thank everyone who called in yesterday from Zone B. We do know that it was difficult and you all did give us really good information. And so I did want to thank folks for that. And I also want to make it public that we really consider August our month of language access outreach, and we need a better terminology for it. But we're really excited to be hearing every single session we're having will have interpreters. And so we invite the community to really do outreach, even if it's not your zone, but it is your language. Please come. Look at these not just as zone meetings, but as zone plus language meetings. So we really are excited to hear from as many Californians as possible. So mainly, thank you, everybody.
Okay, thank you. All right. And Commissioner Sinai, thank you to you as well too for a great job chairing yesterday's meeting. Okay, let's go on to item number 4F, materials development, Commissioners Fernandez and Kennedy.
I do not believe we have anything to report, correct, Commissioner Kennedy?
That's correct.
Okay, all right, thank you. Let's go on to item 4G, website committee, Commissioners Kennedy and Taylor.
Sorry. We had provided our latest set of recommendations to staff a couple of weeks ago, and Director Ceja reported at the last meeting that they were going through those and implementing the ones that they were able to implement. So we will continue to monitor the site and provide further recommendations as required. The one thing, following up on my question earlier, I really do want to see the 2010 site fully restored to its structure and content. I mean, there's content that's still there that can't be reached, but it's still accessible if you know the URL for it, or if you do a web search. And that includes things like the final reports from the 2010 commission. So it really is important that we get that 2010 site restored to its structure and content as of 30 June 2020.
And if I might add, in total agreement with Commissioner Kennedy, and I think we do also have to be mindful of the constant clamor for the transcripts being available on our website. That's an issue of transparency and just a hurdle that we want to remove as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you. And on those transcripts, just very briefly, I believe that those are continuing to be transcribed and will, I think maybe Director Hernandez, you could just briefly comment on that.
Yeah, we're in communication with the vendor to get those transcripts. They have provided a number of them for previous meetings. We're trying to get an agreement to get them a little bit sooner than what they have been. So we're working on that as we speak.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you, Commissioners Kennedy and Taylor. If there's nothing else and I don't see any other hands or comments, all right, we'll move on to item 4H, Data Management Committee, Commissioners Akman and Turner.
Thank you. I believe our Director Hernandez introduced the data management team, and I don't believe there are other updates at this time. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, let's go on to item 4I, Communities of Interest Tool. Commissioner Kennedy and myself, but I'll ask Commissioner Kennedy.
I don't have anything to report at this point. We had heard from Statewide Database that they were making some progress towards opening the walk-in centers. Of course, now with the surge from the Delta variant, we may again be facing a situation where those centers are not going to be able to open as soon as we had hoped. We'll follow up with the Statewide Database and get an update on the status of that.
Commissioner Sinai.
Thanks for that update, Commissioner. I just feel like the walk-in centers should probably be put on for 2030, and we need to think of a new creative way to help the community versus keep saying, hey, we hope that it gets better, we get better. Is it possible to meet with the Statewide Database and the Outreach Committee, maybe to brainstorm some ways to make it work?
Commissioner Sinai, my understanding from what the Statewide Database representatives, Jamie and others who have presented, is that those who have been hired to staff the walk-in centers are being used to help provide support to the communities of interest mapping tools. So like if people call in or make requests via their chat function, they are providing support in that way, I think, in lieu of these, the walk-in centers not being opened right now. Yes, Commissioner Sinai?
But I do think that's being reactive versus proactive. And so I would like us to think through, are there ways that they can be proactive? Right now, we need to everything needs to be on full cylinders from now until we submit the maps. And I would hate to see a resource just being reactive when I know that there are people in the community that could use, a training, or there's a lot of things that could be taking place that could be more proactive.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll raise it with the Statewide Database and make the suggestion, and if they're amenable to it, then we'll facilitate a meeting between them and the Outreach Committee then. All right, so seeing no other hands right now, I'm going to go ahead and move on to 4J, cybersecurity. And this is Commissioners Fornachari and Taylor.
Yes, unless Commissioner Fornashari has something else, nothing significant to report. I would like to always say, don't answer unsolicited emails or text messages. They're coming in on our phones now as well. And I think we've all seen in the news about the recent events of hijacked systems and ransomware. So just be mindful. The end user is often the source of the breach.
All right, thank you very much. Okay. Wow, I want to just say thank you to everybody. We are just moving right along on our agenda here. Let's see, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to take public comment here, since our next agenda item is going to be closed session followed by lessons learned. So let's take public comment on all of the committee reports. Katie, I'm going to ask you to read off the instructions.
Yes, sure. The commission will now take public comment on agenda item 4. Yes. Agenda item 4, committee and subcommittee updates and reports. To give comment, please call 877-853-5247 and enter the meeting ID 874-8744-0379 for this meeting. Once you have dialed in, please press star 9 to enter the comment queue. The full call-in instructions have been read previously in this meeting and are provided in full on the live stream landing page. And at this time, Chair, we do not have any callers in the queue, and we will let you guys know when the instructions are complete.
All right, thank you. And I also want to just check and see we're supposed to go to closed session next. Is Fred Butcher here yet? He joined
Chair,
us?
we invited Fred to the closed session as well.
Okay. Thank you.
The instructions are complete on the stream, Chair, and we do not have any callers at this time.
Okay. All right. All right, then. I just want to thank everyone for keeping it succinct. Oh, no, I see a caller just popped in.
Yes, for those that have just called in, please press star 9 to raise your hand indicating you wish to give comment. And we do have that raised hand. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute yourself. And go ahead, the floor is yours.
Yes, this is Renee Westa-Lusk. I have questions regarding when and how will the hard copy letters, the emails, and the COI tool data be posted on the website? And how will members that have participated or people researching be able to access this data on the website? Will it be organized by region if they want to look at COI tool information or emails sent from a certain region or letters from a certain region? And then my other question has to do with what is holding up the video restoration of the 2011 CRC public hearings? There were some public hearings I wanted to look at, and I cannot get to them. And there's only like 3 or 4 that have been restored on that website, the 2010 Commission website. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Westa-Lusk. I do believe we share the same question that you have around the communities of interest inputs that we've received on the COI mapping tool, as well as other methods in which we've received input. My understanding is that once the Airtable, which is going to be the method in which all of the data can be easily organized, And I'll ask Director Hernandez to speak about the organization of it, but we're anticipating that that should be ready fairly soon. That's what we've been told. But as with anything technology related, I think we are trying to err on the side of not making any promises about a specific date. But we've been told it is coming soon, very soon. We hope sooner rather than later. So Director Hernandez, perhaps you could also speak about how it'll be organized and addressing Ms. West's other questions about organization.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So one of the things that we have done, Freddie, our communication director, has changed our website a little bit to really show the different input that we're receiving. Right now we have two tabs, a public input and a public comment tab. We've separated it out so it's a little bit easier to find the information. So the public input tab now contains the information of letters and emails that have been received by the commission, and we'll continue to post those there. That information will ultimately be entered into the database. We're still working out how we're going to do that, and we'll be working with our line drawers to come up with the plan to extrapolate the information that's included in these letters and make sure that we are creating, drawing from those letters the information that's needed for the line drawers. So that is part one that we're working on. There's also going to be another part that we will work on, and we have yet to decide how that's going to be done, but taking information from the Airtable that has been entered through the COI tool to display it on our website as well, whether it's on the public input page or elsewhere. We have not decided on how or where it will be displayed, but that is the plan as well. That we'll be working with the data management team. Will be working on that part of it as well. Hopefully that answers your questions for now. Obviously, we don't have the data, and we are working on that.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Commissioner Sinai was first.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Sinai?
No worries. This was actually I'm glad the question came up from the public because it was a question I wanted to follow up with. When you're saying it will be on the website, is that the kind of the map that we've been looking for, where it will, so that people can easily find it versus having to scroll through a bunch of comments, but it be focused, we've had a vision from the beginning of what that might look like.
If I may respond, Chair.
Yes.
So at this point, I don't know. I can't give you a definitive answer on how that information will be displayed. I think we will take that information or that thought to have it sorted by with a map or somehow, so that people can easily find that information. And then I think there was also a comment earlier about making it regional, maybe by county. We don't know yet. Once we get the data, we'll be able to work out those details on how to best display the information to share with not just you, the commission, but also with the public.
Thank you. Commissioner Kennedy?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to get from Ms. Lusk the dates of the 2011 hearings that she's trying to access and having difficulties with, so that we could look into prioritizing those. Thank you.
She's being
Chair, you'd like to unmute her? Okay, one moment.
Yeah, let's go ahead and let's have her audio on.
There you go.
Yeah, the dates I'm interested in, there's actually three, but I don't know the third date, but I know it was later on. But the first date I'm interested in is April 14th. And the other one is May 1st. And then there was a later date. And all I know it was about Riverside County and Coachella Valley. But that was the third, and I don't know what date it is on the Riverside County and Coachella Valley.
That was like May Yeah, that was like May 11th. I was at that hearing in Palm Springs.
Okay, but
Thank you.
yeah, April 14th, May 1st. Okay. Thank you.
All right. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy, for addressing that question. And I believe then you will be working with Director Seha or staff to figure out what to and where those are and how to get them up as quickly as possible. All right. Commissioner Anderson.
Regarding, how things are going to be viewed, it has always been the intent to have a sort of a map available for the public, for the commission, that has a general where the COIs are, where they're coming from. That is still going on. It's just the methods of how that's being put forward are also being worked out through the air table. It's the whole bottleneck's that air table. But as soon as that comes on, there will indeed be a map view as well. So I just wanted to bring that forward.
Commissioner Anderson, is that similar to the heat map that you had mentioned previously?
Well, I'm trying to avoid the term heat map. It's a pin map because we're using heat map when we're talking about the Voting Rights Act and the racially polarized voting. Because that's
okay,
so the pin map is the COIs on a map. The COI information is a pin map.
Okay, thank you very much. That's helpful to know. I do see that we have another caller.
We do, Chair. Caller with the last 45882. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, thank you, commissioners, all of you. I've been following on and off through the last year plus with you. And I did see, my question is about the Airtable and the COI tools. I did see the marvelous Airtable presentation now maybe, 8 weeks ago. And so I guess I would like more information on what the holdup is. Is it cybersecurity? Is it what? Because I think from that presentation, the public and I were led to believe that we would be able to download the data securely and look at it ourselves, not just in a necessarily sort of prepackaged heat map or pins. So what is the way that the public will be able to gain access to this, not just in, and not to make it sound horrible, but sort of pre-formulated ways, like so they can look at their own views and make assessments and then give comment on that. I think that will be very important. And so I see that maybe it's staff, Marcy has access to this on the COI tool updates, but some sort of sense of why can't, what's the timeline for the COI tool? Someone has access to it. I hope you guys all have access to it. And I think the public should get that very, very quickly. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your question. And I see that Commissioner Akman, who is on the Data Management Committee, has stepped in to help provide an answer. So thank you, Commissioner Akman.
Thank you, Chair Kutagawa. And I just wanted to clarify, one, no commissioners have access to any of that raw data as of yet. So we are all anticipating that data as much as everyone else. In terms of the holdup and Marcy's access to the numbers of the COI tool submissions, she only gets the numbers. She doesn't get access to the actual comments. That is something that is being transmitted from the statewide database to the commission. And as you heard in Alvaro's report out earlier, we have an agreement in place that's being reviewed by council between the statewide database and the commission so that the statewide database can actually transmit that data over to us. And then in terms of the way the data will be presented, it will be presented in its raw format. So we won't be aggregating up in any way and presenting it that way. So each person would be able to go in and look at each individual input, whether that be just narrative comments or submitted with a map, I totally understand the drawbacks of aggregating up data and presenting it that way, but in this particular situation with the commission, all of our data is public, so the submissions won't need to be aggregated up for any privacy reasons. So I hope that helps provide some clarity. I too am waiting to take a dive into Airtable and look at all of that data. But now that we have our data management team onboarded, they're working diligently to help streamline the process. So as that data continuously flows in, everyone, including the commissioners, have access to that information.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Ahmad, for that thorough answer. And I think that was very helpful for all of us, commissioners and the members of the public. And thank you to the caller who called in to ask that question. All right, I am not seeing any other additional hands. Perfect timing. We are going to then go to closed session as the full commission, and we expect that we should be able to return in about 30 minutes, Christian. And so we will be back at 11:30, and at which time then we will restart up with the agenda item number 5, which is lessons learned. And that will be a conversation led by Commissioners Ahmad and Kennedy. Okay. Looks like the commissioners, we just got in another public comment. All right. All right, let's just go ahead. Let's just take it. And then what we'll do is then we'll take a brief break before the commissioners go into closed session. But let's go ahead and let's take that public comment real quick.
Caller 2829. Go ahead, the floor is yours.
Yes, this is Renee West-Delusk again. I have a question for Commissioner Ahmad about, she was talking about the COI tool information only, because if everybody has to scroll through thousands of COI tool things, how will they find what was submitted from their area? Last time, I remember the commission divided it up according to the cities that they put all the data. You could find it from wherever the hearings were. As I remember, I didn't have to scroll through hundreds or thousands of inputs from all over the state. You could just zone in on your own area to find what was said about the cities you were closest to you, what was given, and then the emails were also put in, because there were a lot of people that sent in emails that didn't go to the hearings, and you could easily find it by the location of where they were from. Thank you.
Commissioner Turner?
Yes, I'd like to thank you for the comment and just say that you'll be really pleased, I believe, with the tool. There is search functionality there so that you won't have to scroll through all of the comments. And I think you'll be able to find what area you're looking for and do some searching that particular way. That'll really narrow it down and allow you to see what you're looking for.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner, for responding. All right, let's do this. We will go to closed session, and we will be it will be a closed session under the pending litigation exception. For the commissioners, let's just take can we just keep it quick and maybe take it like 5 minutes before we all log on? Is that okay? Bio break there, and we will see you in the closed session room at 11. Let's make it 11:10. I'll give you 6 minutes. All right. And for the public, we'll be back at 30 minutes from this time, 11:40. All right. Thank you. And thank you for everyone, your patience, and welcome back. To the members of the public, thank you for sticking in there with us. Just want to briefly just report out, we did have a closed session to discuss pending litigation issues. And we did receive a report out from our counsel from Stromwasser and Witcher, and specifically regarding the deadline of our maps. And so just want to share that brief piece, and we'll go ahead and we'll continue on with our agenda. We had planned for this next session, we would move on to agenda item number 5, which is the Lessons Learned Committee, Commissioners Ahmad and Kennedy. And I do want to point out that there is a handout that they have that was included on the website. And I am going to turn this over to the 2 commissioners. Commissioner Kennedy, are you going to start this off, or Commissioner Ahmad?
Commissioner Ahmad is
yes,
going to start.
I'm actually going to start this conversation off. So as Chair Akutagawa mentioned, we do have a handout posted on the website under our agenda item number 5, and that we had discussed previously about an interim check-in of lessons learned. So we would just wanted to take this time to do a brief check-in, and we have posted some guiding questions for our conversation. And the idea for today is not to, come up with a comprehensive list of, potential improvements and solutions, but rather to just reflect on the past year and really focus in on how we would like to see things in the future. So with that, I just wanted to highlight the 7 questions that we have listed out, and Commissioner Kennedy and I will be jumping back and forth to go over all of those 7 questions and taking diligent notes so that we have something to build off of during our final review. And so we're hoping to take some time today to do that. But before I have Commissioner Kennedy start off with the first question, I just wanted to make sure that I haven't missed anything in the introduction. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Commissioner Ahmad. Yeah, this is intended, as we said in our earlier submission, to be both practical, but also an exercise to help people just have in mind kind of the sort of things that we're going to be discussing next year during what we anticipate will be a much more extensive, in-depth lessons learned exercise. But we thought that if we kicked off this process now, a year after the commission was formed, that people would have a better idea in mind of what to be looking for as we go forward, and the kinds of discussions that we hope to have next year. So thank you, Commissioner Ahmad, for the intro. And so in the interest of time, I'll go ahead and put out the first question, which is, what do you wish you had known about the redistricting process a year ago? Commissioner Sinai.
I've mentioned this before, and I've mentioned it with the community groups as well as others, but it's really the time commitment. I don't think any of us really knew what the time commitment was, and everyone kind of said it only is a lot during the drawing of the map. And the response I usually get is, well, we don't want to put out there how much time you all spend, because then we won't recruit people like you all. So, but I do think that there are ways that we can be more, just share with people what the time commitment is, and not knowing that there's staff. So, you serve a role as, a lot of those pieces that just take up a lot of your time. I don't think I clearly understood.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Turner.
Thank you. And to stay right there with the time, adding into that specifically the amount of reading that is required outside of meetings, the pre and post reading. I think so when you say time, you're thinking about maybe on subcommittees or actually screen time for the commission, but there is an inordinate amount of things to read, which takes up an immense amount of time as well. So I wanted to add that in.
Thank you. Commissioner Vasquez.
I think clearly communicating the stipend as well, that there may be particularly younger professionals who may be more interested or feel like they're more capable of being able to take on such a huge lift if they felt like they could either reduce their hours or leave their full-time professional gig to do this. So being upfront and clear about the stipend.
Very good. Commissioner Sadwani.
I think one of the things, this is building off Commissioner Sinai and other points that have been made about the time commitment. And I think one of the pieces of the time commitment, I didn't realize the amount of time it would require, but I think built into that is, as a commission, we have to develop an entire state agency, which is extraordinarily time intensive. And I don't think that we're necessarily, I think we're all very competent people, but we don't know each other. We're kind of thrown in to make all these hires, build up this entire, bureaucratic agency. And it's kind of a catch-22, right? Because we want to be independent as a commission, and yet the challenges and time commitment of building that bureaucracy are really difficult. And how we are guided from the beginning matters so much, right? Like the kind of guidance that we received and or did not receive from the state auditor's office, perhaps some of the lack of guidance, was really kind of shocking to me. I don't know what I expected necessarily, but I think I was ill prepared. I thought a lot about like, okay, let's draw some maps. But the building out of the full infrastructure of our staff was something that I wasn't aware that we really needed to do. And I think that's a part of that time commitment as well.
Right. Thank you. Commissioner Fernandez and then Commissioner Vasquez.
I agree with everything everyone says, so I'm not going to repeat it. I'm just going to add. How's that? I think one of my frustrations early on were the limitations of Bagley King and how limited we could actually get done outside of a meeting. That was very frustrating, almost like we're not being trusted to do anything. I get that to a certain extent. And then the other limitation, it's interesting that the language says that we're exempt from hiring, all of the hiring restrictions and all of that, which is great. So we can move through that process quicker, but they don't give us the same ability when it comes to procurement and contracts. And especially because we are having to build a state agency from scratch and we have limited, we have a deadline. That's been frustrating as well in terms of not removing that requirement of having to still go through the state process of procurement and contracting. So that's been frustrating.
Great. Commissioner Vasquez.
Yeah, in terms of staffing up, agree, it was a huge lift. I personally think if we frame it for future commissions as a really essential commission building exercise to develop those job descriptions. I know the community was one of their first recommendations to us that we did not take them up on. And so I think however, I think if we in the future frame that development of our staffing and what it looks like from the beginning as like an exercise in team building for the commission, I learned a lot about what folks expected out of this process, where their priorities were for our mission. I think we would leave the next iteration better served so that they see the staffing as an essential first step and invest that time into doing that from the start.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, I think I agree a lot with what Commissioner Vasquez said. I think, and in some ways, this is kind of a combination of all that's been said. I think it would be helpful, I think, in terms of guidance, having a clear understanding that staffing up is probably one of the more important things to get done versus some of the other kinds of things that we thought we needed to do at the beginning. I think having that help and having people to help move things along is helpful. I also agree with what Commissioner Fernandez said. The bureaucracy, I don't think we fully understood how, I mean, we knew that there was a bureaucracy, but to be honest, I think until we really got into the weeds of it, when it came to all the contracting, we didn't, I feel like I didn't really understand it until, you know, we were really in the thick of it. And as quickly as we'd wanted to move, we're just left to say, okay, it's going to take this long. And so knowing, and I think it's important that we help the next commissions understand that the bureaucracies do take a long time. And even if it seems a little early to start certain conversations, you almost have to, because by the time they're ready, that's hopefully when they'll be able to do some of the things, because it takes the contracting and the procurement that long. If, as Commissioner Fernandez had suggested, that we're not going to be exempted from the procurement rules or regulations. Look at the air table as an example.
Right, thanks. Commissioner Fornaciari and then Commissioner Fernandez.
Yeah, so I agree with a lot of what's been said so far. My frustration with Bagley Keene in the beginning was that our direction was don't talk to each other, basically. Do not talk to each other. I think they took the easy way out instead of really helping us understand the nuances of Bagley Keene and what we could do legally. And I think that would have been really helpful to have a better, clear understanding of how we can interact as commissioners without violating Bagley Keene. And I think with regard to staffing, that's really tough because you don't know what you don't know until you're down the road a little ways, when you really realize what kind of the design of the staff that you really need is. And so I think that we need to really capture our learnings on that and provide that forward to the next commission and to help guide them in what the structure might look like.
Great. Anyone else on this question? Commissioner Fernandez. Sorry, yes, I had you down, but just
That's okay.
Look at my list.
And
I think something that a huge lessons learned was the whole outreach piece that we had to do versus the 2010 commission. That adds to the time commitment. And I enjoyed doing the presentations, but it does add, if we're responsible for doing all of the outreach for the entire state, it's just a lot for either people that are not used to doing it, or even if you're used to doing it, it's still quite a bit to put on 14 strangers who get together, and now we're trying to figure it out. So that was a little bit frustrating. And of course, that goes along with the grants and the inability for us to issue grants to obtain help, which led to down the line, we realized we needed more outreach staff because we just couldn't issue out the grant funding. And so it was just kind of like this domino effect of if somebody else could do that piece of it. And, I've talked to a few people. I wish that, whoever did it for census would just stay on with us to do that outreach portion, because why recreate the wheel, right? They've already done it. And then we can be the face that goes out there and does the presentation. So that was kind of I didn't realize we had to do that piece of it. So thank you.
Great. Commissioner Lamons and then Commissioner Sadwani.
Yes, I wanted to echo much of what's already been said, but I don't know if it's possible. It seems like there should have been a distinction between the implementation of Bagley-Keene. It makes sense to me as it relates to the public testimony and the maps and all of that. But I wonder if it's really necessary for the infrastructure portion where you're building the teams and hiring and all of that. Even when I think about the amount of input that really was received from the public on that particular portion, it didn't seem particularly significant. Nor was there really a real mechanism for them to be involved in that process. A lot of that was done even in closed session with key hires. So I don't know if that would have helped to be able to have a little bit more latitude. What I mean by Bagley-Keene is I think that our ability to schedule what we could say to each other, like all of that was really, really cumbersome in trying to even put a staff together in the first place. So that's just a thought. I don't know. There may be no way around that. The other thing, I think the outreach piece, hopefully we can leave 2030 in a better position. I don't know that we really solved the outreach hurdle, if you will, but clearly it was something that we inherited as a new piece based upon the resources made available, et cetera. But basically resources were made available, but no guidance, no real thoughts about why that was so important and how it might look, that we could have maybe had a different kind of a blueprint to start. I mean, I think we were very creative and innovative in our thought around how to get there. And as you all know, we, stumbled around navigating the bureaucracy and everything else and I don't know that we came up with something that we could just plug and play and pass along. So I think really understanding how important that piece is and coming up with a mechanism that's really going to have it be impactful and intentional. I think Commissioner Vasquez's recommendation about maybe extending census, when we started out early on, we were talking about the comparison in resources, even in the millions and millions of dollars that was made available through the census process with regard to outreach. And we had pennies in comparison. And so what was really the vision? And is it our responsibility to set the vision for 2030? Like, how does that vision for outreach really get set? So those are some of the things that are just coming to mind as we're having this discussion. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thanks. Commissioner Sadwani.
Yeah, I completely agree with everything Commissioner Lamons just said. And also thinking about Commissioner Fornashari's comment around Bagley-Keene, I agree. There were just so many pieces that we didn't know that were legal in nature. And I think Marion did a great job assisting us early on, but she's one person. And I think what I've come to learn throughout this last year is like everything we do is, how we speak to one another, all of this, right? We're bound by two very important laws, right? And I think having additional support to better understand that early on would be really helpful. And I do also wonder, just as a suggestion, and again, it kind of goes back to this piece of like, we need to be independent. So probably we want to be independent from the Census Bureau or the Census Outreach. Probably we want to be independent from the State Auditor's Office. We would certainly want to be independent from the Attorney General's office. And yet at the same time, the Attorney General's office is a place that can potentially provide us a whole lot of legal resources for navigating contracting, hiring, understanding Bagley-Keene, right? And so to what extent might it have been helpful for the commission to have received at least a contact person within the Attorney General's office that can provide additional legal support for us as we need it on any range of potential issues? I don't know the answer to that, if they are the right entity or not, but it seems like you need access to greater amounts of guidance, at least when you get started.
Great. Marcy?
The state census office did have a procurement exemption, and I can send that language to Commissioner Kennedy if that's helpful for recommendations for 2030.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you. Okay, let's move on to number 2. What additional training, and we've touched on this to some extent, but what additional training, if any, do you wish you had had before the mapping phase begins? Commissioner Anderson.
Everything that we just talked about, we needed a training session on. We had a training session on how to line draw. We had a training session on the VRA. We had a training session on Bagley-Keene. We had a couple of different Bagley-Keene ones. We need one on management and specifically, what are the state procedures? Because many of us are not state employees. Actually, thank God, for Commissioner Fernandez, who understood a lot of the different, even just what positions were. We didn't get that. There's a lot of things we have assumptions, but we don't realize that the same words have different meanings in the state bureaucracy. So in that, under the management, I would say on what's the business side, contracting, staffing, state procedures, and including that, then we can add the connections to the Census Bureau in that. But from our perspective, giving to the next commission, I would say like maybe a tree of how we decided to staff things would be a very good idea. And how we actually kind of, essentially what was our hierarchy. And in this training session, though, getting back to the training on the management, a time frame of this all would really, really be helpful. A view of the time frame. Now, I understand even if we got this training early, COVID blew that right out of the water. So that was a very hard thing. And there will be things that come up, but management business training should be a big one. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Anyone else on question 2? Commissioner Turner.
Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. I'm in total agreement with what Commissioner Anderson just shared, so I'll try not to repeat a lot of it. But in addition to the trainings, and yes, most grateful to Commissioner Fernandez, but we are encouraging all Californians to participate in this process. And so therefore, it is not expected that we will have someone that has the background and information that she does. So I think the training, not only does the training need to take place in all of those, the procurement, again, each piece part that she named, I think it's important that when we receive training with an expected audience that does not have that background. And I think that's the truth, not just of the state processes, of every training that we've received, of the line drawing, of the VRA, of everything else. I think there is a mistake that could be considered, or at least a learning, that when we have those that are expert in the part that they're asking for training in, they have the preliminary discussions about what's needed, and they already have a sense of expertise. So by the time the training comes on, they're training from the level of the individual they spoke with, which leaves a lot of us out of the loop and trying to catch up to what's going on. The other part is, since there's not another space for training, I think our trainings have not truly been trainings. They've been reading of material. I'm looking also in the lesson learned for our trainings to include more of practice, role play, situational learning for varied learning styles, as opposed to assuming if you read what's already on the paper that there will be an understanding of what's being taught. So I'd like for there to be varied types of trainings on the subject that would appeal to different learning styles. And I want to make sure that the trainings that we're getting is trained at a level of expectation that the audience perhaps don't have the same background.
Great, thank you. Okay, Commissioner Akutagawa, then Commissioner Fernandez, and Commissioner Yee.
Yeah, I appreciate what Commissioner Turner just said. I was just thinking about this question. I felt like, when or at least when I first came on, I mean, we were basically just bombarded with all this information. And to her point, it was a presentation of information read off of PowerPoint charts. And not that the information wasn't important, but it was a lot in a very, very short period of time. And I think what would be helpful would be one of two things. One is you do it, but I do believe that it would serve us all well to have and actually serve any commissioner for the future. It would serve anyone well to perhaps do a refresh of some of those trainings, because after a period of time after we've had several meetings and we've had more of an immersion in the work, some of it made sense, but it would have been helpful to have a refresher just to make sure that we're all, continuing to be on the same page. And I would echo actually what Commissioner Turner said about, keeping in mind that people learn and take in information in different ways, and being mindful of those different ways in which information gets processed, and the ways in which people learn, so that we can, ensure that everybody is always working from at least as close to the same place as possible.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, I just wanted to piggyback on actually Commissioner Akutagawa just said. For me, well, first of all, I didn't even realize we had a meeting, if you all remember, because all of my mail kept going in the junk. So it was 7 days of just too much. And so if the training would have been fine, but it was just too much training. And again, if they prioritize, if it's the staffing, let's just do training on staffing and what that looks like. Instead of trying to do all front load everything. And then hopefully you remember what we talked about VRA, 8 months later. But fortunately, Commissioner Sadhwani did bring that training back. So I appreciate that. But it was just too much. And again, and I completely understand how frustrating and overwhelming it can be if you're not familiar with the state bureaucracy. I mean, I've lived it for 30 years and it's still frustrating to me. So I can only imagine, but you've all done wonderfully. So thank you so much. But again, we need to, there are simpler ways to provide that training so that everyone understands, instead of just copying from what the language says, right? It's more of a practical type of approach.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Yee, and then I have Commissioner Taylor, and I'm also seeing Commissioner Lalonde's hand. And Commissioner Sanaya.
Thanks to everyone for all these good comments. I basically agree with everything. One thing I think I could have used a little bit more at the beginning is just team building experiences or exercises, especially since we ended up on Zoom 100% at the beginning. And maybe an earlier discussion, and this was on us. I mean, we could have, of course, chosen to do such things early on. Something specifically on landing on a decision-making process. We got sent the Roberts Rules handy guides, and I think we adopted them at some point, but we never, even just group process. I know there's like colored flashcard approaches and different things that we might have considered that could have expedited our decision-making and discussions at quite a few points. But it's just that tension, because on one hand, the auditor's office is, required to help us get started. And, we're doing something that's been done before, and it's got a clear statutory, structure, deadlines and steps. And yet we are, inventing everything from scratch, and it's really on us. And I think, it was clear from the 2010 reports and stuff what it all took, but I think I could have pushed myself or been pushed to really embrace more early on just how much initiative we had to take, and not just wait for state auditor staff to put the next thing in front of us, and thankfully, they were there to at least help us in the ways that they did. But in the end, it was on us to initiate and to decide what we really needed.
Great, thanks. Commissioner Taylor.
Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. As it relates to training specifically, and maybe a few other topics in general, I think Commissioner Lamont might have touched on it a little bit. All of this is done in the public eye. And as it relates to Bagley King, we have to be mindful of these conversations amongst us, and that they don't violate that issue. However, some of these trainings that can increase team building, that perhaps can change some of our biases, it's tough to do in the public. So I think we have to see if we can explore avenues to where some of this training can be done outside of the public purview, and that so we can be afforded some sense of security to fail and learn, and then grow from those issues. I mean, I wouldn't want to take a geometry class today in front of 40 million Californians. So I think it's tough. It's tough to ask for us to be vulnerable and then to grow to be effective if every single one of our flaws is exposed. So I think in light of Bagley King, is there an avenue to have some training done outside of the public purview? I think that's an issue to explore.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Lamont.
I would agree with Commissioner Taylor's points, definitely. It kind of, I think, bolsters my earlier point about the infrastructure building, the commission development versus the work. Those are different things. And I certainly understand the need for the work to be done in public as it relates to transparency, et cetera. But my point was, as it relates to the training, for me, I felt like what would be helpful if the training is contextualized. It was a lot of information to some of the previous commissioners. I think Commissioner Turner said there was a series of presentations, so a lot of information sharing. But I don't feel like the dots were connected often in how this affects the work we're going to do specifically, like how we should take it in and how we should use it as commissioners, not just in the map drawing, but through the whole process. So I think we were left to kind of figure that part out. It's like, okay, here's the content. And as you go through your process, it'll make more sense when you get there, like whatever the there is, right? And some of those places we haven't even gotten there yet. And we've been together for 13 months, some of us, so, well, a year, at least all of us. So I think that part, if it was just a more, I guess contextualization is the best word I can come up with in terms of how the training or information can be more meaningful. And I think using some of the processes that previous commissioners have already suggested, other than just the PowerPoint presentation model. And then finally, I'll just say, we did this in an unprecedented time, and we've been doing it in the middle of a pandemic since day one. So that has had a profound impact on everything, training, being vulnerable, like getting together, like all of that, right? So it'll be interesting for the Lessons Learned Committee to figure out how to frame this pandemic that was the backdrop for this process and not have it tainted, like be able to pull out the feedback that there may be no pandemic in 2030, so that the feedback is there both within the lens of the pandemic and out, if that makes sense. So, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. It does make sense, and that's part of the purpose of question number 4, which we'll get to shortly. Commissioner Sinai, and then Commissioner Anderson.
Actually, Commissioner Yee and Commissioner Taylor both brought up the 2 points. We had talked about doing team building and discussing how we wanted to work together and stuff, and some commissioners were on board, and others said we don't need to do that. But I would really strongly encourage that is part of those first meetings, is spend more time getting to know each other before throwing information at us. Just that piece was really critical. And what Commissioner Taylor said, we did look into bringing bias training to all of us, but it has to be done in open and session, and so we couldn't bring it forward. So we do need to figure out, how do we make ourselves the best commissioners? How do we build not just our knowledge base, but our expertise and our skills to be the best commissioners for all 40 million Californians?
Very good. Commissioner Anderson, and then Commissioner Lamont, I don't know whether your hand is still up or if it's up again. So I have you on the list after Commissioner Anderson.
I completely agree with the team building would have been nice, particularly for the first 8. We were just thrown in. Okay, you're picking the next 6 now. Go. And we're all behind masks. Couldn't meet anybody. I mean, that you're talking about hard. That was really hard, and I'm hoping that was that was pandemic driven. That was very unusual. But the one point I wanted to add in here is in the training, the 2010 reports. We didn't actually get or know about, except for those who happen to look. The 2010 reports were never presented to the whole commission until we were already 4 months in or something. When it was like, oh, by the way, there's this report. Like, that would have been nice to know. So that the 2020 reports and actually even the 2010 should be available as far as training materials. Now, whether it could be maybe a quick overview of them and then you can read it later. Sorry, it's more information, but because a lot of it you don't necessarily need to know, but to have it available and be able to refer to is a good idea. Also, in all of the training, as Commissioner Fernandez said, a reference for that. So you could kind of go, oh, this is coming up next, and an easy way to reference, like, where was that PowerPoint? Where we did get good training on what day was that. So it would be an easily accessible for any commissioners coming on board.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Lamont, did you have your hand up again? Commissioner Lamont? Maybe not. Commissioner Vasquez?
Before I forget it, I know we had looked into it, but continue to think that something to help us organize our materials would be relevant to training and other things. So looking into like an online board doc management system at the front end, so that we can continue to have archives of our materials and we can access them, and the public can access them readily. And then I had another point and I should have written it down. Maybe I'll come back to it.
Okay. Scanning, no hands. Okay. Commissioner Ahmad, over to you for questions 3 and 4.
Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy, and thank you everyone for your participation so far. So the next 2 questions will be focusing on looking forward. And these are very aspirational questions and really trying to dig deeper into visioning for the future. I am on my phone, so I'm going to swipe through and make sure I catch everyone whose hand is up, but please do interrupt if I miss your hand. So question number 3 is, what would you want to say to anyone interested in being on the 2030 Commission or serving on the 2030 Commission?
Commissioner Anderson, and then Commissioner Yee and Commissioner Vasquez.
To give people more time to give people more time to talk, I'll say, go for it. That's what I would tell the people. Anyone who's considering it, go for it. It's a great thing to do. We need more people to apply, more people to get involved. No matter what your walk of life, you have something to contribute.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Yee.
I was going to say the same thing. Go for it and encourage people to apply. Also, as was mentioned before, make sure you have the time, lots of time available. Also, just to know the per diems don't necessarily start coming in the first week, first month, first several months, to make sure you're financially able to tie that over if it comes to that.
Commissioner Vasquez.
Yeah, I would say consider it your full-time job if you can. And I think, again, there's some stuff there around financial privilege and career privilege that folks need to consider, and that maybe also for visioning, we can think through how we might mitigate some of that.
Great, thank you. Any other thoughts that we would like to share with the 2030? Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, I mean, definitely go for it, but I would also like to just encourage them to be open, because, you know, oftentimes we're stuck in our own little world, our own vision, our own focus, and we think we know it, but there are 13 other wonderful commissioners that have 13 other opinions. So just go in open-minded to receive new information and give input. So if you're going to do it, go in full, right? Go in full, and then realize that you're going to get so much back.
Great, thank you. Flipping through, just
Commissioner Sinai.
I think this builds on some of the stuff before, but I don't think that the report, I mean, I do believe that we all should have had access to the reports on the 2010 Commission. I did Google searches and I had it during my whole application process. And so that there should be a library of all of that, so that when people are going through the process, they know they can look up things and have a good feel. And I think what's important is that one person doesn't have to have all the skill sets. So when you're answering the 5 questions and you're sitting there going, wow, analytics isn't really my thing, that's okay, because something else may be your thing. And so not to be intimidated about applying if you don't have everything that's there at that, you know, you don't feel like you're 100% on all 5 categories. That, yeah, but there, and I also feel that I know that what was helpful for me was I did get to hear presentations where the 2010 commissioners spoke and shared their experience. And I would hope that there would be more opportunities to really speak with the public, for us to speak with potential commissioners in 2030, and use, I think, the 2020 commissioners throughout the process. To me, I feel not having commissioners on the selection process was a missed opportunity. And so just how can we how can we support the process and help people understand that. I love it when people say, oh, wow, you guys are really just regular people. And I think that would be great.
Yes, Commissioner Yee.
Another thought, I think it would be important to let the 2030 folks to really impress on them just how unusual this cycle was. I mean, really unusual, you know, with the timeline stretched out to double or more, the pandemic, the Zooming. And so, you know, to look at our experience, of course, and try to learn from our experience, but to really take it with a grain of salt, because who knows what the world is going to look like then. And hopefully it will not they will not encounter some of the obstacles we did. They'll have their own obstacles for sure, but just to really not take us as a pattern in some of the ways that will not apply to them.
Great, thank you. Any other hands on this question? We do have several more questions to get through, and we also have an open-ended question. So if there's thoughts you all have that don't fit nicely into any of these questions, there is an opportunity to make sure that you have a chance to share those thoughts. All right. And just a heads up, I did hear from Chair Akutagawa that we would like to take a lunch break at some point. So let's see how many more questions we can get through before the estimated 1 to 1:15-ish timeframe that I have to get us to lunch that myself and Commissioner Kennedy have. So moving right along, question number 4 is, how is the 2030 redistricting process likely to differ from the 2020 process? And this question really is very aspirational, and it's asking us to kind of predict the future, but it really does highlight, to Commissioner Yee's last point, some of the things that we want to make sure was very specific to our experience that may or may not be relevant to the 2030 experience. So if folks have thoughts on that, now's your chance to start sharing.
Commissioner Anderson.
Seems like I'm jumping in right away. Clearly, I believe they will be back on the regular time frame. So the extensions, the time we've had to negotiate around and working with other, like the registrar of voters, these issues of how can we extend, hopefully those items, they don't have to deal with at all. So that's a huge difference. But then technology wise, I don't think we can imagine what'll happen in 10 years. I hope that there's still, it doesn't all Zoom, because I think in person as well as Zoom, the hybrid model would be really good. And that's something I believe we should definitely say, this was a huge advantage. Don't give it up. Don't, just because we're all basically Zoom, don't give up the idea of also doing some in person. The hybrid thing, I think, would be the most effective.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Fernandez.
I was actually going to say that it'll be hybrid, and it might be all Zoom, because in 10 years, I mean, there's so many people that are now used to Zoom and working from home that may be the future. So we'll have to be creative on how to get out there and get your public input.
Commissioner Fornashari.
Well, let's see. If we were not in the middle of a pandemic, our maps would be due in 5 days. And we're just partway through finishing up getting input. So that commission would have had to have done all the public outreach, done all the input, pre-census input, and then hit the ground running, drawing maps. And I mean, I think it's something for us all to think about, is how would we have been able to do that, and how successful would we have been, as we come back to this lessons learned and ideas for the 2030 commission moving forward.
Great, thank you. Any other thoughts?
Looks like Alvaro, Director Hernandez.
Yes, Alvaro.
Yes, thank you. I'm trying not to blend into my background here, so I raised my hand. The two things that I wanted to uplift that will be different in the next commission, and it's a resource that they may or may not have. How many of the folks that are currently on the commission will return for the 2030 commission? This particular commission had the advantage of having both Marion and Raul, who had participated in the previous commission, available to help with a lot of the setup and guidance to a certain extent in preparing for moving forward and doing hiring and so forth and getting the infrastructure together. I think that is going to be something that the next commission may or may not have. I mean, things can change, obviously, but those type of resources, I think, are invaluable, have been invaluable to this commission, and also having that frame of reference to what happened at the last commission. That was just my thing.
It's a great point. Any other thoughts for this question before we jump into the next section? All right, Commissioner Kennedy, back to you.
Okay, question 5. Do you have any recommendations for increasing our efficiency? As we've said, we are about to move into a period of very intense activity, and I think it is going to be easiest on us if we are as efficient as possible in this next phase. So looking for your recommendations on increasing our efficiency. Commissioner Sinai.
I think I hear what you're saying going into the next phase, but I always fear when people talk about efficiency that ends up shutting down process and conversations that may need to take place. And so I would always look to balance the two because especially with Zoom and everything else, that piece is really critical, that people feel that they do have an opportunity to be heard and can take the time that's needed for them to get their thoughts out.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Fornaciari.
So this might be a crazy thought, but I'm wondering if there might be an opportunity for us to set the next commission up in a better place. And it goes back to Director Hernandez's comment, likely we're not going to have Marion and Raul, but can we put some staffing in place, at the end of our term, some basic infrastructure staffing in place for the future commission when they come in, that they'll have like somebody to do their time cards and pay them and somebody to keep the, at least initially, have the commission running in a way that is effective instead of it essentially taking, 2 or 3 months, to get the commission up and running. I don't know if we can do that or not, but I think we ought to at least think about, what we can leave behind for them to at least get some of the infrastructure in place.
Very good. Marion.
That would take some coordination with the auditor's office, because I was working for the 2010 commission. I was not even allowed to address you all until there was the full commission. All 14 of you were in place. I was kept on the outside. Because Raul had not continued working for the 2010 commission, he was able to participate in the formation of your commission. So that would need a change in attitude from the state auditor about what would be permitted. And just an added thought about that, I have no idea if any of you would be interested in serving again, but the auditor took the position that the 2010 commissioners were ineligible to serve on the 2020 commission. We polled the 2010 commissioners to see if anyone was interested. They said no, so we didn't pursue that interpretation by the state auditor. But at the moment, the state auditor's position is that they are totally in control of getting you all set up with no input from the 2010 commissions, with no input from your commission to the 2030 commission.
Thank you, Marion. Commissioner Taylor.
I couldn't agree with Neil and those that think in that vein more. I almost believe it's our duty to set up the 2030 commission in a better position. And again, we think about some of the interpretations of the directives. Having someone as a payroll clerk, for lack of a better term, has nothing to do with line drawing and can set the next commission up in a much better position. It relieves some of the apprehensions and anxieties that is created just in that moment. I mean, God knows how much time is spent on that topic alone from staff and commissioners. So again, I think that's something that needs to be explored to leave them with a better framework and infrastructure from commission to commission. We all want to fight the whole thought that this is not a bureaucracy, but it is a small bureaucracy from period to period. And so dealing with that doesn't affect the independence or the decision-making of the body. So let's leave them in a better position than we were. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Anderson and then Commissioner Sadwani.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I'm thank you, Marion, for speaking up about that. The auditors did try to, for contracting purposes, they did try to put out, line drawing and also legal. And it was basically to get us kind of going. Hey, we put this out. Some people might apply. Then you can look at them when you get your chance, at your leisure. And that was just completely shot down by the public. So it is a very dicey thing in terms of what we can do and can't do. But it clearly, the state auditor basically said, okay, here you go. And they need to staff until we have replaced the staff, is how I would sort of put it. And in terms of getting some of the 2020 expertise on board would really be valuable, because Marianne and Raul brought so much knowledge with them. But we were sort of told, like, well, you really can't talk to the 2010, which I feel was a mistake, a huge mistake. Now, yes, you can't have private conversations, but we certainly could have had big public conversations, which I think really would have helped. So I would say we have to press, even if we need to do, some legislation or something like that, but work with the state auditors their role needs to be not sort of completely cut and dried at a certain point. It needs to extend over, or we need to have some other, as Commissioner Taylor said, some basic staffing in place.
Very good. Commissioner Sadwani and then Commissioner Vasquez.
Yeah, I was just going to add on to this piece, just kind of asterisk that it's temporary staffing, right? That ultimately the 2030 Commission would need to hire their own folks and have a decision-making process over who they want. But I certainly agree leaving them temporary staffing, or even, for example, one of the things we had talked about was, well, it would have been nice if there had just been a communications firm contracted to help promote the commission from the beginning, right? There was all this like negative press about us and we'd never even met. So is it possible for us, the 2020 Commission, to sign off on a contract using whatever funds we might have left that could cover the commission until they're kind of up and running, for 2030, and that they can, and at that point in time, they could then figure out who they want and all of those kind of things, so that they continue to have that ability to make those decisions for themselves. So just wanted to highlight the temporary nature that I think that any staffing that we would leave or suggest should take on.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Vasquez.
Yeah, I think in terms of efficiency, to the extent that the commission could be seated sooner, to give the commission more time at the front end when all of this activity needs to happen, would be super efficient in my mind, especially because once we're done with the maps, and particularly once we've wrapped litigation, we're sort of just chilling for several years. So I understand there also may be a need for legislation or amendments to our the Voters First Act. But I think we would be wise to think about having the full commission seated as soon as possible in order for them to begin this work and have more time.
Very good. Anyone else on question 5? Commissioner Fernandez.
I'm just kind of going back and forth on this. I think as a commission, if for our commission, if we could come together with like a list of things that we had to do, and then maybe try to prioritize it for the 2030 Commission, I think that would be really helpful for them in terms of trying to, because we're driving down, we're going from meeting to meeting, and then we realize, oh, we've got to come up with an incarcerated population decision. Oh, we've got to do language access. And if all of that had been done up front, it really in my opinion, would have made our lives easier in terms of our outreach or whatever we need to concentrate on at the time. And I also think that we need to make sure that the commissioner positions are established before you actually have commissioners, because you can establish positions without having people in there. Because think of how long it took just to establish our positions so we could get paid or travel could be processed, right? So I think some of that stuff can be done ahead of time. And then also if we go through the process of obtaining an exemption for contracting and procurement, that will make their lives so much easier. So I think if we can come up with a list of everything that needs to be done, including line drawing, and then maybe prioritize it, I think that would be very helpful. And that could also help them focus on what should be dealt with initially.
Great. Question 6. Do colleagues have any further recommendations for increasing our reach? Commissioner Sinai.
I feel like we hired the outreach team kind of late, and it would have been good to kind of not late, but it would have been helpful to have a more of a focus on the outreach staffing part earlier on in the process.
Yeah, and that has a lot to do with better defining in the government code the provision about California state auditors supporting the commission until it's fully functional. And you know, my sense has always been that, as Commissioner Sadwani was saying, you know, there's a need for a complete temporary staff to be in place from day one, that the new commission can then, you know, decide to keep or replace as time permits. But it is important to have all functions functioning from the very beginning. Anyone else? Commissioner Yee and then Commissioner Taylor.
I'm thinking to increase our outreach just in general, more fun stuff that gets out, fun videos, things that go viral, maybe even corny events somehow that we stage. You know, that's how the buzz develops, right? And all the informational stuff is all good. And, you know, this is serious work, but on the other hand, to get people's attention, just to increase the fun factor in our outreach.
Great. Commissioner Taylor.
No, I agree with Russell. Some of the easy stuff, you know, I'm looking forward to just driving down the street one day and just seeing a hijacked poster of a sign up for, you know, a COI meeting on some miscellaneous corner, or just walking in City Hall and perhaps seeing just a pinup poster. So just something easy. I know the staff works hard, and I'm waiting for my text message. I want a text message saying to do something with redistricting, just out of the blue. I get a text message from everybody else.
Great.
I see Angela again, Commissioner Vasquez.
Commissioner Vasquez. Commissioner Vasquez. Commissioner Vasquez, are you there? Oh, headphones not working. Okay. Skip you. Okay. Then basically we have 10 minutes before we really have to break for lunch. We've got question number 7. Do we have everything and everyone we need to complete the task at hand? Commissioner Sinai is laughing.
you don't know who's missing until you're there. I
Yeah.
mean, that's why I'm
Yeah.
laughing. Sorry.
Yeah. Commissioner Yee.
Exactly. I mean, we don't have the full COI functional data set, Airtable all ready to go. We haven't even started drawing our first visualization. So who knows? On the other hand, what we do have, and what I've counted on for all this time, is the example of 2010 that completed their maps under, extreme time pressure and with so many things that could have led to failure and with a lot of opposition, possibly more than we may face. I don't know. But they succeeded, and that inspires me to know when, and that is something essential that I hang on to.
Yeah, and I think the inspiration of that example is something that we all need to carry with us. Commissioner Sinai.
I think one of my frustrations, and maybe one of the ways to deal with it in 2030, is there seemed to be I always wonder why something didn't get done already. It feels like a lot of times things aren't addressed until we have to address it. And I don't think that is the best way to do a process like this. And so I think my biggest recommendation for 2030, and I might be going back in a question, but it's giving them if we can leave something that's kind of the timeline, but explaining why you need to do things so far in advance, and not to have that fear of, oh, but we need so-and-so's input, or, oh, we need that person's input, because that has left us in a lot of messes, and we're lucky we have extra time. But there's a lot of times that I'm like, wait, why haven't we done that already? Why are we still waiting for this approval or whatever? And so I think we really need to leave a message behind of how important it is to get things done sooner, not later. That the more you can do on the back end, the better on the front end, whatever is that way, the better.
Yeah. And frankly, the Gantt chart is intended both as a tool for us as well as an aid for the 2030 Commission to understand the full task list and the sequencing of everything. And so, my hope is that, once we get into next year's, very deep lessons learned exercise, that we can also build out some detail in the Gantt chart that may currently be missing, but in order to leave that as a better resource for 2030. Okay, Commissioner Lamont.
I think defining the scope is important. I agree that 2010, and for all intents and purposes, was successful, right? So whatever measure was used to come to that determination, right? That measure is not the same, I think, for us, and probably won't be the same for 2030. So we took a process that happened once, and there was some lessons learned from that needs to be built upon. I think our scope was a little bit different. It certainly was additional. There was a very, very strong commitment among this group of 14 to reach farther and deeper than was possible before, for whatever reasons. Time, I'm not even going to try to define, it just wasn't possible. So that changed the game. And I think there'll be some things that may change it again. And so there might be worth exploring in some of our subsequent discussions, what might be game changers between now and 2030, because we're only talking about sort of a hindsight 2020 perspective. It's what we're doing. But I think it would give us it would be valuable to 2030 to try to move not just from hindsight, but projection to the degree that we can, 9 years before. But I just wanted to put that out there as a perspective for us to bring to some subsequent discussions about these lessons learned.
Yeah,
And
I
scope
think
is
that
the
is,
theme.
yeah, I think that the concept that the measure of success isn't necessarily static. It really is something that we need to keep in mind. So thank you for that. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, I appreciate what Commissioner Lamont said, and I wonder if it would be worthwhile for all of us to think about this, since we're going to be in place for, the remaining 9 years, that perhaps closer to 2030, maybe, a year or two before that we do the hindsight look forward kind of conversation again. So there would be a lessons learned conversation next year while it's fresh, but, maybe a year or two before 2030, we come back together to have this conversation again as we think about what has changed. Because I think a lot is going to change in the next several years. And so given our experience, how do we also then impart some additional lessons learned with the context of knowing what 2028, 2029 is going to look like, what technologies are going to be available, what other tools and other things might be available. So that might also give some additional layers of perhaps information that will help the 2030 Commission, be even more successful in terms of their start and ability to really do the work in the time frame they'll have.
Right, and I would argue for 2028, because we know that legislative changes can't be made in years ending in 9, 0, or 1. So a lessons learned exercise in 2028, particularly early enough in the year, that would leave enough time for any last minute legislative changes before that embargo goes into place is a great idea. So thank you for that. We're at 12 minutes after. Commissioner Lamont, is your hand up? Or is that from last time?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I forgot to lower it.
That's all right. That's all right. So, this has been a bit of a lightning round. I think I've enjoyed it. I look forward to writing this up with Commissioner Ahmed. Thank you all for participating in this exercise. And hopefully this has given you a taste of what you can look forward to next year for our main production. So unless Commissioner Ahmed has anything else, I'll turn it back over to the chair.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy, and thank you, Commissioner Akman. That was really interesting, and glad that we had this chance to do this. And I appreciate your engaging us in this conversation. I am aware that we are standing between you and lunch. However, we do have one more thing we need to do, which is to take public comment on this particular agenda item. So, Katie, I am going to turn this over to you to read off the instructions.
The Commission will now take public comment on, is it just I'm sorry.
Agenda item number 5.
Thank you. Agenda item number 5. To give comment, please call 877-853-5247 and enter the meeting ID number 874-8744-0379. Once you have dialed in, please press star 9 to enter the comment queue. The full call-in instructions have been read previously in this session and are provided in full on the live stream landing page. And we do have a caller 5882. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing star 6. And the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, commissioners, for ultimately a very interesting session here. I did have to step away for my own lunch, so I might have missed a few things. I'm interested particularly in the relationship to 2010. As I was watching last year, there was, I would characterize some of the relationship you had to 2010 lessons learned and commissioners that would call in, for example, as one sometimes of defensiveness. And so I'm wondering what lessons you did feel you were able to take from 2010 and what allowed you to take those recommendations. And similarly, what were some things that prevented you from taking the recommendations? Because there were the handbooks. I think some of you have said that you didn't get them for quite some time. And that's not how I remember it, but that's fine. But for example, in the line drawing job description, right, there was a lot of back and forth between their recommendations for you and what you guys wanted to do. Anyway, so I was wondering if your reflection on how to format and think through your recommendations could be informed by your defensivenesses and acceptances of the recommendations you received.
Thank you, caller, for that question. And I will ask if anyone from the commission would like to address that question. I don't recall personally receiving the 2010 handbook until later, so I guess I can't speak to that. Commissioner Sinai, do you have a different perspective?
Well, I wasn't going to talk to that perspective because I don't know. I think it was left to us to find it. And at some point I shared all the different reports that were out there on 2010. But I think it's healthy to have that tension between, it'll be healthy to have that tension between we are 2030 and we're going to do it our way. And okay, what can we learn from 2020 and 2010? We've had that tension of we're different. We're the 2020 commission, and the 2030 commission will feel the same way. And the best we can do is be clear, not legalese. Sometimes I think that report that was written to legalese and it wasn't very clear. But be very clear on what we've learned in our recommendations, but know that tension's going to exist, and have faith in the process and those who are going to move forward.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. That was a wonderful response. All right, so with that, I will call this section to a close, and we are going to move on to our lunch break, and we will reconvene back here at 2:17 p.m., at which point we will start with, I believe, the line drawer, or if we're expecting one of our councils, David Becker, to be joining us at that time. If he is able to be on at that time, we will start with the RPV analyst recommendation. Otherwise, if he is not with us, we'll start with the line drawer discussion. All right, see you at 2:17. All right. All right, welcome back, everybody. I hope you all had either a nice break or a nice lunch, and we are moving right along on our agenda. We're going to be having next up on our agenda, we're gonna go a little out of order on our agenda. VRA compliance is agenda item number 7. We're gonna take that next, and I am going to turn this over to Commissioners Sadwani and Yee. And I believe we are joined by our line drawing team and also our counsel, legal counsel. Thank you.
Yes, indeed. So we are favored with our line drawing team with Karin and Jamie here, as well as from Storm Officer Witcher, David Becker. And we have 3 items, I believe. One is a candidate for our racially polarized voting analyst. The second is some thoughts on how the heat maps will be developed to focus down on actual geography for potential VRA districts. And the third is to discuss briefly the question of population deviation and how we're going to possibly move forward on our consideration of that. So I believe we can, Commissioner Sadwani, should we go ahead with the RPV proposal and just move ahead with that?
Yeah, Yeah, I think that's fine. However, Mr. Becker might want to proceed in which order. It makes perfect sense to me. I know we have Karen and Jamie present, so I don't know if you all have discussed
Sure.
what you want to do.
Yeah. Any order is fine.
Any order is fine.
Yeah, I think it might make sense to start with the presentation of our selection and request for approval of a racially polarized voting consultant, because then we're going to get into some of the examples of what this person might do immediately after. We put out a request for applications. We got several, all very good applications. And we are recommending that pursuant to the contract the commission has with Stromwasser and Witcher, that we being the law firm, hire Megan Gall of Blackwell Consulting. She has extensive experience doing racially polarized voting analysis, including looking at multiple racial groups living in various areas around the country, Georgia, elsewhere, California. She's worked with the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights Under Law. She's worked with the NAACP Legal Defense Fund and others as well. In general, we think she has the right experience and was the best fit for this particular consultation. I believe the link to the website and which includes her CV has been circulated amongst the commission, and I think I'll leave it at that. I believe the where we stood was that the commission has the right will vote thumbs up or thumbs down on our selection. What we're hoping is we'll be able to bring Megan on if she's approved very shortly. And that will enable us to do the kind of work that we're about to show you for the relevant areas of the state of California. So we'll use this time over the next month or so particularly well until the final census data is ready to use for equal population purposes.
Hey, but I'm wondering if you could say just a little bit more about how she stood out and why the firm decided to recommend her.
Yeah, she seemed to have a really strong understanding of the various different methodologies that can be used, their strengths and weaknesses, the degree to which they had been used in previous litigation. I think that's really important. She had a lot of experience in looking at multiple racial groups and how the methodologies can be used to look at multiple racial groups. And when I say multiple racial groups, areas that are not, it's a little bit of a simpler analysis when you're just looking at Black and white voters or white and Hispanic voters. But when you're looking at white, Hispanic, Black, and Asian voters that all may be living in close proximity, it may get a little trickier. And so there are different methodologies that can be used to assess that. And she had a particularly strong understanding of that. We also, I'll tell you, did some due diligence and talked to some of the folks that she had worked with before, including some of my former colleagues at the Justice Department who are now at places like the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights Under Law, and they all spoke very, very highly of her and her collaborative way of working with people. One other great strength of hers, and this is something that is I think can be particularly useful, is she has a way of explaining some of these things which can be wonky and kind of academic-y, for lack of a good word. No offense, Commissioner Sidwani. But she has a way of explaining these things to laymen, including lawyers, in ways that's really helpful. I'm not a statistician. I won't be running the analysis. Having people who can really explain what the numbers show, what the data shows in a way that's understandable and that you don't need a statistics degree for can be really helpful. And I think she was a very strong candidate from that perspective. So that's those are some other reasons we selected Megan. I think also that the fact that she's with her own consulting outfit means that we'll be very, very likely to get her under contract very soon, which means that we will get as much of a head start as possible to get this work started and done, so that we can have as much of it done, if not all of it done, by the time that we're starting. We get the final census data available to draw the lines pursuant to equal population. I see Commissioner Toledo has a question.
Just a quick question. I'm just curious in terms of whether the consultant that helped us back in, or that helped the commission back in 2010 was available, or if they submitted an application, if that firm submitted an application, and whether it was considered.
So one of the things I will tell, I don't feel comfortable talking about all of the different applicants. I don't know that that's appropriate to do so, because it was not because the applicants we had so much had weaknesses, but one application stood out. I will say that all of the applicants were considered fully, and all of the applicants were interviewed.
For members of the public, just to repeat the link to the Megan Gall's consulting firm, Blackwell Consulting, is in the handouts for today, as well as a link to her CV. Does she have any experience in California in the past? I know she's based in DC.
Yeah, she has some experience in California. She is familiar with the statewide database. She's done work around the elections and voting world in California. She has not done specifically, certainly statewide redistricting in California before, but the kind of analysis that we're looking for, she's done extensively, not just in California, but in other places around the country.
Looks like Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Yee, do you want to just manage the comments?
Sure.
Okay.
Commissioner Fernandez, yeah.
No, I'm just wondering at this point, are we looking for a motion, or is it just, they're just informing us of who the candidate is?
We're looking for a motion, yes.
Okay, so I move that we move forward with Megan Gall as our racial polarized voting consultant.
I'll second that. Further discussion.
Just a point of clarification on the motion. I just wanted to make sure that everyone's aware that this is, again, a Strumwasser-Wutcher hire, but pursuant to the contract, the commission provides approval for that particular hire as well.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Anthony, do you want me to reword it somehow then?
No, I think that's fine. It's just as long as everyone's understanding that this is technically a Strumwasser-Wutcher hire.
Right, and just to be clear, so pursuant to the contract, as Anthony said, Strumwasser-Wutcher makes the hire. We need approval from the commission, but after that, then we, assuming approval is given, we will have authority, I believe, to then contract with this person as soon as possible.
I believe that's correct, yeah. Commissioner Sadwani?
I just wanted to remind the commission or public that we had specifically set up the Strumwasser-Wutcher contract in such a way so that they could have the authority to move forward with that contracting, so that we as the commission don't get bogged down in it, but that we still have this opportunity that we're discussing right now to just give a stamp of approval of their selection. Commissioner Yee and I met yesterday with Mr. Becker and Anthony and had a chance to hear a little bit more about the candidate, very similar to the process that I believe the Finance and Administration Subcommittee typically uses for staff hires. And I believe, Russell, that you and I support the recommendation. I don't want to speak for you, but I believe that is to be the case.
That's right. Yeah. Commissioner Toledo?
Just curious, the question for Anthony. Do we need a supermajority for this vote?
So this would fall under the broader definitional term of a contracting decision. The commission is making a contracting decision. The decision is to approve Strumwasser's hire. So yes.
Thank you.
Anything else? If not, then Chair, back to you for a vote.
All right, thank you.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Fernandez.
Oh,
sorry.
I'm sorry, Anthony, you said yes, it's a supermajority. I'm just wondering if we have enough commissioners for that at this point. I don't know if Commissioner Taylor and Turner and Lamont, he's there. Okay, I just wanted to make sure before we move
Thank you for
forward.
checking. Yeah.
Commissioner Turner is here as well.
Executive Director Hernandez, can you share or show the document?
Public comment, Chair?
Oh, I'm sorry. That's right. See, I knew I was going to forget something. All right, let's go to public comment first. And Director Hernandez, perhaps you could, I don't know if we need to keep showing it. But Katie, could you start reading? Oh, sorry.
Megan is spelled wrong, Alvaro. Thank you for putting that in there because you know I always like something like that.
The commission will now take public comment on the motion to approve the RPV consultant through Stormwasher Wusher. To give comment, please call 877-853-5247 and enter the meeting ID number 874-8744-0379. Once you have dialed in, please press star 9 to enter the comment queue. The full call-in instructions have been read previously in this meeting and are provided in full on the live stream landing page. And at this time, we do not have any callers, and we will let you know when the instructions are complete.
Commissioner Yee?
Yes, I don't know if it matters, but should the motion be to approve Megan Gall or to approve her consulting firm? I don't know if that matters.
Is that a question for Mr. Becker or Stromwasser Wutcher to distinguish?
I'm not exactly, we haven't started contract discussions with them, obviously, because we needed approval from you all first. Maybe you could just leave it flexible to say Blackwell Consulting and or Megan Gall to allow us for, I don't know if there's some contractual issues that would that they prefer us to contract with Blackwell or prefer us to contract with Megan directly. She has another member of her team that she put on the application. So my guess is it would be with Blackwell, but I want to make sure that that we don't have to come back to you for another approval vote.
Very good.
The instructions are complete, Chair, and there is still nobody calling in the queue.
All right, thank you. All right, Director Hernandez, can we go to the vote?
Just for clarification, did we want to include Blackwell Consultant or leave it as is? As was, I should say, without.
I believe Mr. Becker recommended putting Megan A. Gall and or Blackwell Consulting, I thought, or is it consultant? I thought it was consulting.
It's consulting. Yeah.
Consulting.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. That does require the Commissioner Fernandez to accept the change.
Commissioner Fernandez, do you accept the friendly amendment or change to your motion?
I do. I was just checking the spelling.
Hopefully everything is
right,
spelled correctly now.
And Commissioner Yee, are you also accepting of the amendment, or does your second still stand?
Yes, happily.
All right, thank you.
Very well.
All
We'll
right,
begin
we're
the
ready.
vote. Commissioner Ahmad.
Yes.
Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fornashari.
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Yes.
Commissioner Lamons. Commissioner Sadwani.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanai.
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor.
Yes.
Commissioner Toledo.
Abstain.
Commissioner Turner,
Yes.
Commissioner Vasquez,
Abstain.
Commissioner Yee,
Yes.
we do not have the votes.
Executive Director Hernandez, do you want to see, I didn't hear whether Commissioner Lamons actually made an abstention or not.
It did not respond. Commissioner Lamons, are you available? So we would either have to wait, or how do you wish to proceed, Chair?
Oh, okay. Commissioner Lamons did not notify me as to whether or not he will be returning. What we could do is we could wait until the end, and hopefully by then he will have returned. I do see that Commissioner Vasquez also has her hand up. So if that is acceptable, what we could do is revisit this towards the end of this portion of the conversation or discussion, and then hopefully by then we will be joined by Commissioner Lamons, at which time then we could retake the vote again. Commissioner Vasquez.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify my abstention. I just joined the conversation maybe 4 minutes ago, so I didn't actually hear any of the conversation, and I don't feel comfortable voting on a motion where I missed the entire conversation. So, you know, I'm happy to hear a quick summary or be pointed to a quick summary somewhere else, so that I can make a vote that feels authentic.
Commissioner Yee, do you want to?
Be happy to do that. I'm wondering if we might wait till if and when Commissioner Lamons returns, then because he would need to hear that too. Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds
he'd
good.
want to hear that too. So.
Yes, let's do that. All right, thank you. All right, so Commissioner Yee, we're putting it back to you and Commissioner Sadwani for the remainder of your VRA compliance items.
Okay, I think we can have Mr. Becker move on then to the consideration of heat maps and how the plan will go forward in terms of starting to focus on geography for VRA districts.
Hopefully the plan can go forward, because a lot of this depends upon getting a racially polarized voting consultant hired relatively soon. But what I'm going to show you, and I think hopefully I'll do better than last time. I'm going to show you a series of maps that we owe a great deal of credit to Jamie for creating. And I want to just preface this by saying these are static maps right now. This is not intended to indicate where we think Section 2 districts might likely need to be drawn. It doesn't reach any final conclusions about whether any of the jingles preconditions are met for a Section 2 district. What we're really trying to show you here is how the process will unfold, what kind of data that Karin and Jamie and their team will have access to, what kind of maps we'll have access to, how these maps will be used to focus the efforts of the racially polarized voting consultant to look at particular areas of the state to see if the second and third jingles preconditions may be met, specifically whether the minority group that we're looking at is voting cohesively in such a way that they could elect candidates of their choice, and that white voters are voting in a way that is contrary to that. So hopefully that'll give you an idea of what the kind of work that we can do over the next month plus until the census data comes in. So with that, I will keep my fingers crossed and see if this works. Can you all see this? Oh, wow, that works so much better this time. Okay, excellent. So what you're looking at is a map Jamie prepared. This is the districts you see are assembly districts. These are the existing assembly districts. We're just using those for illustration. There's no particular reason we're using them. They are, if there's any reason we're using them, it's because they're the smallest of the districts that we're looking at, even though in California, they're quite large. They're going to be somewhere around, just probably a shade under 500,000 people. So what this is showing you is looking at existing assembly districts with the 2019 census estimates for Latino citizen voting age population overlaid into them. You see the legend to your right. Dark orange is 55% and higher. Middle orange is 45 to 50%. Now, what these maps can't show you is where the populations reside within those districts. This is just an initial kind of to get a sense of where populations are. But one of the things that we can do, again, thanks to Jamie and Karan and their team. Let me see if I can get this. There we go. This is taking the assembly districts off and just looking at census blocks. Now, one of the things to note is don't get too focused on large, dark orange blocks rather, because the blocks are not of all of equal size. So it could be a very small census block that happens to have a few Latinos in it. And there might be other census blocks. You can see some are almost just a point where there might be more concentrated populations, but it gives you a sense here if we're looking at Latino populations, not surprisingly, you'll see concentrations in the Central Valley, in Los Angeles County, and the Inland Empire. Then going further deep, here's an example we just pulled out to give you an idea. This is Inyo and Tulare counties. You can see there is a District 26 there that has much of those counties in it, and it is in the 45 to 55% range, to give you an idea. But that doesn't mean that that population is spread out throughout those counties. So what we're really going to look at is this next map, which I think is really instructive to the kind of things that we can get down into the maps. You'll see here when we overlay the census blocks and the percentages there, we can see almost all of the Latino population in this district is in the western edge of Tulare County. And that helps us because when we're talking to the racially polarized voting consultant, what we're going to focus on are elections in those areas where the population appears to be concentrated enough that it may satisfy the first jingles precondition. In other words, that the population, the minority population, is large enough to constitute a majority in a district by itself. So we'll look at those kinds of things. This is probably an area, again, I don't want to say for sure, but this is one of those areas we would take a closer look at, along with other areas that were similar, where we saw a lot of concentrations of minority populations, where then we can start saying, well, there might be districts and there might be elections in these areas where we can identify whether or not racially polarized voting exists. And this will all be done in a way to give you all information that you can then use to determine where you want to draw the lines given what we're finding. Similarly, here's the same map, statewide map for the Asian population. Again, this is the existing districts for the last 10 years in the assembly, with the 29 census estimates for Asian citizen voting age population overlaid. And those census estimates, by the way, come from the American Community Survey, if I'm not mistaken. Karan will correct me if I'm wrong. And they represent a 5-year rolling average. So it's an average that culminates in 2019. And it's our best data on citizen voting age population, which will of course indicate, which is the most relevant measure for Section 2 and opportunity to elect. Here you can see concentrations are strongest, probably not surprising, in the south of the Bay Area, down the peninsula, and in Los Angeles County and into Orange County. Similarly, same map. Asian population is smaller than Latino population. This is percentage by CVAP by block. And again, we see several blue dots There might be blue dots that appear unusual, like on the eastern edge of California. That might be a very, very small census block with not many people in it, and it might just happen to have a few or a dozen or maybe a few more Asian individuals living there. And to zoom in a little bit here we're looking at the Bay Area, San Jose, Milpitas, Santa Clara County area. And you can see that, for instance, District 25 represents over 45% Asian CVAP, but it doesn't, just looking at that doesn't tell you where the Asian population is actually residing based on current census estimates. So we do the same thing again, and we look at the census block overlays. And here we can see that it's highly concentrated again in the western part of that district. The eastern part of that district is really underpopulated overall. And we see that the concentrations exist in places like Milpitas, Santa Clara, Fremont. And again, that tells us then, these are pointers. This is not telling us that's where we have to draw Section 2 districts by any means, and we're not ready to make that determination at all. But what the process will be is, this is where we start saying the concentrations are large enough that we might be able to meet the first jingles precondition. So it would be very helpful to have the racially polarized voting consultant look at elections in those areas to determine whether the consultant can determine that there racially polarized voting exists. Finally, just to give you an idea, this is the same map for Black percentage. As you can see, the existing assembly districts, very few concentrated in Los Angeles County, that have high percentages of Black CVAP based on the current census estimates. And here's the block analysis, same kind of map. Again, the fact that there might be dark green blocks on the eastern edge of California doesn't necessarily mean those are large numbers, just they might be very small census blocks with some percentage of Black population within them. And then here's a heat map of this of that area where the 3 assembly districts were, and you can see again where the concentrations of Black populations are. This is very, very helpful to determine what elections we might want to look at to determine what types of Section 2 districts or whether Section 2 districts might be advisable, and to give you information that will inform your efforts to that regard. So over the course, what we'd say is over the course of the next, I think that might be, oh, no, here's a little better zoom in of the block, of the blocks of Black population in kind of the southwestern portion of Los Angeles County, just so you can all see that. So I'm going to stop the share. So what we'd advise is that, over the next month plus, until the census data is fully ready and you're all ready to sit down and start the work that you're charged with doing, we'll use that time with the racially polarized voting consultants, assuming we can get approval for one and get them on board, to start assessing areas where the concentrations appear large enough based on that 2019 census estimates, that to determine whether racially polarized voting exists, so that way we'll have very good analysis to provide to you all on whether all 3 jingles preconditions exist in certain places, because all 3 jingles preconditions need to exist. The population needs to be large enough to constitute a majority in a district, and then there needs to be the second and third preconditions is the minority group cohesive in their voting patterns, and do whites tend to vote in ways to defeat their candidates of choice. I'm happy to take any questions, and I'm also very grateful that Karin and Jamie are on. So if there are any questions about kind of the data capabilities, they might be a little better equipped to answer those.
Okay, I see Commissioner Sinai, followed by Commissioner Yee.
I'm going to ask a very basic question. I understand why we need to look at the voting age. because of RPV, but in a lot of areas, the minority population is actually quite young. And we're drawing districts for the next 10 years. So we just kind of ignore that because they haven't voted yet.
So what we can't predict the future and how the courts have looked at this, because those people we're doing the best we can with the data we have. And with all of this data is taken as a snapshot, right? These are people, when we get the census data, that census data for equal population will be based on where those people were in April of 2020. Similarly, these are estimates based on what we could get over a 5-year period of time. And of course, most importantly, people move, and people move a lot in California in particular. So what the courts have said is you do the best with the data you have, and the data indicates what it does at the time. We also, some of those people who aren't yet 18 might move out, and there are going to be many people who are 18 who move in. And we just can't predict what those population shifts are. So we do the best we can given the data we have at this point in time, and that's all you can really do. I think hopefully that's perceived as a blessing, because it'd be very, very difficult to try to predict what mobility patterns might be over the next decade. Particularly in California, and particularly in sections of California, which are among the most highly mobile populations in the country.
So another basic question. So the RPV analysis is done once based on the 2019 ACS data. Is it done again then on the actual 2020 census data or not?
So the RPV analysis is not based on the census data. What the census data tells us what elections we might want to look at. So if we looked at, I'm not going to call the map up again, but I think you could recall the map of Latino population. If you drew basically a line from San Francisco to Lake Tahoe, north of that line, there's not much minority population to speak of. So it would probably not be a high priority to run racially polarized voting analyses there, because it's extremely unlikely, almost impossible given where we're seeing the populations, that the numbers will be sufficient to comprise a majority in a district, even an assembly district in those areas. So what the census data, the 2019 census estimate data, is going to help us with is to prioritize those areas where we might start looking at racially polarized voting. And what the racially polarized voting analyst will do is they will use the statewide database to start collecting election results, primaries and general elections and others from those areas that may be relevant, and using their methodologies, which is usually looking at precincts which might be overwhelmingly minority or overwhelmingly white, and looking at the different kinds of elections and whether there's different voting patterns. In other words, the heavily minority precincts tend to prefer a particular candidate, but the white precincts a little ways away tend to prefer a different candidate. That would be very relevant information to you all as you're drawing the lines, and may indicate a necessity to draw a Section 2 compliant district. So really what these maps are doing, they're pointers. They're telling us where to prioritize the work of the racially polarized voting consultant, so that they can start assessing whether racially polarized voting exists. As I said, it's very unlikely that if we were to look at the northern part of California above Sacramento, that there's going to be a likelihood that the first jingles precondition could be met. So we wouldn't need to look at racially polarized voting there.
So then if a region qualifies under the jingles preconditions, the numbers behind that qualification are 2019 ACS data and then election data. They're not the 2020 census data.
So the 2020 census data will be relevant to determining whether or not they can comprise a majority of a district. But when we're looking at voting power, the census estimates, the CVAP data, is going to be most relevant. Right. So they're both going to be relevant. And I think that's actually really, neither of these questions is rudimentary in any way. This is really getting into a very esoteric area. We're going to be looking at both. I mean, if the 2020 census indicates a really large population, and the 2019 estimates, indicate that it's close to 50%. Maybe it's, we're going to try to figure that all out and determine whether or not, and give you the best information you have to make. You're going to ultimately make the determination, and we will advise you on that. But whether or not that first jingles precondition is likely to be met. And similarly, the racially polarized voting analysis, I wish I could give you a better answer than this. Racially polarized voting analysis sometimes is very clear. Sometimes it's just really clear. Minority voters prefer these candidates and white voters prefer these candidates, and it's a very stark difference. And sometimes it's not as clear, or sometimes you don't have as many elections that are contested that really tell you a good answer, and so you might need to look at different methodologies. So we're going to do the best we can to give you clear information, but I also want to prepare you. There might be times when we have to give you the best information for you all to make a judgment based upon our advice.
Very good, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, Commissioner Sinai.
I know you said this before, so I apologize. But a lot of times, because of different reasons, minority communities may not register to vote or may not come out to vote. And so how do we take that into account when we're looking at this information?
Yeah, I think what we'll see is, as we compare the citizen voting age population, which doesn't take into account registration status, and then look at the racially polarized voting results, what we'll see is we'll get a sense of that to some degree, whether there is a disparity between a population and registration and participation. And again, that might lead us to give you some advice that you're going to have to apply your best judgment to based upon what we know the law is. It might, one of the things that is, I think, my recollection of California data, and Karin, you might have something to say on this, is that California has done a pretty darn good job with voter registration, and that the disparities are not as great as we might find in other states, which makes it a little bit easier, honestly. If there were huge disparities, that would be something we'd want to take into account in terms of ability to elect. Ability to elect is the measure here. So we're going to be looking at a variety of different things. But I think what we'll find, at least with regard to registration, is that the disparities probably are not overwhelmingly large in California. I hope I'm not wrong about that, because obviously that's the goal of trade, is to have as much equal opportunity and as evidenced through relatively equal registration rates.
Did you want me to weigh in, David?
Only if you agree with me. Otherwise, you can just yell at me later.
I completely agree with you. I completely agree with you. I suppose just one thing, Commissioner Sinai, that you might find interesting about this data set is that, and going back to what David said, we have to work with the data that are available, right? So there's really no perfect in this space. We take the best data that we can get, and then that's what we use. This particular data set from the American Community Survey, it's an estimate data set, and it's collected over 5 years. And I think maybe what you were getting at is that when people are surveyed in the first year of that particular data set, right? And they may not be citizens, for example, let's just use that, right? Then when these data are reported 5 years later, they're still not citizens, even though they may have been naturalized. Right. And you've also heard me say that the ACS is the only place where you don't age. Right. So, whether or not you are of voting age is also something that is somewhat questionable, because, again, if you were surveyed when you were not of voting age, you're still the same age when this is later reported. And California, of course, we know, we're a pretty exciting place. Lots of things happen. People move, people move in, they move out. This is what we all love about California. And that, of course, affects this data set. Having said that, what David says is correct, that I think we're also doing pretty good with respect to voter registration and so forth. But you may see some gaps, because you could, for example, see an incredible push at voter registration And then you might see just some numbers, jumping up, for example, and then that may not compare as well. This is why people say redistricting is a little bit of an art and a little bit of a science. You have to weigh all of these different factors. You have to look at all these data sets. You have to contextualize them, and then you have to talk about it. And luckily, we're in a process where we can all talk about it. So that's, I think, what I would have to add.
Okay. Mr. Becker, I'm not sure where you want to go with this. I do need to step away for a meeting. Commissioner Fornachari is going to take over, but I have put instructions as to how to reach me if we're going to take the vote at some point before 4 o'clock.
Thanks, and Commissioner Yee and Commissioner Sadwani. I believe we're not looking for any action here. I just wanted to provide this background briefing for all of you. And obviously, this will be an ongoing iterative process. We'll be happy to keep you up to date on this during the course of meetings until certainly through the time where we get the census, the census data is usable.
That's right. This was simply an orientation and helping get us prepared for what's to come. In which case, perhaps we can move on to the population deviation discussion.
Did you want me to start on that? Or I don't know if you wanted to start with any questions or introduction.
We did not prepare. I did not prepare anything.
So my understanding is that, so I'm going to tell you a little bit about what the law requires with regard to population deviation. And then I'll make, and again, I don't think this is there's any action required unless you want to take some. I'm happy to give a recommendation about how I think the best way to approach this is. When we talk about population deviation, we're talking about what's the legally allowable deviation difference in population between districts, from the lowest populated district to the highest populated district. And with regard to Congress, the answer for that is pretty easy. It's 0 or pretty darn close to 0 people. There might be a little leeway here or there. Certainly there's leeway of 1 person, because very unlikely that there's going to be the population's divisible by 52, but there's some leeway there, but there's not much. And really to obtain safe harbor with regard to equal population in congressional districts, the commission should do everything it can to get as close to 0 deviation, or at most 1 person, maybe a little more if you need to. But there's not much gain from going higher than that, even if it were legally allowable, because we're talking about a very small number of people that are very unlikely to change the legality of the plan overall from the perspective of the Voting Rights Act or something like that. With regard to the legislative districts, the safe harbor for decades has been overall 10% deviation, plus or minus 5% deviation between the highest population, so the largest populated district, and the least populated district. And it has repeatedly been upheld that districts that fall within that plus and minus 5% have satisfied the equal population requirements of the Constitution. Now, that doesn't mean, there have been times when districts that fall within that have been found to be illegal for other reasons, but not for equal population. And so you have the legal ability to deviate as much as plus and minus 5% between the legislative districts. I do want to note that it's a noble goal to try to get as close to equal population as possible. But I also think it is probably unnecessarily restrictive and makes your lives much more difficult to set artificial barriers around equal population before we get the data and start drawing the lines. It is absolutely appropriate to keep equal population as a factor, as a criteria for you all as you're drawing the lines and trying to get as close to equal population as possible. But that plus and minus 5% gives you a lot of leeway to do things that might otherwise make the make the plan overall more compliant with other aspects of the law, particularly the Voting Rights Act. So my strong recommendation is that absolutely noble goal to try to get to as close as equal population as possible, but don't set artificial limits at this point without seeing what the data is and what the how difficult it might be to balance the variety of factors that you need to balance as you're drawing the lines. And so I would suggest just, you know, take into account the legal limits, and let's see where the data takes us, and use whatever criteria that are laid out in the law, and as well as equal population as we're drawing the lines and as you're trying to achieve all of those goals and balance.
I'll just jump in, and I think perhaps we could have done a little bit more to frame this conversation. And just wanted to remind commissioners, and we talked about this just earlier today about how we received this training on all of these really important pieces back in August and September of last year, and that's a problem. So this conversation is really meant to kind of refresh our memories on that first criterion, as Mr. Becker has laid out here. I just wanted to remind folks that that presentation occurred, that Justin Levitt had given us this a fairly detailed training on his redistricting basics. That is in the handouts for the August 26th, 2020 meeting. So almost 1 year ago. In particular, in the PowerPoint presentation, slides 11 through, I believe, 17, specifically kind of laid out some more of this. So just so that folks have that handy if they need it. We have received some of this information before, but of course it's been quite a long time. And so it's been really important to bring this conversation back and start rethinking about these issues as we continue to move towards actual line drawings. So thank you so much, Mr. Becker. And that's
yeah, thanks for sharing that too. And again, you know, the overall 10% deviation is a possible flexibility of up to, you know, an assembly district, which is the smallest of the districts, you know, around 45,000 to 50,000 people. So there's that kind of flexibility, I'd advise, is highly desirable for you to keep and maintain, even as you're balancing out all of the factors once the census data comes in and you try to measure that. But that flexibility may allow you to better comply with the Voting Rights Act, to create opportunity districts, ability to elect districts that might be difficult to create if you've made your standards too rigid and gone beyond what the law requires. Commissioners, tonight.
Thank you. Is there any concern, you know, it was kind of brought up, you know, as I was looking through the slides, Professor Levitt brought it up, or Director Levitt now, whatever his right title is. It was brought up by him, but now we know a little bit more. And so I was curious, Karen, is there any concerns on the deviation numbers based on what we know about the census data and its privacy stuff?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I wish I could tell you what exactly the concern is, you know, or which way the concern goes, because, you know, we just know that they are applying a different privacy algorithm to the census for the first time. None of us have seen the data. So, you know, we're going to be working with data that we'll find out whether they reflect what we know is true on the ground. But irrespective of that, from a line drawing perspective, it's just you're basically introducing an additional constraint. That's the way I think about it when you're keeping deviations artificially low. It just makes it a lot more difficult to comply with the other criteria. And, you know, with my line drawing hat on, I have to say that our team, we will always strive to get the smallest deviations possible. but there may be situations where we'll have to come to you and say, okay, we just constructed this particular district and it's within 1%, looks great, but we have split two communities of interest or one community of interest. And if you'd like to keep that community of interest together, then we will go up to, say, 3% or so. And that could happen with a city, could happen with a community of interest, could happen with a neighborhood, it could happen really with anything, right? So then we would come back and just say, what do you want to do about that? And, not saying, we want to keep these deviations artificially very, very small from the get-go without you actually seeing what that does. We'll give you that opportunity to actually look at the maps and make those decisions on a case-by-case basis. Because if you come in and you say, well, we just want to keep it very narrow, then that automatically precludes you basically from making those decisions. And I can pretty much guarantee you your city-county splits and all of that will go up.
That's a great illustration. That's exactly right. For those of us who have actually sat and drawn maps and included census blocks in and out and done that kind of thing, I can tell you those exactly, that is the balancing of interest that takes part. I also just want to point out, and this relates to the earlier conversation we were having about equal population. Because all of this is based on a snapshot in time. So before you artificially set boundaries on yourself that restrict you overly, you should realize that the census data, which you are legally required to use for equal population and is good to use, is already a year and a half old when you get it. If there's mobility and churn in the population that's constantly happening. So in some ways, equal population is an illusion, but it is a necessary legal illusion because we can only measure population based on a moment in time. And we've defined that legally as to what it is. So before you put too much pressure on yourselves to try this, some kind of artificial number of equal population, take advantage of the legal variation, the deviations that you're allowed to use, because there's just, you're using equal population based on data that at the time you're getting it is already a year and a half old.
If I may,
Commissioner Sawani. I don't know if I'm presiding. Go ahead, Commissioner Sawani.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up with Commissioner Sinai to see if she felt like her question was answered. What I heard in that question was like, what is the impact of differential privacy in terms of population equality, right? And my sense, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Karin, because I don't know enough about differential privacy, but my sense is that regardless of what's happening within the census block with differential privacy, the population is static, right? The population of the census block wouldn't change based on, is that not correct, Karin? It could change?
Yes, sadly, it does change. They're not keeping that invariant. They're keeping the households, the number of households, for example, they're keeping those invariant, but not the people that are in those households. So, yeah, but honestly, I'm going to try to put my positive hat on. So my not nitpicky census, I don't like what you're doing hat. That rule of statistics, as you aggregate up, usually your error goes down. And so hopefully in our process, we will not encounter too many problems because of this particular privacy algorithm. I think people on the local level may have different conversations because they don't have that luxury to aggregate up to almost 500,000 people, for example. And I know it's not a perfect answer, but this is how I understand it at this point.
Well, so that is a problem. And just from a process standpoint, I think also what I'm hearing, Karin, is after this conversation, we still are going to talk a little bit more in this meeting about the plan for line drawing. And one of the plans that we've talked about, and we have discussed previously for the commission, is using an iterative approach in which we'll have visualizations from week to week. just to clarify, my assumption then is when we're looking at those kind of visualizations, that will also include where we're at in terms of population deviation. Is that correct? Yeah. So as we go forth and have those kinds of considerations that you laid out, right? Here it is with this population deviation, but we're splitting these communities of interest. We'll be able to weigh, the pros and cons of keeping it artificially low or adding in a little bit more of that deviation as we go through. And because we're doing that week by week approach, we would have a couple opportunities to think about the impact of that before we actually have to get to our draft maps.
Exactly.
What feels like a basic question. So for congressional districts, trying to get the deviation down to 0, how do you do that when the census blocks are the smallest units? And they vary in size. So how do you get to 0 when they're all different
very
sizes?
carefully?
And it became an interactive process with the public last time. I think there were laser pointers, a very large map in a hearing room involved, and people were looking for the right population of certain census blocks. So it's tedious. It takes a long time to do that. So, and that actually is a great question that illustrates why you don't want to artificially constrain yourself to, just some number in terms of deviations. Just, keep it open so you can do the best job possible for all the criteria, would be my advice.
Yeah, for exactly that reason. I mean, especially when you're in highly populated areas where, tiny little geographical areas have a lot of people in them. You all are just going to do your best, and we're going to advise you as well as we can. And, a few people here or there deviation is probably not going to raise the eyebrows of a court. What we'll do is we'll make sure we advise you on the various alternatives and things that you can consider. But that can get tricky, and we'll just, we not knowing where the census data shows us, we'll do the best we can. I think Commissioner Anderson has her hand up.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just wondering, this particularly the congressional level with one person, plus or minus, the impact of the differential privacy. We don't know that, we just said, but each census block that may or may not be the same, that the number in there is not necessarily correct. I wonder if that might be given this differential privacy, if that might allow for a slightly variation, like it might be plus or minus 2 people instead of plus or minus 1 person. If that might be acceptable, given this new, if keeping the number of the households the same, but not the number of the people per census block, that's an issue. That's a serious issue if you want to come down to 1 person. I don't know how, that's something that someone else will have to try as far as a legislate take to the courts. I don't suggest we do that, but I think we might want to consider just a little slight variation more than we would going to 0. Nope, it has to be exactly the same. We might maybe in our iterations give ourselves just a little more flexibility than we would otherwise. I'd like you to say, what do you think about that, please?
I think that's fair, certainly in the iterations. I mean, we're going to, the data is going to be what the data is, right? I mean, there's not much we can do about that. Karin, you might have some thoughts about that, but I think it's entirely appropriate in iterations or illustrations, as we might call them. The illustrations don't need to comply with the law. They are not the map. They are you working through to the point where you're going to get to the maps. And it is, you're going to refine this process as you go, and it would be nearly impossible to get this perfect the first try. I mean, it's just not realistic. So I think you're quite right. I think flexibility, I advise allowing yourselves to feel the flexibility that you have, knowing where the final product needs to get to. I say 0 or 1. I mean, there is some flexibility there. It's more than that. I mean, if the census blocks don't really account for that, I think you're plus or minus 1,000 people, that's going to raise a lot of eyebrows. I don't know what the magic number is. I don't know what the magic line is. But you know, with congressional districts, you're supposed to shoot for as close to zero deviation as possible. With the legislative districts, that is not an issue. You have a lot more leeway to balance out the other factors, and in particular, take into account, as Karen mentioned, the communities of interest.
Okay, anything else on population deviation? If not, then Chair, we can go back to the RPV analysts discussion and vote.
Yeah.
It's not clear to me if we need a whole new motion or whether we can just continue with the vote.
Well, perhaps we need to see if Commissioner Lamons is available, since the vote was held open for him. And if not, oh, there he is. Okay. So maybe, because we did have a first, a second, we did public comment. We are in the process of the vote. I don't know, Commissioner Yee, if for both Commissioner Vasquez and Commissioner Lamons, if you, prior to that vote, if you want to give a summary, that way Executive Director Hernandez can make any adjustments to the vote one time. Just a thought.
Happy to. Looks like Commissioner Kennedy has a thought.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. You know, there's even an open question as to whether, as a full commission, we ever officially adopted Robert's Rules of Order. But be that as it may, my understanding of Roberts is that once the result is announced, and it has been, that the motion that would be appropriate at this point is a motion to reconsider. So it would be a separate vote. We haven't held this vote open because we've announced the results. Commissioners can change their votes before the results are announced, but once they're announced, that's it. And the only thing that we can do is move to reconsider.
So are you making such a motion, Commissioner Kennedy?
I'm happy to make the motion to reconsider, yes.
Okay. Commissioner Fernandez?
I will second that.
Okay. Then I will turn it over to Commissioner Yee and David Becker to give a briefing to Commissioner Lamons and Commissioner Vasquez.
Hi, David, you're welcome to.
Sure, I'll do my. I hope I remember everything I said before. So we had several strong applications. We are recommending that we hire Megan Gall of Blackwell Consulting as our racially polarized voting consultant. She has experience working around the country, including in California with the statewide database. She has extensive experience working with multiple racial groups that might live in close proximity to each other with regard to racially polarized voting analysis. And she has experience working with groups such as Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights Under Law, NAACP, Legal Defense Fund, and others that, and a reputation for working extremely collaboratively and being able to explain this complex world of racially polarized voting analysis, which can be statistically very wonky in a way that is very understandable, even to people like me, who's just a simple country lawyer. I'll also say she had a very comprehensive application and demonstrated a remarkable knowledge of all of the different methodologies that could be used and their strengths and weaknesses, including that some of the methodologies which may be used and could be useful and we may want to utilize in some ways are still untested in court. And so having a really good sense of how those might play out in court and whether they might be weaker or stronger as evidence, I think is a particular strength of hers. We spoke with people, for instance, some of my former colleagues at DOJ who now work at Lawyers Committee and confirmed that she's very good to work with, very collaborative. And so we felt her application was particularly strong in a pool of applications that was strong. So that's, I will also say briefly, one of the other advantages is that she doesn't have, and I don't know if I mentioned this before, she doesn't have anything close to an apparent conflict, having not worked on redistricting issues in California before or currently. And she's been very active working with, for instance, the LGBT community as well. And she has her own consulting business, which means that it'll be very easy to contract with her very quickly, which means we can get her up and running and use this month prior to the month and a half, prior to the census data coming out and being usable to the greatest effect. All of these were strengths in her application. This is not a comment on any other applications that we had in any way. We just found her application to be particularly strong.
Commissioner Sadwani, I don't know if you want to chime in as someone else in the field, an expert in the field as well, and as someone who's, I think, met her at least once.
Yes, sure. I'll just also remind, and I mentioned this earlier, but I'll say it again, that we had structured the contract in such a way that we really wanted the Stromwasser-Wutcher team to identify who they wanted to work with, right? That who it was that they felt was the best fit for this position. And also, part of that was not only ensuring that we get an excellent candidate, I think we would have gotten that regardless, but to ensure, that connectivity, that connective tissue, if you will, between the legal team and the RPV analyst, which was similar to what was done in 2010. Gibson Dunn had made the selection of their RPV analyst. I think also the other key component was so that there wouldn't be that hang up of the contracting that we have seen with so many other contracts that we have engaged. To that end, Commissioner Yee and I weren't involved in the selection process of the candidate. I can say I certainly don't know Megan Gall well. I've never met her. I've only seen her speak once at a presentation on behalf of an organization called NARF, which is a Native American organization. And in that, she appeared to me to be really excellent at breaking down what the methodology is and really speaking in layman's terms, which I thought was extraordinarily helpful. So I could certainly see from what I know of her, her being able to give really great presentations to us to make sure that we're understanding the process, that other Californians that are tuning in can continue to further understand the process as well.
Yeah, and I just want to stress something that I kind of reiterate something that Commissioner Sadwani just said. The recommendation is coming from the Stromwasser team and myself. We considered all the applicants. We interviewed all the applicants. Again, it was a very strong pool. So this is our recommendation to the commission. There was no other involvement.
Okay, so back to you, Chair, for discussion and vote.
Sure. Commissioner Mons, just to kind of let you know what happened with the last vote. It's a special vote, so it requires 3 from each group. In the no party preference group, there were 2 yes votes and 1 abstention. So we weren't able to move forward. So we wanted to revisit this when you returned, and there was also, and Commissioner Vasquez also abstained because she didn't hear the conversation. So we want to give her a chance to hear the explanation too. So I just want to make sure you have the background as to how we got to where we are. So do you have any questions, or does anyone else have any questions at this point?
I do not, Commissioner Fonjari. Thank you for that. Okay.
Commissioner Toledo.
I just wanted to explain my abstention. I didn't have I hadn't had an opportunity to review I saw the resume. I just didn't realize I didn't connect the dots that it was the same person. So I hadn't thought about it from that lens. And so I didn't feel comfortable weighing in a yes or a no at that time. I mean, my only concern at this point is that the person doesn't have California experience. The firm is recommending the person, and they've weighed the person against all other candidates. And if their recommendation is to move forward, I'm comfortable with that. But that was the reason for my abstention. I hadn't connected the dots between the resume that was posted and the fact that they were being considered for the RPV analysis. And that was.
And I appreciate
so I didn't have enough time to really think about it. But now that I've heard and I had an opportunity to take a look at them, I mean, obviously she has a lot of experience. My only hesitancy at this point is that the California background, although, because I don't think a conflict of interest in having California redistricting issue is disqualifying concern. And I don't think that's what you meant, Mr. Becker, but
no, that's not.
That was just my thinking, and especially as we look at, we've tried to prioritize vendors that are from California, and so or at least we've at least considered that in the past. So that was another thing that was something that was weighing in my mind. But I'm sure that then weighed, and you've come up with your recommendation, and I'm happy to support it if that the recommendation is the firm.
I really appreciate that, and I'll just say briefly, she doesn't have specifically California redistricting experience in the past, but she does have experience working with the California statewide database and other California experience, knowledge of the populations within California. So hopefully that helps to some degree. And I appreciate everything you just said. I mean, there were a lot of things we were balancing out there, and again, it was there were several strong candidates that we were balancing out. We thought her application was particularly strong.
Okay, well, thank you, Commissioner Toledo and Mr. Becker. If there are no other discussion points from the commission, I believe we need to go to public comment at this point. So, Katie?
We're taking public comment on the motion to reconsider?
Yes.
Okay. The commission will now take public comment on the motion to reconsider on the floor. To give comment, please call 877-853-5247 and enter the meeting ID number 874-8744-0379. Once you have dialed in, please press star 9 to enter the comment queue. The full call-in instructions have been read at the beginning of the meeting and are provided in full on the live stream landing page. And at this time, we do not have anyone in the queue, Chair, and we will let you know when the instructions are complete.
Thank you, Katie.
Perhaps Director Hernandez can redisplay the motion.
Chair, just before we go into that, I know Commissioner Akutagawa had mentioned wanting to be brought back in for the vote. Should we attempt to do that?
She's right there.
Oh, she's back.
Yeah, I'm just here for the vote.
Chair, are you ready for the vote?
Did we hear from Katie? Is the live stream?
The instructions are complete, Chair.
Okay. Instructions are complete?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Yes, Director Hernandez.
Thank you. And this is the motion to reconsider the RPV consultant vote. Commissioner Ahmad.
Yes.
Commissioner Akutagawa.
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson.
Yes.
Commissioner
Yes.
Commissioner Fornashari.
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy,
Yes.
Commissioner Lamons,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Sadwani,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanai,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Toledo,
Yes.
Commissioner Turner,
Yes.
Commissioner Vasquez,
Yes.
Commissioner Yee.
Yes.
The motion has passed.
Very good. Commissioner Yee, are we done with this this part of it, or is there anything else from the VRA compliance portion?
I believe that's all. Commissioner Samani, anything else? Thank you all for the vote, and I appreciate and respect the integrity behind your votes.
Yeah, thank you all. And yeah, great conversation. And I think I can speak for the whole commission that we're glad we can begin to move this forward. It is going to be immensely helpful for us to begin to understand what this looks like, how we can sort of contextualize this along with the public input we're getting and begin to consider how we're going to move forward in drawing lines. So thank you all for your hard work in bringing this forward for us. We really appreciate it. Let's see, the next topic is the line drawer topic. Or wait, we have to take public comment on VRA compliance. Is that right, Anthony?
I'm sorry, Chair. I thought weren't we on the line drawing piece, or
No, we're on the
we were on the VRA
we
compliance.
just finished the VRA compliance.
Okay, well, we
piece.
took we took public comment on the vote. You can open it up for public comment if you want for the agenda item itself. Is that your question?
Well, I guess my question is, do I need to?
Yes.
Okay, then we will open it up for public comment on the topic of VRA compliance.
The commission will now take public comment on VRA compliance agenda item. To give comment, please call 877-853-5247 and enter the meeting ID number 874-8744-0379. Once you have dialed in, please press *9 to enter the comment queue. The full call-in instructions have been read previously in the meeting and are provided in full on the live stream landing page. We do not have anyone in the queue at this time, and I will let you know when the instructions are complete momentarily.
Okay, so while we're waiting to see if we get a caller, we have a break due at 3:47, but we're going to start a new topic. So I think what I'm going to propose to do is start our break a few minutes early, take a 15-minute break, so that we don't have to interrupt the line drawer conversation. Plus, I like round numbers, and we'll start at 3:40.
The instructions are complete, Chair, and we do not have anyone in the queue at this time.
Okay,
We'll start at what time, Chair?
Just a sec. We're going to give it one more minute to if anybody's trying to call in. Oh, we have a caller.
Yes, we have caller 2829. And go ahead, the floor is yours.
Yes, this is Renee Westelusk. I am just asking for a little education on how the VRA districts have to be drawn differently on different criteria than in 2011 because they had Section 5 was active, and then it got struck down by the Supreme Court, I guess, in 2013. If you could elaborate how the VRA is going to be different this time as opposed to the 2011 districting that had to be done using VRA law back then.
Okay, I would like to defer to Mr. Becker on that question, if you would be willing to field it.
Sure. So yes, under the Shelby County decision by the Supreme Court, Section 5 no longer applies to California, and Section 5 and Section 2 were two different sections of the Voting Rights Act that applied different criteria to districts. Section 5 applied to districts in the counties that Section 5 applied to. It did not apply statewide to the state of California, and required that there could be no what was called retrogression. In other words, the degree to which minority voters in those counties were able to elect candidates of choice, the new plan could not put them in a worse position than they were before. That no longer applies. But Section 2, which requires that where a minority group is large enough to form a majority in a district and where it votes cohesively to elect candidates that differ from the white population, that districts are created to afford them an opportunity to elect candidates of their choice. That is a different set of criteria that applied the same in the 2010 cycle as it will in the 2020 cycle. Section 5 will not be a consideration during this redistricting round, but Section 2 will be, and we will, the commission will be get advice from me as well as the other lawyers on how to ensure that minority populations that meet all of the criteria under Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, whether a district existed before or not. Section 2 is an objective criteria. It just looks at, does the minority population now, would they have an ability to elect a candidate of their choice in a district in which they comprise a majority? Whereas Section 5 was a relative measure, which said, is the position of the minority population within a district that touches on a covered county, has that been worsened compared to the previous district? And that relative measure no longer applies as a result of the Shelby County case.
If I could add one more difference, last time around, there was pre-clearance requirements from the Department of Justice, so that the commission had to submit proposals for the 4 counties that were subject to Section 5 before it could go ahead with the rest of its mapping proposals. So that's another barrier that this commission is not facing.
I just have one other clarification. So what you're saying, the 4 counties that existed that had to go through pre-clearance under Section 5 in 2011, that no longer applies?
Correct.
That's correct. And the plan will not need to be sent to the Justice Department for pre-clearance under Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act.
Okay. Thank you very much for that education. I greatly appreciate it.
Thank you for calling in. Okay, with that, unless there are other questions, we will break. How about we come back at 4 o'clock and reconvene. We'll come back with the line drawer at 4 o'clock. Welcome back, California. We are going to jump into agenda item 6 at this point, line drawer, and that would be Commissioners Anderson and Sadwani. So I will turn it over to them.
Thank you, Chair. Basically, we only have one item to actually bring up now. We've sort of done everything. It was essentially a joint presentation with the line drawers and David Becker. The only thing we're going to actually talk about is it's the posted agenda item, the posted handout which was the proposed plan and dates for first phase of line drawing. It's been revised, and so if everyone, actually I can pull that up on the screen if that's kind of the easiest thing, and then we can just kind of walk through it. Basically, all the changes are in red, and this is kind of what we're proposing. Not much has seriously changed. A couple of dates have possibly changed. Should I pull it up where we can talk about it?
We have it.
Sure.
Sorry, was that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. Let me see if I can do that here. Share screen. And I want to go that. Share and then go. Yep. Oops. Well, that didn't quite work.
You're sharing. I think if you just hit cancel on that, you're sharing now.
Okay. Is it good enough? Can you see that?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, just hit cancel and I think you'll be good.
All right. Okay. If that's big enough, I don't know if everyone can see that.
It works for me. I don't know if anyone can't see it. Let us know.
Is that?
Jen, you can.
I'm not hearing any serious complaint. Basically, I'm just going to quickly go through the changes here. We added the other date in terms of trying to review our COI submissions once Airtable is on. Obviously, we were hoping to have that earlier, but we've already talked about we don't have the data, so we can't look at the data until we get the data. The next one that may or may not, we don't know exactly when the redistricting database will be available. I just kind of guessed. This is based on the census data moving up, but we don't know that particular data. The September 15, 17, 18 meetings this is after we have done all our COI input. And so here, those meetings are to get together with the line drawing team prior to the release of the redistricting database and go over what we've seen, actually try to give them some direction. The first of the August meetings are just for us to go over, have a look at it. The public can see what we do have and what we don't have. So they can add in, give more information here. Because again, the August 19, 31, and even the 7th, those are whilst public input, the COI public input meetings are still going on. Then we move into we have the database, and this is what we're proposing. And Commissioner Sadwani had already sort of talked about this. This is, again, we brought this up last meeting. It's an iterative approach where the line drawing team will be posting visualizations. We will be working through those, drawing those on essentially a 3-day each week of October. The one thing that is different here, we've added a few business meetings in of the 7th of October, the 18th of October. Going on to page 2. This particular week, we've added one more day, so it is over the weekend. This is for while we're still working on our visualizations. What are we trying to do? We can actually get district maps being presented. This is the public input for district maps. This is just a time. We have not worked out what that means, how we do that, but we've all talked about the value of getting district maps before we actually before we draw our first maps. This is sort of during the process. And now, if you'll notice here, this is open to anybody. This is not individual, just groups. It's anyone who will sign up. The details of that we still have to discuss at great length, and that is we can bring that forward at another meeting because again, this is more. We do have a time through here for that while we are doing our first. This phase is to get us 2 draft maps. So again, the October 25th, that may or may not work for a business meeting. We have the last week of October. We did add one more week of the 4th and 5th, the first week of November, because we originally had 4 weeks to do visualizations, and we halfway through, we gave a week, that's the third week of October, 21, 23, 22, 23, to getting input from the public during this process. So that's what's changed. Then I just spun this a little bit. Well, this is actually Commissioner Sadwani did this originally. I just modified a little bit based on looking at calendars and trying to exclude. We can't actually post on the weekends or holidays. So case number 1 is indeed based on here. These are guesses. They're educated guesses, but based on the census legacy data released being August 12, then according to just the rules from the Padilla case, I believe it is the extension that we got from going from August, July and August to July 1st and December 15. That shift would have us doing the draft maps no later than November 13 and the map adoption date of December 27. Now, so what we tried to do here is case 1 is going back a little bit. We've had to use these dates. Our attempt at, we're asking for the final map date to be January 14th, assuming the Supreme Court says tough. That's case 1. And we were sort of thinking that we should probably stick with that idea, proceed as though we should get our first draft map out by that date. So in case we don't know how litigation will go. So that's what that is. And then each of these others are scenarios. It all depends on what the Supreme Court says. So nothing really, that's, again, the only thing that has slightly shifted is that we've added, the real issue that we added in here was putting a week for district maps to receive those from the public. Now we still have to work out how we do that, appointment schedules and those sort of things. But the subcommittee, quite frankly, has not had a chance to go over this to bring that forward. And since that's in the middle of October, we thought we didn't have to go over that at this meeting. So that is the document. And Commissioner Sadwani, do you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, no, this is great. Thank you so much, Commissioner Anderson, for presenting this. Just a couple of additional notes in mentioning the district maps. We do not have a recommendation yet as to how to, plan that process. However, we have had some preliminary conversations with Anthony just about sort of the legality of those kinds of meetings, similar to how we consider the legality of COI meetings. And so certainly we are having those discussions. I wanted to note also that we had received a letter, and I think it was posted late, but from Asian Americans Advancing Justice, and I think a couple others on the topic of district map meetings. And so I just wanted to alert everyone to that letter. I believe it is posted now. And then the other piece, Commissioner Anderson, I just wanted to mention is that I see that we've put, I think back on November 11th. I think I had originally left that off because it's technically Veterans Day. So I wasn't sure how folks felt about meeting on Veterans Day. And so I would keep that one as a question mark, but I don't have a problem with it if we are working that day.
Yeah, that's thank you, Commissioner Sadwani. I did notice that. And I didn't know if, we wanted to add go the other way, 8, 9, 10, or what we wanted to do on that. Any thoughts on any of these dates? If the commission wants to look at these and then get back to us, the only thing that we would really basically like to put on the calendar now is because the September, those are absolute, and please mark off anything if we have any issues. But the September days, I noticed that they're not on the calendar right now. And the September 15 is, because the 16th is Yom Kippur. And so right now on our, the kind of calendar, I think is it might say the 16th, but we should go with the 15, 17, and 18 of September as far as full meetings. And then we also have right in here, the 23, 29, and 30 is we're still talking about using those. And the October meetings, October dates, I would like to bring forward. We have a couple of questions on that the 25th since we're doing the 28, 29, 30. I didn't know if we wanted to go. It was originally 27, but I thought 4 days in a row might be a bit much. So I shifted that. And the other would be, shall we move the 11th of November to the 8th of November? So if we want to talk about those, I see Commissioner Forciari's hand raised.
The Commissioner Fernandez was ahead of me, and Commissioner Sinai had her hand up also.
Should I stop sharing this? Okay.
Yeah, it's fine with me if you stop.
I was just going to say that November 11th is a holiday. It's Veterans Day.
Yeah. We can switch that to the 8, 9, 10 instead of 11. If that's okay. And how do I stop sharing?
So I guess my question is, you're proposing to have groups come present their maps to us before we finalize a first set of draft maps. Because we began to have a conversation about that before, and I thought we were at a place where we want to get our draft maps out before we got that kind of input. Because, I'll just share my feeling. If we're an independent redistricting commission, then we draw maps independently. Then we get feedback on those maps. But it seems to me if groups are presenting draft maps to us, that kind of makes us not quite as independent as we should be.
Just Sarah, do you want to take that one?
Yeah, I mean, I don't recall that conversation, or maybe that was in the input design. I'm not sure. Maybe I wasn't a part of it. I think in talking through the process, first of all, it would not just be groups, right? It's anyone who wants to present a district map. So thus far, we've been receiving COI input, communities of interest inputs, right? So these might be specific geographic areas, but not necessarily districts. And this would be an opportunity for folks, groups or individuals, to come and say, these are the districts that we want, whether those are one congressional district, one assembly district, multiple assembly districts, a whole state of district maps. And that the idea, I think when we talk about independence, it's independence of the legislature and of other folks, right? That are the traditional carriers of the power to redistrict. I think the way we were seeing this continues to be a way in which communities, individuals, Californians can weigh in about the kinds of maps they want to see. And undoubtedly, just as we're hearing with communities of interest, there will be conflicting district maps that we receive. And ultimately, the responsibility will lie with the commission to determine and weigh the input that we receive in terms of these quote unquote district maps. But because also there are these, this redistricting software that's being put out and available to individuals, groups, whomever, that they should also have a time to submit that to us. We thought having it in the middle of that process was really important, right? So that we have a few weeks to really work on what it is that we've heard from the COI input sessions, the public is going to be there watching, hearing as we are developing those visualizations, as we're calling them, through each iteration, each week by week. And then in the middle there, we have this opportunity to hear from folks about what we're getting wrong, what we're not getting wrong, how they see our conversations perhaps. And then we can use that information to weigh as we work towards our first draft maps. So I think that was the thought process that we had and discussions we had at the subcommittee level. Certainly Commissioner Anderson weigh in if I had mischaracterized that in any way, shape, or form. But we thought it was actually pretty important to receive that input before we finalize our draft maps, so that we can weigh what it is, folks on the ground are thinking and requesting.
Yeah, I might add, because Commissioner Fornishari brings up a very good point. We're like, well, wait a sec, we're doing the maps, other people aren't going to be telling us what to do. The line drawing team actually brought up the fact that sometimes a little bit of input along the way can possibly give us some very good ideas about some areas that we're working with, and we're like, well, there are a couple of different ways to go on this, and we might get an idea along the way that, or sometimes, which did happen in the 2010 group, they did a lot of line drawing, spent a lot of time working on some areas that had been eliminated before, because of information that we didn't even know about. People, essentially line was where it was for a very good reason, but they didn't know what that was. They have no idea. And they move it. And this actually happened out in around Edwards and in that area. And there was a real reason why it had been moved to one area, but the 2010 Commission had no idea and moved it. And it all, everyone came out of the woodwork to go, no, you didn't get that information from us. And so it's to kind of avoid coming all the way up and finalizing our draft maps, and before getting some major information. That was the reason why. And it would not be like, that's it, that's your time. That would be essentially the beginning of it. That would be whoever can fit in those appointments during that time. Then we'll finish up, and then after the draft map, then we would be getting more formalized input. Does that help a little bit? But I see Commissioner Sinai has a question.
Commissioner Fornishari, when we originally started talking about this, there was a request by the community to meet to present before we even started drafting our maps. And I think this is a good middle ground where we've started looking at it, we've started sketching, we're getting an opportunity to look at the COIs that we received, start putting it onto a map before we're being given bigger pictures. So it is allowing us to look at the maps and look at the small regions and the COIs. And so I think this is a good mix, and it would be, if we don't do it before the draft maps, we'll get a lot more input on what our draft maps are missing versus doing it right before the draft maps and having some time to discuss it and be able to submit draft maps that are better. So it will influence for the good our draft maps, but it does give us the time as a commission to start understanding the line drawing and the COIs that we've received. So it's a balance of the two.
Commissioner Kudokawa?
Yeah, I want to build on what Commissioner Sinai talked about. I'm thinking about some of the COI inputs that we've already received, and to a degree, some of the people who did call in were very specific about what they would feel like would or could or should make up a district. And I'm, not having seen any of really what has been submitted in writing. We've been encouraging people that if you didn't get a chance to finish your input on the phone, please send in your input in writing. And we've encouraged people that you could send us your maps, which may include possibly, their perspectives on what they think a district could look like. So in some ways, I think I like this kind of step where we will be able to see and hear. And I would like to be sure that we do make it clear that this is for both groups and individuals, given, Commissioner Sadwani, what you said about all the software that's out there, that we do give opportunities. It's almost kind of like COI input round 2. Yes. But with a little bit more specificity in terms of a specific map or maps that they want to give to us. And I feel like that continues to help us really understand better some of what people might have been talking about. And as we're progressing, I think others who are following us are also progressing in terms of what they're hearing and wanting to weigh in. And that will at least help inform us, and also may help us to understand places where we think we have to make choices. The community, the broader different communities may already be making that for us, in the sense that they'll come in and say, hey, we've already gotten together. Here's what we want to propose, so that we don't have to agonize over certain choices that we think we might have to make. That might also help make some of our conversations a little bit more fruitful as well too. That's what I'm expecting. Some of the group presentations will include our conversations where multiple communities, where they know that they intersect in certain areas of the state, they'll come in and say, we've had conversations, we've worked it out, and this is what we've come up with. That's part of the value that I think could help us. And hearing from individuals would be also really great too, because we did hear conflicting COI input, and it would be also interesting to hear and helpful to hear before we get too far down a road. And then we're thinking, oh my gosh, we've got to start all over again.
Commissioner Sabine?
Thank you. I wanted to also just add one more piece that I forgot to mention earlier. I think what really will set the district map days apart from the communities of interest days, the COI input days, is that we'll have the census data, and folks on the ground with that redistricting software that's being put out there will be able to know what our conversations are about, for example, population deviation and approximately how many people need to be in each district. So when we've had folks calling in, and there's a million examples I could pull from, but let's say from the city of Long Beach, right? We've heard a lot from them. But once we know what the population of the city of Long Beach is, all of those census blocks, maybe some of those folks have recommendations about what can and can't be included once it comes to the actual population, right? Maybe Marin to the Oregon border, once we have more specifics on that population number, right? What a district needs to, how many people need to be in that district, that they can start thinking about what that actually means for them, right? What's included, what's not. And again, at the end of the day, we as the commission are going to have to take all of those districts and weigh them just as much as we have to weigh the communities of interest that we're receiving. So I just wanted to add that piece, that it will be a different moment in time because that census data will be available not only to us at the commission, but also to the public.
Commissioner Forjari?
So how do you see this process going with regard to BRA compliance? And, because I see we have 6 days of visualizations, I guess, prior to that day. And so how do you see incorporating our work on BRA compliance fitting into it's, I have no idea how long it's going to take to get there. Do you see us starting with BRA compliance and then moving from there? Or, is there enough time to get deeply enough into that, that the community has seen where we're headed down that road? And I think you get the gist of my question. I'll stop there.
May I respond, or does anyone else want to? Or I don't know if David Becker is also still, I see him on. I don't know if he's available. You know, I think a part of that actually is where in this proposed plan, those dates in September 15, 17, 18, 23, 29, 30, those get to be reserved for a lot of that RPV work. So hopefully a lot of that analysis can actually be done before we even get into line drawing. Certainly that doesn't mean that we'll know exactly the details of where it's going to be, but that we'll have a better sense of like where those Section 2 compliant districts will need to be, roughly speaking, and that throughout those iterations, week by week in October, that we can continue to make those adjustments. But I see Mr. Becker is back with us. He's the expert on this.
No, I actually just stepped away, so I didn't hear the full question, and I heard my name, so I came back.
The question came from Commissioner Fornashari, and that was, how do we incorporate the VRA analysis into the line drawing? So we're taking a look at those October dates of that iterative process that we're going to be meeting as a commission, thinking about the areas we've received communities of interest input. In the third week of October, we have set aside for receiving district maps suggestions from either community groups or individuals on the ground. And we just wanted to talk through where the RPV analysis comes in and when we have that.
So what we're gonna hopefully have by the latter half of September, end of September, is a really good idea of areas in California where the 3 jingles preconditions appear likely to be met. And we'll advise you about that. We don't have that now, but we will have areas where the minority population is large enough to comprise majority in a district, and where our racially polarized voting consultant has identified likely racially polarized voting that would be consistent with Section 2. And that will inform your efforts to draw the lines. One way to go about it, and there's no only one way to do this, but once we can advise you on all of those areas, it might be advisable to start in those areas and radiate outwards, because you will have more flexibility in some of the other areas of the state where, for instance, we identified the northern part of the state where Section 2 concerns are unlikely to be very evident. And you will have more flexibility to move populations around there, because to accommodate other factors that are also important, communities of interest, geographical boundaries, political boundaries, et cetera. You're always going to be considering these and balancing these out. I wish I could say there was like a set path where you do A first and then you do B and then you do C, and I'm always the person who tells you that's not going to be I'm the person with the bad news all the time, unfortunately. But I think if we can identify areas where Section 2 concerns are likely to be evident, that you can start from those areas and radiate out in the plans, and see, and that will allow you probably the maximum flexibility to accommodate other traditional redistricting principles and redistricting principles that are important under California law. So, does that answer your question, Commissioner Sadwani? And Commissioner Fornashari?
Thank you.
Great. Any other questions? Oh, Christopher Fernandez. Oh, and then Kendi.
I think Commissioner Kennedy had his hand up first. So,
Thanks. Just looking at the 3 cases, case 1, case 2, case 3. My sense is that yes, I can see a reason for distinguishing case 1 and case 2. To me, case 3, we might want to discard case 3, because basically case 3 to me is a matter of working back from the eventual deadline and coming up with that, rather than working from when we get the data and we arrive at that. So case 3 to me, we would be taking up time that is really meant for public feedback rather than our mapping. So I'm saying that in case one, or well, let's just say in any case, I would like to be finished with the draft maps no later than November 20th, even if the deadline, the formal deadline for them were to be November 30th. Does that make sense? Because I'm trying to give more time for the public feedback, and we don't really have, we're not really waiting for anything on the front end for 10 more days. You know, it's like the difference between case one and case two is the unadjusted census results versus the, you know, the usable census results. I understand that, but you know, going out 10 more days, I think we're eating into time that would better be used for public review rather than our management. Thank you.
Actually, on that, thank you for that question, because that's that brings up a point I didn't realize could be viewed that way. The case 3 is indeed what we're asking for in terms of final date, January 14th. That does not mean when it says draft maps are due no later than November 30th, that doesn't mean we have to wait until November 30th. So, and what commission, you know, will probably bring forward, but basically, if we stick with the deadline of getting our draft maps out November 12, and then we don't have to do finals until January 14, that gives us a much larger window than we have to do final maps by December 27. And that does not mean we push, because you're right, we definitely want more public input. And that's the whole reason why we're extending it. But it isn't like we're going to kick, that's not what the subcommittee's been talking about in terms of just getting input. Last time they got input, and then because it all happened at the same time, we've actually been fortunate enough to push this COI input ahead, so we can kind of jump into trying to establish a relatively good first draft, and then possibly have time to do another iteration in there after there's a draft map out, that we get all this information from the public, and then have the additional time, as opposed, you know, have that additional, was it, you know, the 2 week or the larger window to give the public time to comment during the process. So that was the whole idea. So yeah, case 3 is still what we're looking for, but it doesn't mean we have to take the draft maps all the way back. Does that help?
I think
Sorry,
Commissioner
want to say-
Fernandez was next.
Yeah, Commissioner Fernandez.
Okay, thank you. And I want to thank everyone for the conversation. I actually decided to sit back this time instead of my, what is it, knee-jerk reaction that I normally do. So I started reacting to Commissioner Fornashari's initial question. I'm like, yeah, that's right. And then Commissioner Sen, I'm like, yeah, that's right too. So anyway, so I decided to sit back, take it all in. I think Commissioner Kitagawa and I go through this together all the time, where we talk through it. But I guess the way I look at it with district maps, I just look at it as another COI, right? It's, this is probably to Commissioner Furnashari. Yes, we are, the 14 of us are the independent commission. We are the ones that should have that independent lens, because how I see it is every community of interest is not independent. It's their community of interest, right? So we have to take all of those. And that's how I see a district map as well, because that is a district map based on that body's or person's community of interest, but it's in a district versus an actual area. So I think if we just kind of step a few steps back and just realize, yes, we're trying to gather all of this information. Everyone has their vested interest in terms of who's calling in, which is great. We want to hear from everyone. But at the end of the day, the 14 of us are going to take all of that information, and we're going to independently go through it and determine what those maps will look like. And hopefully the 14 of us will come together to that the same conclusion. And then also they can submit, it doesn't have to be in a meeting. They can submit it through whatever other forms they want. They can mail it in, email it in, whatever the case may be. So anyway, that was just kind of my thinking of, oh yeah, it's not wait anymore, as Commissioner Sadwani said. It's another community of interest. So I think if we just kind of step back and look at it that way, I think it's, for me, it's easier to comprehend how us as the independent, then we're tasked with the independence of it all.
Great. Oh, Commissioner Yee, and then, sorry, Commissioner Sadwani, did you want to comment on, rebuttal, or Commissioner Yee, and then Commissioner Sadwani?
Yeah, I can see the arguments both ways. But one difference with some of these potential maps is, as I look at the letter that just got posted from NALEO and Black Hub and Asian American Advancing Justice, some of these won't be just single districts. This is the way I would like my district to look. And they will be up to and including whole state maps, and whole plans, whole redistricting plans. And so that does seem to be a different animal, and I'm really kind of not sure at all how I feel about how and when to receive that kind of input. And certainly, of course, I'm grateful for the investment that CBOs and individuals have in putting that kind of work in, but not quite yet gotten my head around exactly how our posture should be in receiving that input.
Commissioner Sadwani.
Yeah, I think two separate points. I think just in response to Commissioner Yee, this concern that you raised, I think that we're going to get district maps no matter what, right? There's this redistricting software that's out there and available to folks. We're going to have to receive those somehow, some way, some shape, some form, even if they're just electronic copies, as opposed to having time for folks to present them. I think having those days, I think we could go back and forth, right? If we wanted to put out our own draft maps, then we get those district maps from folks and it influences our final maps, or we receive it, maybe it influences our our draft maps, and then we're still going to get a whole lot more feedback on those too, right? So I think no matter what, we're going to receive it, even if we don't allow people the opportunity to present. And no matter what, we'll have to weigh how much weight we want to give to anything that we receive, right? So, if we receive full state maps from sitting legislators, right, we don't have to use it, right? But we can say, hey, we received it. Okay, thank you. Thanks for your time. And we appreciate it. And we're moving on. So I don't know, is it better before the draft map or after? I think it's better before the draft map, because then it can influence us or not as we're developing that draft, and we'll continue to have more time to think about it. We'll continue to have more time to get additional public feedback, which I am sure we would receive if we were to say adopt NALEO's map, right? I don't anticipate us doing that, but if we wanted to go in that direction, I bet we'd get a whole lot of public comment. So I think no matter when we do it, there's going to be pros and cons. And I think as we had talked more about it, doing it before we get that draft, seemed to make a lot of sense, so that we can continue to process and think about it, talk about it in open session. What was good? What wasn't good? What things did they weren't necessarily thinking about ourselves, right? We're going to get the VRA analysis for, in advance of all of this. But if communities of color come in and say, hey, actually in Los Angeles and South LA, we want to see a partnership that looks a little bit differently, we might want to know that, right? And whether or not we're going to use it or not, we will decide that once we get to that place. But I think having more information from folks will serve us well. And I think we can always remind ourselves and kind of check in with ourselves that we have to be independent in this, and, we're not going to favor one group or another, or one individual or another. The second piece I just wanted to raise was the piece that Commissioner Kennedy raised around November 20th. And I'm not sure if that was case 2. I personally don't have a problem with that, right? I think that sounds great. I just wasn't sure if that's what the commission wanted. And I think it would be helpful to get a little bit more guidance moving forward. Even if we get the January 14th date from the Supreme Court, do we want to try and have our draft wrapped up prior, for example, to the Thanksgiving holiday so that it can be out there and folks can be reviewing it? Or maybe we can enjoy our Thanksgiving holiday. I don't know. I just put that out there. But, I would love to just get that feedback from the commission. If we feel like best case scenario, we get January 14th, do we still want to try and have the draft maps done by the 20th so that we can maximize our public input and viewing time towards our final maps? And or, as Commissioner Anderson has mentioned, a secondary draft.
Right. I might, this topic is going to come up again at like the next meeting. We do have, kind of keeping an eye on the time here. And I don't mean to cut it short, but at the next meeting, the subcommittee is going to have a lot more information on this in terms of, a little bit more recommendations. And in terms of where to go with this. And so what I'm hoping to do on this particular document is put the September dates on the calendar and please get feedback on the other dates in here. If you could make them, you can't make them, because we don't know all these different cases until we actually hear from the Supreme Court. We just don't know what will happen. So these are to bring this forward, including that, the district maps. This is the first time we've really sort of talked about it at the full commission level. Now, the line drawing subcommittee is going to go back and get a little bit more information in terms of presenting something a little more concrete to work with, as opposed to we're going to just do something. So we don't have to hash this out today, is what I'm saying. So. But I have, I'm not sure who was first. I think it was Commissioner Kutagawa, and then Sinai, and then Fernandez.
Yeah, and I just want to note for everybody, we do have one more very important topic that we do need to address, and we do have a hard stop at 5:30 because we lose our ASL at 5:30. So my question to Commissioners Fernandez and Sinai is what you have to say. Can it be very, very quick so we can move on to incarcerated populations? Okay, Commissioner Sinai and then Fernandez.
I actually would like to go with what Commissioner Sidwani was saying and say, hey, we would like to have the first drafts up before Thanksgiving. And I'd like to actually do it now versus wait till our next meeting. Our meetings are far apart, and many of you have gotten to go on vacation, and I give you kudos that you have gone on vacation, but I haven't, because we haven't been given time enough. And if we want to go away for Thanksgiving, we need to know now, because it gets crowded. And I know that sounds completely selfish, but it's been over a year and a half. And we might not be able to do anything anyway because of the variants, but I would rather know our schedule moving forward sooner rather than later. And I also would like to encourage us not to cancel meetings because we don't have a full agenda, and allow meetings to go and end earlier rather than rush us through meetings, because I'm really not enjoying today's meeting and being rushed.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, actually, I was going to say the same thing, but as Commissioner Sinai, except for the rushing part. I kind of like the rushing part personally, but that's okay. It's just a difference. But I would prefer to set dates for September and October, and I thought that's what we were going to do. And I do remember at the last meeting, there's quite a few commissioners also that want to set dates for September, October. I mean, it's kind of early for November, but I really would like to have schedule set for the next 2 months. And I would like to have our goal of the initial draft maps prior to Thanksgiving. I think that's a good deadline, so we can take a little breather. and then come back re-energized. And I would prefer to do that today versus next week or the following week.
I'm game on Commissioner Sedwani, but go ahead.
Yeah, so I was just going to say, given that, I don't know if I don't think we actually need a motion unless, Alvaro, you feel the need to have a motion to like put this all on the website. But my sense is, can we just agree to these dates set forth for September and October and tentatively agree that we will finish these maps no later than the draft map no later than November 20th, as laid out in case number 2. Of course, that would change depending on what the Supreme Court says if our map adoption date ends up being December 27th. Does that sound reasonable to everybody? Are there any objections? And Alvaro, do you feel like you would want a motion to that effect?
I don't think we have to have a motion for that. We had already, through September, I believe we had listed our business meetings, knowing that we would have some line drawers and some other things. So this will encapsulate. What I can do is put that information together on a spreadsheet similar to what we did for the outreach meetings and share that with the commission. If there's any issues, then we can discuss them at that point.
What else needs to be shared with the commission? I'm wondering if we can adopt these right now, at least for September and October. November is the crapshoot, right? I mean, I think that's the one challenge.
Any conflicts with the dates that are here for October? I guess let's stick with the 25th on that business meeting, that 4th week. And that's a November date, but we would not recommend having a meeting on Veterans Day.
Correct. And are we all confident that November 20th is our drop dead date for a draft, so that folks can plan accordingly?
Or before.
Or before, of course, or before, but no later than, not moving into the week of Thanksgiving.
So, Commissioner, the only caveat I would say we need to have out there is if Bagley Keene, we don't know what's going to happen in October. So I just kind of want to put it out there that if we go revert back to the Bagley Keene requirements, we have to do the in-person, and so that may shift some of the dates and some of the things that we have scheduled. So that would be the only caveat I would put out there.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Just having problems with my mute. I honestly just feel we just go forward with the schedule, regardless of Bagley Keene. The dates are already in this document for September as well. So you've got September and October. The September dates have the prior dates we agreed to for our business meetings. And even if the Bagley Keene issue changes our way of meetings, I believe most of the meetings that you scheduled in October are consecutive. So I don't see an issue with that. We have consecutive meetings, which makes sense. Have them all at one site.
I would agree. I think if we can't have any resolution on the Bagley Keene issue, we plan to meet on the steps of the Capitol building.
Well, if with that, given that, we're done. Let's put these October and September, October on the date, and then we will, the subcommittee will be getting back to you next week with more information.
And we're also just in spirit, I guess we're agreeing to no later than November 20th. That's correct? Is that correct? All right. All right. Thank you. And I believe then Robbie will be issuing calendar invites so that we could have those dates put on hold. All right, thank you very much. We do have one more agenda item. Commissioner Sinai, I also want to just acknowledge your feedback. I do also want to note, though, that the meeting is to be held if there is action. That was going to be held if the RPV analyst was ready. There was feedback that we received that they were not going to be ready with the RPV analyst due to, I think, a family emergency. And so since there was not going to be an action taken, we felt that we would just then cancel that meeting in the spirit of what that was scheduled for. So that was the reason why it just became, though, much fuller towards the end. I do believe before we move on to the next agenda item, there has been a caller that's been waiting to make a public comment. So Katie, I'm going to ask you to read it off, but before we do, Commissioner Fernandez, I see you.
Yeah, the only thing was on the dates. Are we going to leave it up to staff to assign the times, or we're just going to leave it open for all the dates in September and October?
I think that's what we did before when
that's
you
fine.
and
I just
Commissioner
wanted to know.
Ahmad did. Okay, I think that's what you delegated to them, is to figure out the times. Okay, Katie?
May I ask what we are taking public comment on at this time?
We're taking public comment on, it would be, I believe, agenda item number 6, which is the line drawer, and I don't know if you took it separately for VRA compliance, but if not, it would also include that as well too.
We did take it for VRA compliance. So
okay,
we'll take
then
it
this
first.
would be for the line drawer.
Perfect. Okay. The commission will now be taking public comment on agenda item number 6, the line drawer. To give comment, please call 877-853-5247 and enter the meeting ID number 874-8744-0379. Once you have dialed in, please press star 9 to enter the comment queue. The full call-in instructions have been read previously in the meeting and are provided in full on the live stream landing page. And caller 2448, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing star 6. And go ahead, the floor is yours.
Yes, and my apologies. I really want my comments to be on the last item about federal incarcerated population. So, hello?
Oh, okay. Thank you. So do you just want to wait until after we have our discussion and then make comment at that time?
Yes, please. And hopefully there'll be enough time. And I promise you it's a very quick comment.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go back in the queue. Thanks.
Katie, just let us know when the instructions have finished streaming.
The instructions are complete on the stream, Chair.
My voice got deeper.
That's a pretty neat trick. Okay. Just wait and see. In the meantime, let's see. Commissioner Kennedy or Commissioner Turner, who is going to be leading off agenda item number 8, incarcerated populations, federal facilities?
Well, Chief Counsel Payne had asked whether he could, and I believe we agreed that he could lead off.
Okay, well, thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. Some of you, and I will defer to Karen McDonald, who's here as well. But it seems like back on January 12th, the commission addressed inmates in state correctional facilities, but there was an open question for the commission how to address inmates in federal facilities. And because we have the census data coming up soon, Karen McDonald is going to need direction from the commission on how to address that issue. And Karin, I'll kick it over to you if you want to further explain.
Yes, thank you so much. Hello, commissioners. I am here with my statewide database hat on. And would just like to remind you very quickly about this topic. As you know, under the Voters' Choice Act, the legislature is responsible for the building and the public availability of the official redistricting database, and that function, of course, is fulfilled by the statewide database at Berkeley. Our clients, just to remind you also, are not just the commission, but rather, since the Fair Maps Act, local governments, including cities and counties, and of course, also the general public use the database. Of course, general public has always used the statewide database, but now the cities and counties actually have to use the statewide database for their redistrictings. The request from the legislature per the elections code was for the commission to remove the federal incarcerated populations for your work. And just to remind you again, we're talking about 14,400 persons that are in roughly 10 facilities in the state of California. And again, like Anthony just said, the census data, of course, are coming out in a couple of days, and we need to figure out what to do. So we would really like your guidance on whether you accept that request from the legislature. And then if you do, then the statewide database would apply that to the database accordingly. And that would then become the default data set that we make available through all of the access tools. Because remember, we have a couple of access tools still coming, a QGIS tool and also an online redistricting tool that will have the entire data set in it. So that would then be the default data set that we make available through those access tools. And that is pretty much my summary. I'm here for questions, obviously, and David Becker is also here. So thank you.
Commissioner Kennedy, and then Commissioner Yee.
Thank you, Chair. So as Chief Counsel Payne's note from earlier set out, the one change that at this point I didn't really expect, but I received an email yesterday from Senator Padilla's staff saying that the Bureau of Prisons would in fact be able to provide us with a list indicating each individual in federal custody's hometown, not address, but hometown. I had hoped that we would be able to get the address so that we could treat those in federal custody the same as we were treating individuals in state custody. It appears that that is not going to be possible at this point. And I guess my question to David Becker would be, does having the hometown enable us to do anything other than include or exclude? I mean, can we actually reallocate those individuals to a city, doing it perhaps to a random census block within that city? Is that going to cause us any problems? I mean, that would be my preferred solution to this.
So first, let me say it's really admirable to want to try to allocate individuals who are incarcerated to where they actually reside. And I think it's important to note that is something we should be trying to do. The next question is, does the data currently allow us to do that in the process? And I think the answer is probably no. I think we've identified something that we should be trying to do probably in the next round. But I think given, and I'm separating out the state prison system from the federal prison system. I think those are two different things. I think we're well situated with regard to the state prison system. I'm not suggesting any change there. I think it is appropriate to exclude federal prisoners the place in which they're incarcerated, because that might skew the actual voting power within those places. I also want to note that that California law is this is just I'm going to share a point of personal opinion, which is I think California law is actually very sound on this. That people who are, as I understand it, people who are incarcerated in California don't have voting rights, but everyone else, if you are not in federal or state prison or in a county jail, their voting rights still exist. And so this is not an issue of enfranchisement or disenfranchisement. This is an issue of where we're allocating individuals for purposes of redistricting. People who are no longer in prison, people who are no longer in state prison, people who are no longer in county jail are able to vote in California, and that is what California has decided. And I personally think that's a very good rule. But you can imagine for a federal, if you have people in federal custody, and we're going to try to reallocate them based on the city we know they live in. And just imagine, for instance, if that city happens to be Los Angeles, which odds are it will be. That's going to be the largest number, just because Los Angeles is the largest city. That is not going to help you from a redistricting perspective. There are so many districts within Los Angeles. And I mean, they could live in Brentwood. They could live in East LA, they could live in Compton. I mean, we're talking about a vast geographical area where districts are going to be spread out. I personally think this is probably a very nobly intended effort that probably the data is not quite there yet. And I would be very supportive of working to make sure the data will be there for the next round of redistricting. That's my personal opinion for whatever it's worth, because I think it is appropriate to exclude these individuals. I think it's very appropriate to want to try to allocate them to their last residence, but I don't think the data we're going to have on the federal side is going to be adequate. Commissioner Sadwani, I see your hand up, as well as Commissioner Fernandez. I don't know who wants to go first.
I see Commissioner Kennedy, Commissioner Fernandez, and Commissioner Sadwani, and is there anyone else? And Commissioner Yee. So Commissioner Kennedy?
Thank you, Chair. Just to finish, I mean, this has been aspirational, and the information yesterday that we could get the city was kind of a wonderful surprise, and led me down a trail of thinking, if we assigned people to a random block within their hometown, that any damage to anyone else would be de minimis. The other thing is, I've for years had discussions with colleagues in UN human rights units, and I happen to, be convinced in the end that the approach in Maine and Vermont, which is people are people, and people have voting rights whether they're in prison or not. But I also don't like looking at the history of this country and reading about, exclusion of Indians not taxed, counting people as 3/5. I would like to count every person as a person.
Can I just say, so this is why I totally could not be more appreciative of that. This is why I point out this is not an issue of enfranchisement or disenfranchisement. The felon enfranchisement and disenfranchisement laws, regardless of where we allocate these individuals, and I think the California laws are among the most enfranchising, and I think appropriately so. Whether I'm not going to express whether they could even be more so. That's obviously a separate issue. I'll also say I think the numbers overall are relatively small relative to the population of California. I think the upside here is relatively little, very close to zero in terms of ability to get a true picture of the California population and draw lines accordingly. I think the downside and the possibility for increased liability, I think there's some open questions as to whether California law permits this. I think there's some open questions as to whether this increases the chance of some claims against the plans. And so I think ultimately in balancing out the interest, given where the data is currently, and this is one of the things we haven't even really addressed fully, is we don't know when we'd get the data. We don't know what format that data would be in, what the compatibility with the statewide database would be, whether this would slow down the process. I think all of these things argue in favor of it probably not being quite ready for prime time in this cycle, but something that we should continue to make as a focus for future cycles, because, and again, California is at the forefront of even considering this. This is something that many other states aren't even thinking along these lines, and it's a testament to you all and to the state.
All right,
And
thank
to
you.
Senator Padilla's office, sorry, Chair, just wanting to acknowledge Senator Padilla's staff and their help in this.
Yeah, it was there. It sounded like there was some hope. And thank you, Commissioner Kennedy, for staying on top of them for that. Commissioner Fernandez is next, followed by Commissioner Sadwani and then Commissioner Yee.
Yes, actually.
And then Commissioner Anderson. Yeah,
thank you.
Commissioner Fernandez, yes.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, David Brecker. You voiced my same concern. I was going to ask Karen. I know her and her staff have worked out tirelessly on the state database and the information and how it's received. And so she's, I don't want to say they're ready to go, but they're kind of ready to go once we receive the census data. And my concern is how, if we opted to have Karen do that for the federal, I'm not sure if she's ready for it and what impact that would have in terms of when we will ultimately receive the census data.
Yeah, so thank you for that question, Commissioner Fernandez. Definitely, as David has just mentioned, and as Commissioner Kennedy has mentioned, this email just came in. We don't even know who the contact person in the federal government or in the Bureau of Prisons might be. These are bureaucracies. There were data sharing agreements that took forever. We're 2 days from receipt of the census data. We would have to vet the data. We don't know if that data set that they have just, volunteered, it appears, whether that's a data set that was actually pulled on census day, right? Because that was one of the things that we worked very hard with CDCR on, to make sure that we would really get a data set that was current as of census day, so that we would minimize the apples and oranges effects. And so, yeah, there will be a lot of open questions. I love data, and I like accurate and correct data even more. So I think there would definitely be some challenges to even figure out whether this is a data set that could, by any stretch of the imagination, under this particular time frame, be received, be vetted, and be used.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Sadwani.
Yes, thank you. A couple of thoughts here. I'm really with Commissioner Kennedy on this whole piece. And I see this conversation picking up several different threads. So I wanted to kind of clarify those as I see them. The first one is about as has been mentioned, the representation, or excuse me, the rights of enfranchisement. I don't think this has anything to do with enfranchisement. This has to do with the right to representation. This is about who is responsible, who is representing those who are incarcerated. And as I had mentioned in a previous meeting some months ago when we discussed this, it doesn't sit right with me, as Commissioner Kennedy mentioned, that we would simply drop federal prisoners and then they have no one to be accountable to them. Whether or not they have enfranchisement, as far as I'm concerned, they do still have a right to representation. And so simply dropping them from our statewide totals would be really concerning for me. And to me also sets a dangerous precedent, whether it's ever used or not. about the idea of dropping anyone from the census data. Today, it might be federal prisoners, but tomorrow it could be undocumented immigrants. And so that continues to concern me kind of at an ethical level, quite frankly. So I don't think it's about enfranchisement. I think it's about representation. Second, we've mentioned the process in which states, in which we would use their hometown and potentially randomly assigning them to a city. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that is the process that's being used for state prisoners, those being held in state correctional facilities, when there's only a partial address, right? So when we don't have a full, my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, was that when we have a partial address, an incomplete former address, then they are being randomized to cities. So I don't see what the problem with that would be. So I think that's a separate component. And I don't see how that's a dangerous precedent if we're already doing it with the those held in state facilities. Third, I mean, certainly I think the practical ability to get this work done in time, I can't speak to that, right? I mean, if we're not able to do it, we're not able to do it. But I still wouldn't feel comfortable simply dropping people entirely. I'm very sensitive and very concerned about the notion of prison gerrymandering, but I'm also very concerned about simply dropping people from our totals, because I think that suggests then that we don't think that there are certain people unworthy of representation. And I don't think that's what this commission is saying.
Thank you, Commissioner Sadwani. Commissioner Yee?
Yeah, first I want to say yes to Commissioner Sadwani's comments, 100%, every word. I feel the same way. But I have a different question for Karin. So Karin, you started off your comments with listing out the other jurisdictions that also are required to use the database, statewide database. And just trying to make sure I understood that correctly then. So is it a decision that we make here concerning federal prisoners that will affect the redistricting database that others will use as well? Are we somehow in a privileged position to make that decision for cities and counties and so forth?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Commissioner Yee. I think what will probably happen is that we will, so what we're asking for is whether or not you accept this request. And as I said, and if you don't accept the request and we keep the data in essentially, then that will be the default that is reflected on in the access tools and so forth. I think what we would probably do is make a list of the facilities and the numbers and the corresponding census blocks available on the statewide database, so that so that people could essentially remove by themselves, or we would make a second data set available that basically has those populations removed. Of course, that's going to, cause some confusion, and we would have to just make sure that we're clarifying that particular point.
Thank you.
Okay, and we have Commissioner Anderson.
Yeah, actually, that kind of comes. Thank you for that. I agree with Commissioner Sadwani. It does bother me just dropping people, but and it's about representation, not voting. But my question was similar to Commissioner Yee's in that we, as the statewide commission, had the option of what do we do with the state prisoners? What do we do with prisoners? At cities and counties, are they only required to consider state prisoners and not federal? Or what is the rule? Because why would there be two sets? I don't quite understand that. I mean, are they not supposed to consider federal prisoners?
I'm going to hand this over to one of the attorneys, because I think you're asking for a legal opinion, but this is all in the Fair Maps Act. And I mean, I'm happy to pull the section out and read it, but maybe Anthony might want
No,
to
well,
speak to that, or
it isn't actually, it is just the from the Fair Maps Act, is that because California, when we started the original state population issue, my understanding is that at a state level, we had no actual requirement because our, the Voters First Act does not include that. However, at a state level, cities and counties, they must consider prison reallocation. And so the legislature was asking us to also do the same. I just want to make sure that we're not doing one thing while the local cities and counties are required to do another. Does that make sense? Anybody want to take that one?
Chief Counsel Payne or Mr. Becker?
Anthony might be better to take the first stab at that, and then I can perhaps.
So my thoughts on that, Commissioner Anderson, are that, and my thoughts are that the locals are going to end up aren't they using the same database that you all are going to be using, or helping to fashion essentially? So essentially when the counties are making decisions, they have to work off that same data set. So then I guess one of the possibilities then would be in a local situation where you have a federal prison. Doesn't that necessarily mean that that county or that part of the county would be a bit artificially inflated if they weren't excluded? That would be my thought on that.
Yeah, I guess I'm actually more asking questions from back when we made their first decision. I thought it was, we're deciding to do what we're doing based on, with the idea of that is what the local and cities are actually required to do. The legislature was asking us to do the same, to make it easier so there would be one data set. That's kind of what I thought was not.
if you'd like me to read it, I'm looking at it. So
are you referring to the A4 part? Is that is that where we were going?
The Fair Maps Act section about what the counties are supposed to do. Would you like me to just read that so you can hear what they're supposed to do? Yes, okay. So an incarcerated person, as that term is used in section 21003, shall not be counted as part of a county's population. So this for counties, except for an incarcerated person whose last known place of residence may be assigned to a census block in the county, if information about the last known place of residence for incarcerated persons is included in the computerized database for redistricting that is developed in accordance with subdivision B of section 8253 of the government code. And that database is made publicly available. So.
Great. So basically it says they cannot count them unless it's been reallocated. Okay, thank you. And I think Commissioner Fernandez has been waving her hand wildly to.
Yeah, she's next.
No, I was just gonna, when Commissioner Sinai and I delved into this, the reason we had to take action for the state incarcerated people is because the legislature cannot order us to do something. They ordered the cities and counties to do it, and they were just requesting that we also follow suit. And that's what we voted on, was to follow suit with what the cities and counties were doing.
And that's my question. Was it only state or was it federal as well?
My understanding, Commissioner, yeah.
No, go ahead.
My understanding, Commissioner Anderson, was that in January, the decision was only on the state portion and not the federal portion, which is why we're here today to address the federal portion of it.
Commissioner Saad. Wani, I think, has her hand up, and then
Sure.
back to Commissioner Fernandez.
I think Commissioner
And-
Fernandez probably is going to say the same thing, but I think the reason is because the state can only direct the state correctional facilities to share that information. The state legislature does not have the authority to direct federal prisons to turn over the prisoner, inmates information.
Absolutely correct. And we attempted to get the information. I shouldn't say we, Karen attempted to get the information, was unsuccessful. And that's when we came forward initially and said, we're not getting the information. We want to back out the number so that it's not, certain areas aren't overinflated with the that population. But of course, that piece did not go through.
Commissioner Sinai, did you have your hand up? Wasn't sure. Okay. Okay. So just process, do we need to take a vote, Alvaro? I think we do, right? On this, which direction we're going to go, I guess we'll need a motion. Okay. Commissioner Anderson?
Actually, I had one more question. How are we doing the state reallocation? If we only have their hometown, what happened?
Commissioner Fernandez?
Karen could probably answer this better than myself, but they did, the California Department of Corrections Rehabilitation did provide information to the statewide database on all of that information. And so that's what Karen was talking about earlier, is that she was working with them on the data set and what she needed it to look like. And so they're ready to go in terms of reallocating that information. Is that close enough, Karen?
That's perfect. You're hired.
Karen, if I could just ask, you mentioned that there were some concerns about data quality and what state it'll come to. So let's just say hypothetically you could get the data fairly quickly, just in terms of vetting the data, or maybe let me just ask it this way. How long did it take you when you received or are receiving data from the state, I guess, Bureau of Prisons, or Department of Corrections, I guess maybe is the proper term. How long did that take in terms of getting their data, processing it, and then now, the next step is once you get the census data, reallocating it?
So I started working with the CDCR in about 8 years ago on this project. So it did take a little minute. And then we had some prototype data that were shared. There was a very fat confidentiality agreement that went back and forth a few times. And, then there were some file issues, what should be in it, what should not be in it, how should the columns be organized. I mean, basically anything that you can think about when you're getting a data file from somebody else who did not, really collect those data for the reasons for which you would like to use it. Because they did not collect those data for us, right? This was dropped onto them with this legislation. So then we kind of had to just come to an agreement. I don't know anything about this data set that we just received this email about. I mean, literally nothing. I have no idea whether they just said, oh yeah, we could do it and it'll take us 6 months to do it. I don't know if they said we can do it and it's going to be accurate as of today. I just know nothing. I don't know if it's going to require, a confidentiality agreement, whether they would share with you and then we have to work out another confidentiality agreement with us. I just don't know anything. And, census data are going to be out in a couple of days. So we're kind of on a train that's not going to stop for us to figure this out at this point.
Commissioner Kennedy, and I just also want to, perhaps Commissioner Kennedy, before you go, it is, I just want to note that we have 6 minutes and I need to do a check-in with Christian.
We need to take a break at 5:30, Chair.
And my understanding was that we have ASL only until 5:30. Is there if we need to extend, is there an option? If not, we'll need to try to figure out how we're going to wrap this up then.
We'll see what we can do during the break.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Kennedy?
Thank you, Chair. After this, and in the interest of time, I'm going to move that we request statewide database to reflect individuals in federal custody at their location on Census Day.
Is there a second? Oh, sorry. Do you need a clarification on the motion?
Yes. Can you repeat the motion one more time, please? Thank you.
Move to request statewide database to reflect individuals in federal custody at their location on Census Day.
Okay, and is there a second? Commissioner Sinai, are you seconding? Okay. Any discussion? Commissioner Sinai.
Commissioner Kennedy, my only question on this, I think that works for the 10,000 or 14,000 California state inmates in, incarcerated people that are in federal facilities. What do we do with the others in federal facilities that may not be from California? I believe Karin still needs direction from us on what to do with that number. Correct, Karin?
That is a good question. I think the legislature's request was actually about the entire cohort. We did receive information from the Bureau of Prisons, and you're correct that they could tell us how many people had their last residence in California before incarceration. There were some questions about that. I don't have that data set at this point, so I think at this point we would be treating everybody as one cohort. But I appreciate this, Commissioner Sinai. Appreciate the follow-up question.
Let me ask it in a different way, just to make sure I'm being clear. How many individuals are incarcerated in federal institutions in the state of California?
Look, it's 14. Just 1 second.
Total. I mean, Californian and non-Californian.
Yes. The total is 14,494.
Okay.
That was Census Day. Mm-hmm.
Right. And via the email you sent on April 23rd, we know that 10,326 are from California. So the difference is, this is where I was kind of caught up, is those 4,000, what do we do with those plus or minus 4,000?
Correct. I appreciate that question, and thank you for asking it. We don't know how they were distributed in those facilities. So if you wanted to differentiate, then we could try to go back and figure out, what facilities they were in. Certainly.
Commissioner Pornachari, and then we do have to take a break at 5:30, and then in the meantime, we could figure out if there's an ability to extend the time further. Commissioner Pornachari?
So we'll see. There seems to be a kind of a time component here that we're not considering in the motion. I mean, it's open-ended and indefinite, but we need a data set to start drawing lines. And we have no idea when we're going to get the data from the Bureau of Prisons and how long that's all going to take. So I would think we would want to kind of include some sort of a deadline in our motion so that Karin can move forward if we can't get the data in time.
And Commissioner Kennedy, and then Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair. the motion requires no additional data beyond what statewide database will receive on Thursday.
Oh, I'm sorry. Then I don't understand what the motion is. I'm sorry, I'm not understanding.
To reflect individuals in federal custody at their location on census day. So they were counted in the institutional setting on census day. That's the data that statewide database is going to get, and statewide database would have to do no removal, reallocation, or anything. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes, I just wanted to reply to Commissioner Fornashari that at this point in time, it's late in the game to ask for Karin and her group to try to take that information and scrub it and not impact what our timelines are at this point in terms of receiving the statewide database. So we just have to deal with either we exclude them all or we keep them in, but if we keep them in where they're currently housed.
Commissioner Turner.
So it is, I think, a question that we've asked for a while, but so our options at this point, so that we're all clear, is that we're wanting to either exclude them from being represented or we're wanting to have them gerrymandered where they are.
Commissioner Sinai?
Just to add something from our past notes, I've been going back and forth to all their different conversations we've had on this. Just a reminder, yes, and that's what prisoner gerrymandering is, that someone had mentioned that term earlier. And this, the prison those in the incarcerated people, those numbers are really critical at the city and county level, and not as much at the federal level. As you know, as we're hearing 14,000, and Mr. Becker had said it's the number's not that much, but it is when the city and the counties are looking at this, and there's great videos on this. And you know, federally, they are, I mean, by state legislation, they're not, they will be not representing them at those levels. But so it is different. We're looking at it in two different ways. But yes, those are our two choices, Commissioner Turner.
Can I make a quick comment on that, Commissioner?
Yes.
So with regard to excluding federal prison populations from the count, it could be impactful because those are concentrated populations. So I think about facilities like Lompoc, I think I've got that right, which, if I'm not mistaken, is in Santa Barbara County. If we include that population, it could actually misrepresent minority voting power to some degree and have a negative effect on that, because it may be disproportionately minority. I don't know for sure, but that's a possibility. It might also not be. The impact in excluding federal concentrated prison populations could be substantial because they're concentrated, but the impact in allocating them for inclusion randomly based on the city in which they live, putting aside the data issues there, will have limited impact, I believe. And so that's just my advice that I'm offering. I don't want to derail. Again, I totally appreciate where everyone is coming from on this discussion. It's an appropriate discussion. I think the question on whether the data, if we had the addresses, I might say something different. If we knew what the data was going to look like, I might say something differently. My understanding is the data we have from the state, from state corrections, has already been processed and is in the process of being processed. Karin might be able to tell us, but we know what the quality of that data is, and we know we can process it. And whereas the federal data is just a great big question mark, and at best is only going to be allocated by city, which is, I think, problematic. And I apologize, I'm going to have to get off. So hopefully I'll be happy to answer any questions subsequently if anyone has any.
Thank you very much, Mr. Becker. We do need to also take a break. I know that we do have a caller waiting as well too, but we're not finished with this conversation. I believe we'll come back and we'll have some word from Christian and the team about whether or not how much longer we can keep them or that they're available to stay. So let's take our 15-minute break now.
Welcome back, California. We are in agenda item 8, incarcerated populations. Let's see, we have a motion and a second on the floor. I wanted to see if there were any further discussion on the motion at this point. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm not entirely happy with the state of affairs. I would certainly prefer, as I said, the option of randomly assigning individuals in federal custody to random census blocks within their hometowns. But given the choice of not assigning them anywhere and having them counted where they were on census day, I come down on preferring to have them reflected where they were on census day, especially because we have already taken a decision to press for full reallocation following the 2030 census. And I will commit to continuing to follow this up and pushing for this, for the next 9 years if need be. Thank you.
Commissioner Turner, and then Commissioner Sadwani.
Thank you. I'm certainly not in favor of the current motion and believe that because of the work that's already been done to have it figured out, to me, it would just underscore the point. I don't like folk not having representation either. However, it feels to me that we're allowing one more decade of what we know to be a flawed system. And so it doesn't solve what we would desire for them not to be represented. But I think we should still be pushing for, if we figured it out with the state facilities, I think we should still at least push and ask for the random appropriations that we've talked about at this level, and then let's see what happens with it, as opposed to settling or determining that it can't happen prematurely. It feels like it's last minute now, because now we have the data that's going to be released later this week, but this is a conversation that we've had quite a while back. And I'm not certain, outside of Commissioner Kennedy's pushing, good for him, that we last minute determined that we can now all of a sudden provide it at a city, down to a city, but not exact address. I think the timing of the whole thing is unfortunate. I don't think it's a new conversation. It's a conversation we've had a while back. Information is just now being released late. And now that information is being released, it feels again like a forced choice. And so just for that, I don't support it and hope we can do something different. And I'm still wanting to have the information excluded from where they currently reside, from where the inmates currently reside, and push to have it allocated at the city level randomly if need be and where need be. Because I don't think it was all of the addresses, it was some.
Commissioner Sadwani.
Thank you. And thank you so much for that, Commissioner Turner, because I think that was really helpful for me to hear. In general, I continue to support Commissioner Kennedy's perspective on this, that my preference also would be to randomize at the city level. And I'm wondering, I know Karin, thus far, you've said you haven't seen the data, you don't know what it is, and therefore probably it's not feasible. Is it reasonable to say, let's hold off till our next meeting on August 19th so that we can get additional information and then make the decision about whether or not we can move forward with this in any way, shape, or form? I know that that is an additional burden to place on you, but we did just receive this information that hometowns would be available. Is that, what can we reasonably collect? What information can we reasonably collect over the next 9? Is it 9? Yes, 9 days. That might help inform our decision better. Because I'm with you, Commissioner Turner, and Commissioner Kennedy. I think we're actually saying that similar things, is that the best case scenario is that we could put folks back into the cities where they originated from their last known place of residence. If it's true that we've exhausted all possibility of doing that, then I would absolutely support this motion. Commissioner Fernandez very, very kindly pointed me to the document that she and Commissioner Sinai had originally prepared. I forget the date of that meeting, but which provided a breakdown of the populations of inmates in the various 13 facilities. There's about 14,500 inmates as of April 1st, 2020. In general, that's spread about 1,000-ish people per facility throughout the state. So I think coming back to the point Commissioner Sinai had made before the break, when it comes to creating for example, congressional district that's going to be over 700,000 people, 1,000 people, if we, keep them in or take them out, does make some difference. It makes less of a difference, though, however, than compared to city redistricting or county redistricting. So I'm still, uncomfortable with dropping folks completely. And if there's any possible way that we can continue to look at this data and assess whether or not it could be possible, I would certainly be in favor of that.
Commissioner Fernandez, I don't know, Karin, did you want to respond to that, or was there anything to respond to there?
Commissioner Sedwani, did you want me to respond to that?
If you have any feedback, that would be great.
We fulfill a mandate for the state legislature. And I think that if you wanted to do something that's not expressly provided for in the elections code, I'm not a lawyer. I keep saying this. And now, David is not on, Anthony is still on. From where I'm sitting, I think this is a conversation you have to have with the legislature about what could be done. I could certainly reach out to them and, figure out what they can and cannot provide. But then there's the other step, which is what then do we do with it? So there's two different questions, right? There's one, what can we get and what does it look like? And then, figuring out the usability and vetting the data, which I think could be a considerable amount of work. Again, I'd be happy to look into that, but then, what do we do with it? Depending on what we find out. And I think that, you need to reach out to the legislature and then discuss that piece with them. That's not for me to decide. But thank you.
I have Commissioner Fernandez, then you.
Yeah, it was kind of like a little bit of follow-up to that. I do believe Commissioner Kennedy said they didn't provide a date as to when they would provide the city information. So it's still kind of up in the air still in terms of what they're going to provide and if they're going to provide the information by facility, or is it just going to be like on a statewide level? So, like what Karin said, we don't know what we're going to get. And We also don't know how that's going to impact the database and Karen's, if Karen will even be able to do that, how it's going to impact us ultimately in terms of getting the census data that we can work with to draw lines.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm wondering about something that's only been mentioned in passing, and that is another option, which is to reallocate federal prisoners randomly through the whole state and not depend on this information of uncertain quality and uncertain timing about hometowns. And that would also cover the 4,000 or so non-Californians in California federal prisons, right? I mean, the whole prisoner reallocation ultimately is a national issue because you've got people from all different states and all different prisons, right? There's Californians in federal prisons outside of California, right? That we would care about if, in an ideal situation. If we reallocate people randomly through the whole state, then we're kind of calling it a wash that non-Californians in California federal prisons, it's about equal to Californians in non-California federal prisons. And we just avoid the question about this data that, we just don't know when it's coming and what quality it will be. So what about reallocating randomly through the state? That way, which is what we're doing with people in state prisons who don't have last known addresses. That way we avoid the gerrymandering, but people are represented, even if, tenuously by being counted through the whole state. I'm also wondering, so Karen, you're under a mandate to produce a certain database with certain guidelines. What freedom do you have? I mean, can we tell you what to do? Do we have that right even actually? Because that's as you're suggesting in your prior response, that's a legislative directive, right? I mean, what to do with federal prisoners? Who actually has the right to make that call?
Yeah, so thank you for that question, Commissioner Yee. The legislature is ultimately responsible for the data set. So that's not you. They were requesting you to make a decision about whether or not you wanted us to, basically leave them in the data set or not leave them in the data set. So that was the question that was posed to you, but it's ultimately a legislative responsibility to provide an accurate and computerized data set that's publicly available to everybody, you and everybody else in the state of California.
So just technically then, to reallocate those in federal prisons randomly throughout the state, as you'll have to do with the people in state prisons who don't have good last known addresses, is that technically, how hard is that?
I would not feel comfortable giving you any feedback on that, as again, I'm not a lawyer, and I wish there would be a lawyer, preferably one from the legislature sitting here. I will tell you this right now. But when I read the elections code, it just does. I mean, we wouldn't have an issue if it said, reallocate, people that are incarcerated in federal prisons in California randomly. Then we wouldn't have this conversation. We would just do it, but it doesn't say that. So, I mean, I have said this to some of you before. I think it would be great if this commission could work with the legislature and get this law changed so that there is clarity and that in 10 years, people are not sitting here exactly the same way, wondering what to do. But at this point, I would not feel comfortable. I don't feel like I am able to make that decision to randomly allocate people when the law does not really provide for that. And again, I'm not a lawyer.
So you're saying whether or not it's technically easy or not is irrelevant because you simply wouldn't feel comfortable doing it?
No, not without hearing from the legislature, no.
I see. Okay.
And I think that's a conversation that you all should have with the legislature.
Yeah, that's good to know. Okay, thank you.
I have Commissioner Turner, then Commissioner Toledo, then Commissioner Vasquez.
Thank you. And Karen, we thank you and appreciate your responses for sure. So it sounds to me that the legislature has given us a decision point of should we include or exclude, not what to do with them. And so again, I'm saying for me, I'd rather have them excluded from where they currently are, because that is not accurate from my perspective. And then if we don't have the ability to say where to randomly put it, then I think it's back on the legislature to figure out how to make the data accurate at that point and place them somewhere. But for the piece part that we get to make a decision on, it sounds like we can agree to remove them, and that corrects part of it. And then they don't have representation, but they're not allocated where they were outside of their home places. This always gets tricky with questions and decisions that's posed to this commission by legislature that is not a full decision, it's a partial decision. And so this is another one of those, to me, partial decisions. And so we can partially decide whether they should stay where they currently were counted in a federal facility, or we can say to exclude them from the federal facility, but the part two of what to do with them is not for us, apparently, to decide at this point until the law is changed. And so with that, just for sake of stating so, I'd still rather they not be included where they currently are outside of their home area.
Commissioner Toledo?
Yeah, I'm just curious if perhaps Marion, who went through this process 10 years ago, of her opinion on what our discretion is around the reallocation of the prisoners, if it's our discretion or the legislature's discretion. So if you just have an opinion on that.
As I read it, it's your discretion on what you do with them, but you can't tell the statewide database to do something that it's not going to otherwise do. It was told by the legislature to redo the state ones. You could decide to include them or not include the state prisoners. But your only option for federal prisoners is to include them where they are or exclude them, because you don't have any other option.
Thank you.
Commissioner Vasquez?
Yeah, thank you, Marion. That was helpful, because the more I think about it, the more I am not in favor of, it sounds like we don't have the option, but I'm not in favor of reallocating randomly the federal prisoners, because the fact of the matter is that they're mostly Black and brown prisoners, and geography is not racially agnostic, and it feels like we would potentially be reinforcing disenfranchisement of these folks by randomly placing them throughout California. I'm sure, again, data-wise, we could probably come up with maybe a metric or an algorithm that like corrects for some of that, but then that's not random. And I also know that with algorithms, junk in, junk out, bias in, we could absolutely create a biased algorithm and reinforce biases there. So I'm not, it's seeming like I'm not sure there's a path forward to just including them outside of where they currently are.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yeah, I've been listening on this one back and forth because I don't like the idea of excluding people, but I see, and Marion actually really helped formulate it for me. To leave them where they are, unfortunately, really, really goofs up the state, the local, and the city population distribution, and they have to redistrict. Where it really doesn't do much for us at all, quite frankly. If we try to, randomize, it's the number is less. It's 0.036% of people. So in terms of, I don't like to, but so I understand the issue. What we would like to do. We're not getting the correct information to be able to locate these people. But it is basically because I understand now, I much understand Karin's position way more because of what Marion said, is she's not authorized. The statewide database is not authorized to do that because their contract essentially was with the legislature. So we would actually have to get a legislature to say, hey, we can do that with federal prisoners as well. And I just don't see, I mean, unless, you know, in this, all of a sudden, you know, Commissioner Kennedy has a chance to go back and go, hey, we got all the information right here. Wow, it's perfect. And we can use it. I think we just have to exclude, which I hate to say, but that's right. I come down on. I don't think we have the authority to do this to the local redistricting efforts, which the statewide database. And otherwise, it's like, hey, let's do 2 databases, and that's just a disaster. I feel that would be a real problem as far as litigation purposes and just useful purposes and total confusion. So, and I really appreciate this conversation, but right now I feel that we have to exclude them, which I hate saying.
Commissioner Kennedy, then I think we'll go to the callers.
Just in response to Commissioner Anderson, you know, my understanding of what Ms. McDonald said was that, you know, what we do is independent of what counties, cities, and other redistricting bodies in the state need. If we take a decision, she's still going to be able to provide them with what they need, independent of what is provided to us. It is more work, yes, but either a data set that would enable them to remove the people that if we decide to keep them in, she would be able to provide those other redistricting bodies with data set and instructions that would enable them to remove them, or statewide database would end up having 2 versions of the database, one for us, one for everyone else. Ms. McDonald, please correct me if I'm wrong.
Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. That is correct. And I would point out that the access tools that are being developed and that will be published, they will have the data set in it that you decide on. So basically it would make it very difficult for local jurisdictions or people in local jurisdictions to use those access tools because they would have the wrong population totals in them.
Okay, Katie, can we ask for public comment on the motion at this point, please?
Yes, Chair. The Commission will now take public comment on the motion on the floor. To give comment, please call 877-853-5247 and enter the meeting ID number 874-8744-0379. Once you have dialed in, please press star 9 to enter the comment queue. The full call instructions have been read previously in this meeting and are provided in full on the live stream landing page. And at this time, we will go to caller 2448. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time. Go ahead, the floor is yours.
Hi, I'm Peter Cannon, C-A-N-N-O-N, and I have called in before. I called today to discuss the federal incarcerated population issue. Respectfully, there has been a lot of wasted time. The original law requesting the exclusion of federal prisoners was adopted in 2012 and supported by the Prison Policy Initiative and the NAACP. Policy positions can evolve over time, but if advocates seek a policy change just days before census data is received, rather than mention this issue over the last 9 years, then this change seems rushed, because it is rushed. In April, the Commission decided to seek additional federal data, but in the subsequent 4 months, there has been almost no debate about how to proceed if data became available or not. So, if finally having that discussion at the end of a long day versus having an ongoing debate over 4 months seems rushed, that is because it is rushed. Every person matters. Time is also a precious commodity. 14,494 people is a tiny fraction of the total population. It's a hard choice whether to include or exclude, but it is time to make a decision. Treat this as a lesson learned, embrace the complexity of our state, but please don't add last-minute complexity to the process trying to avoid hard choices. Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next will be caller 3818. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. Go ahead, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Grace Garner. I'm calling on behalf of the Black Census and Redistricting Hub. The Black Hub thanks the Commission and Ms. McDonald for their work on this issue, and we understand the difficulty in this process. We also appreciate the initiative taken to obtain demographic information from the federal government regarding last known address. We believe the newly received information from Senator Padilla should be used to apportion the federal population. We also support the continued push to obtain this data as a matter of course for the 2030 Redistricting Commission. If the Senator Padilla data is not available in time, we still believe it is critical for the Commission to adhere to two principles. One, that everyone is counted, and two, that they are counted in the most equitable way possible. In that spirit, we want to offer two solutions for the Commission to consider. One, the Commission could look into identifying the racial demographics of the California federal population, or if necessary, use nationwide data, and to then reallocate those percentages throughout the state. For example, if 40% of the federal prison population is Black, then of the 14,494 federal inmates, we can estimate that 5,798 are Black. The 5,798 individuals could then be apportioned throughout the state in Black communities as determined via 2020 census data. If 25% of the Black population in California lives in Alameda County, then 25% of the 5,798 individuals would be counted in Alameda County and apportioned in the census blocks within that county with the highest Black population. Two, the Commission could randomly reallocate the federal prison population throughout the state so that no one district has an outsized advantage simply because it contains a prison within its borders. It is imperative that the federal prison population be counted and reallocated equitably. In years past, the federal population was counted in the location of the facility, which gave more political power to areas that lack any significant Black population. The Commission has the opportunity to apportion the federal prison population in a way that benefits communities that have been disproportionately impacted by the criminal justice system. Finally, we ask that the Commission consider taking public comment at the top of each section or in the middle to allow individuals and groups to better engage with the Commission. Thank you for your service and your careful consideration of this issue.
Thank you.
And for those that have called in, please press *9 to raise your hand if you wish to give comment at this time. Caller 2829, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. Go ahead, the floor is yours.
Yes, this is Renee Westelusk. I was wondering, is it required absolutely that you have to use the same exact population database to draw all three types of districts, assembly, Senate, and congressional? Is there any way that the allocation of the federal prison population that would be from California could be allocated just to congressional districts, and then that data also forwarded to cities and counties for redistricting purposes. It's a shame to let this data go out the door. I would like it allocated if there's any way that it can be done, at least on congressional district levels. That would make the most impact. It probably wouldn't have as much impact or very little on assembly or Senate districts, since they can be plus or minus 5% off in population. Thank you. That's my comment.
Thank you.
That was all of our comment at this time, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Katie. So I just want to open it back up to the commission. If anyone has any further comments before we go to the vote? Commissioner Sadwani?
I just wanted to get a sense. What I've heard in some of the callers' comments is that perhaps there's some discrepancy between what the prison gerrymandering folks were suggesting back in 2012, which was drop federal inmates from the rolls, and what Black communities, as represented by the Black Census and Redistricting Hub, are requesting. Is that what other folks heard as well? Because what I heard Ms. Garner say is we should be pushing for a reallocation of folks, right? That we should not be dropping them from the rolls. And I just wanted to make sure that that's what others heard as well, that there's perhaps some discrepancy amongst advocates.
I think that's what I heard. Commissioner Turner, did you?
Yeah, I was just going to say, absolutely, Ms. Garner wanted to have, she talked about the percentages or whatever. So she wanted it allocated based on the racial demographics throughout the state.
Which I think makes a whole lot of sense.
Commissioner Fernandez?
I thought she said the racial demographics of the federal incarcerated population.
She did. I was saying
Look at that.
She wanted them spread throughout the state. Yes, for federal. Thanks.
Right. Okay. Again, I'll have to defer to Karen, but I don't know if we can direct her to do that, because that's not part of what the mandate or what the direction or the request was from the legislature to us. So even if we make a decision now or today, it may not get done because we don't have authority. Or am I incorrect, Karen, in that?
So we have a hard stop at 6:30. So yeah, Commissioner Turner.
Thank you. I just wanted to say, I think I'm really clear on what the request was, the first choice of what can be. And I think as a commission, I would still like to go on record back to legislature of saying what we'd like to have happen, and then let them deal with how they're going to make that happen or not. And what we would like is for federal prisoners that belong to California, the numbers that we have, we would like for them to be reallocated. And I actually like the recommendation to have them reallocated percentage-wise based on the demographics. And so we do know state prisons, and it said to even match up the state prisons as far as who's in there, and then match it based on where that same population resides in the state of California. So I like that as a suggestion. And I think if that's agreeable to the commission, I think we should just state that's what we'd like to have happen. And then legislature can take it from there.
Commissioner Sadwani, did you have one last comment? I mean, I feel like we have to take a vote here because we're up against a deadline at this point.
Yep, I'm in agreement with Commissioner Turner on that. I would just recommend that none of us commissioners talk to the legislature, and instead perhaps we instruct the Stromwasser-Wucher team to head that up. I know they have been in touch with them on the census issue as well. And perhaps that's a conversation that they could help lead, and or Anthony, just to move it forward. And I think because we're up against a time constraint, it's why we need to gather more information as opposed to making a final decision at the last hour.
So are you proposing we don't vote at this point? Is that what you're saying?
We can, I think that would depend on whether or not the motion is still on the table or retracted.
Well, Commissioner Kennedy, it's your motion. Do you want to call for the vote at this point?
I would.
Okay, so I'm going to, Alvaro, if you could put up the motion.
And Chair, there are a couple extra callers that called in. I don't know if we want to take them before the vote, but just.
No, I don't feel like we gotta go. And I apologize to the callers. We'll get to the callers. But I mean, we've gotten public input and I feel like we need to go.
Chair, are you ready for the vote?
Yes.
Very well. We'll begin the vote. So the motion is to request statewide database to reflect individuals in federal custody at their location on Census Day. We'll begin the vote. Commissioner Ahmad? Oops. Commissioner Kutagawa? Commissioner Anderson?
No.
Commissioner Fernandez?
No.
Commissioner Fornashari?
Abstain.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Yes.
Commissioner Lamons?
No.
Commissioner Sadwani?
Abstain.
Commissioner Sanai?
Abstain.
Commissioner Taylor? Commissioner Toledo?
No.
Commissioner Turner?
No.
Commissioner Vasquez?
No.
Commissioner Yee?
Yes.
The motion fails.
Okay, I guess at this point we'll take this topic up again at our next meeting. I want to have Katie read the instructions for public comment. We'll take the callers that are in the queue and any others who wish to give comment.
The Commission will now take general public comment on items on the agenda and for all other items wished to be spoken about at this time. To give comment, please call 877-853-5247 and enter the meeting ID number 874-8744-0379. Once you have dialed in, please press star 9 to enter the comment queue. The full call-in instructions have been read previously in this meeting and are provided in full on the live stream landing page. For those that have called in, please press star 9 to raise your hand. Right now we have caller 0563. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time. Go ahead, the floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. This is James Woodson from the Black Census and Redistricting Hub. I just wanted to call in and clarify our comments, particularly the discussion that happened after our comments. One, right, we know that this is a difficult decision. What we did is we just offered a few solutions. To be clear, right, we are concerned about not counting people. We agree with Commissioner Sadwani that that's a problematic practice in general. What we are asking for is for this commission to keep fighting for accurate data and to count people where they actually live the same way that state, prison populations are. We know, right, that there's challenges there. What we tried to do is offer a few solutions that we at least wanted you all to consider. To be clear, if the choice is between counting folks where they're housed versus random reallocation, we choose random reallocation, but we don't think that those are the only two options on the table. And we are asking for this commission to continue to fight to make sure that we count folks in an equitable way. So I wouldn't characterize our position as against other advocates that are pushing for excluding prison populations. I would say that we offered other solutions. Again, we know that this is a difficult decision, but we would like the commission to continue to work to find a solution. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I'd like to invite caller 0514. If you wish to give comment, please press *9 to raise your hand. Thank you so much. I see that hand. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6 at this time. The floor is yours.
Oh, hi, this is Lori Schellenberger, redistricting consultant for Common Cause. And I know it's late. I just wanted to also speak to the end of your discussion and the concern that there could be inconsistency between Prison Policy Initiative, NAACP, and others who advocated for the legislative changes and the position that the Black Hub took and I think others take. And I think there is an inconsistency. So I'd encourage you to reach out to public policy, to the folks at Prison Policy Initiative, because the situation was really such that federal prisoner data was not available. And even Maryland, as recently as a couple of months ago, was trying to get that and couldn't. We're fortunate in California to have a fierce advocate in Senator Padilla and his team, and he's managed to crack that nut for you when folks didn't think it was possible. So I think those policy positions were addressing one piece of the problem when they thought the other piece couldn't be addressed. So I just wanted to clarify that. I'm not speaking on behalf of Prison Policy Initiative, but I do work closely with them on this in other states, and I'll reach out to them as well to have them potentially weigh in as you grapple with this issue. And thank you for the thought you're putting into it, and have a good evening.
Thank you. I see Commissioner Fernandez has her hand up.
Yes, I know we were on time, but we haven't gotten far on, we haven't actually gotten anywhere on this, but we've discussed it. But my point is, what is our path forward? We can't just pick this up in a week or in 2 weeks without having more information. So I'm just wondering what our path forward is. Are we going to, obviously I'm assuming that Commissioner Kennedy is going to reach back to Senator Padilla's office to see, one, how quickly we can get that information, and then maybe something else in terms of getting that demographic information for the federally incarcerated population to see what that looks like, to see if maybe that's an option for us to redistribute that way or reapportion that way. And then I'm not sure if we still want to talk to, have someone maybe start early discussions with the legislature, but I just don't want to continue on this conversation where we haven't made any headway in terms of what we can, and then also what can we ask a statewide database to do other than take them out, and that's it. So can we ask them to reapportionment? And if that's the case, if we can, how is that going to impact the rest of our process in terms of line drawing? So I just want to make sure that we're moving forward.
Yeah, I think, I mean, what are the options that we really have? Would be awesome to come back with. And Sarah's getting ready to open her hand. And Commissioner Sadwani.
I was getting ready to open a big mouth. Yes. Yes. I think I agree with you, Commissioner Fernandez. completely that we do need action steps. My sense, if Commissioner Kennedy, and I will leave that to you because this is your subcommittee, but if you all want governmental affairs to just reach out to the legal team regarding having them do the outreach to the legislature, I think Commissioner Toledo and I could probably do that piece of it. I think in response to Ms. Schellenberger's suggestion of reaching out to organizations, I don't think that would be make a whole lot of sense for us at this point in time on this redistricting matter. My sense is if groups want to weigh in, they should be sending us their thoughts on this matter that we can discuss in a public forum. If Commissioner Kennedy can, of course, work on the data side of it along with the statewide database, I think that those would all be reasonable next steps to continue to advance this towards our next meeting.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Sadwani. Is that feel comfortable with Commissioner Kennedy and Turner? Are you guys okay with the direction? Or is that good, or what do you think?
I think that's yes. So Commissioner Sadwani, Commissioner Kennedy, if I'm understanding next steps, that we'll have Commissioner Sadwani and Toledo reach out through legal. Okay. And then what is needed of us, next steps? Commissioner Sadwani, say that again.
Well, I think the follow-up with Padilla on actually getting that data and working with Karin and the statewide database team to actually assess the usability of it and or contemplating other what are the possible strategies for this data, right? Like what or for this population, whether it's randomizing across the state, randomizing at hometown cities, using the kind of methodology that the Black Census and Redistricting Hub suggested around looking at racial data of the inmate population and reallocating that way. I think having some assessment of some of that.
Mm-hmm. And also, what are the constraints that the statewide database is under? Right, they have constraints that we need to understand. So, Commissioner Toledo,
just a little bit concerned about the message that we want to convey to the legislature. Is it that if we were to move forward with including the prison population into the federal prison population into including the population, and then using the methodology described by Black Census Hub, I'm just a little bit confused about the ask to the legislature, other than, of course, giving them early warning that we may, and having a conversation around that we may ask them to do this and get a response as to what the relationship between us and the statewide database and the data and what can and cannot be possible based on current law. So getting an opinion from their counsel, but so I just would want a little bit of clarification on that.
Commissioner Vasquez.
Yeah, I don't have a solution because I'm not a data or algorithm expert. In my earlier comments, when I referenced, we could create some sort of methodology to try to back into a more equitable reallocation of the federal prison population. Just want to make sure that whomever is considering a potential mechanism to do that via racial demographics, that we consider sort of the granularity of where we're trying to actually allocate folks, because racial demographics at the county level does not equal census block allocations, right? Again, geography is not racially agnostic. So if we're going to create or ask the legislature to create a methodology that hopefully gets closer to equitable federal prison allocation, like we need to be really clear about what level of granularity we're talking about, because county does not equal census block, and that feels like an important thing to not lose sight of if we choose, I think, this third way, right? I think we're trying to find a third way, a path through this, but I don't want to lose sight of more granular geographies and whether we can actually implement this third way equitably.
Thank you, Commissioner Vasquez. Commissioner Anderson, if you can be really super succinct, that would be awesome.
Yeah. Basically, I think the number one thing that has to happen is Commissioner Kennedy needs to get back to Padilla and like, what are we going to get and when? Because if it's like, well, we could eventually, the statewide database cannot just hang on, or we can't draw any lines. And so, I mean, if they say, well, we'll get you this and, it'll be a month or so, that ship sailed. And we have been looking for this. I mean, except for this one, all of a sudden, right now, before the census data has arrived, we basically had, we can't deal with the federal group right now. We sort of had made a decision, is my understanding, which was we don't count them. So to all of a sudden, basically, we have to give the statewide database an answer one way or another so they can continue their work. Otherwise, I don't see when the line drawing is going to start. I don't see when they're going to be able to work on the database. So
thanks, Commissioner Anderson. Thanks, Commissioner Anderson. We're going to obviously have an opportunity to come to a resolution next week. So I want to thank everyone. I want to thank all the staff and everybody behind the scenes for sticking with us this late. Thank my fellow commissioners for the robust conversation, and thanks to the people of California for participating. I am going to call this meeting adjourned.